I feel more comfortable on this course than any other course on tour. It looks most like home. Putting's been really good. I switched to the P Model S this year, and it's really made a difference because I think it's made for the spin putt. It's made for my putt. Well, these days you got to stay aggressive, so I'm going to try to put the pedal to the metal, stay in the present tense, and just do what Saban tells me.
Yeah, I knew it was going to take a lot of birdies out here. This is a wooded course. There's a lot of birdies to be had, so I just wanted to get off to a hot start, maybe put some pressure on the leaders, and then see what happens. It's super important scrambling. Once you get off the fairway, you really got to try and save par if you're not putting for birdie. So I think that, you know, scrambling is probably the #1 most important trait and thing to be on for your game if you want to score well out here.
Hello everyone and welcome to day number 3 of the 2021 Texas State Championships presented by Latitude64. I'm your host, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, and joining me in the booth, we've got 3-time world champ in Nate Doss and also USDGC champion in Nate Sexton. And guys, believe it or not, you want to add your name to that graveyard that lists our champions on it.
Yeah, I think there's a whole slew of players that would love to find themselves in that graveyard after the end of today, but there's going to be a lot of work done to get to that point
on
here.
The final
it's not going to
day.
be an easy day.
Teeing off first from Greenwood, Arkansas, Kevin Jones.
The undisputed king of hole 1 so far. Let's see. We've been waiting to see this. How has he been getting to circle 1? Can he do it a third time?
Yeah, we were so curious if he was taking the big over the top or was he going low. We will find out here in just a moment. Hot round of the tournament for Kevin Jones, 11 under par, the only player to do that over the first 2 days.
Next
Not
on the
quite
tee
as
from
close as what
Huntington
he's
Beach,
been during the first 2
California,
rounds, but he still has a
Paul
putt.
Macbeth.
A name we really haven't talked about so far, Paul Macbeth. I mean, we got to think that if he can find himself in quote-unquote McBeast mode, I think the leaders are going to have to worry just a little bit. He is 3 back of the lead, but that's almost nothing here at the Dogwood.
Hole 1 is the kind of hole that can get you kind of on that pace to get into McBeast mode, I feel like. It's such a bonus birdie. This does look to be fighting through early at least, but I think caught up.
Next from
That's kind of similar
Argyle,
position to where we
Texas,
saw Ricky Wysocki
Emerson Keith.
in round 1.
And if anyone wants to defend Texas territory, we know that Emerson Keith is one of those guys. Wow, very different approach here with the Anheuser.
Kind of utilizing the space
from Tampa
on
Bay, Florida,
the left and then
Kelvin
bringing it all the way back
Harburg.
to the right side. Good power there from Emerson Keith. You can see it is a tailwind, big tailwind. Wow, that's the most wind we have seen from any of these flags here on number 1 over the first 2 days.
UDisc showing 21 mile an hour today. It may not matter as they get into the woods, but certainly playing a factor right now.
Holes 1 and 18, of course, the 2 most open, as he is caught up behind the tree over there on that right side. Also on the ground, we'll get some insights from PDGA Media Manager Matt Rothstein. Let's see what he has to say.
Matt Rothstein, PDGA Media here. Back at 2017 Piney Woods Open on the same Dogwood course, Kevin Jones thought he had just locked down his first career A-tier win, only to find out that Bradley Williams had just come all the way back from the 4th card with a course record 11 under 51. Yesterday, KJ posted his own 51 to grab a share of that course record, and today the conditions are the best they've been all weekend. With 11 players within 4 strokes of the lead, I think we can expect some really aggressive play. We might expect that course record to go down today. It's going to be a nail-biter. Can't wait to see how this plays out. Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, thank you so much, Matt, as he's talking about what we're going to see in terms of the battle. So what an interesting number to hear that Kevin Jones ties that course record yesterday, but it was Bradley Williams a few years ago that said, hey, don't collect that trophy too quickly. I'm going to come get you from the fourth card, and you're not even going to see me coming.
Boy, so Bradley's got his name a couple of times in the cemetery as he took down the Texas State Championship held here last October. We just saw the weather. And but Matt saying the best conditions of the week so far. The wind definitely up, but it's just an absolutely beautiful day. Moderate temperature, 66 degrees. Sun just blasting today. So I think we talked about it. The wind is really has not seemed to be that big of a factor once they find the woods for most of the course.
And sitting here in the booth, hearing that Bradley was able to come back from the fourth card those years ago, I feel like that is a little bit of a teaser for what we might be in for today. This course does a great job of keeping the players kind of compressed, and clearly it did that then, and it's doing it again now, not really having a runaway. So many names still in play. It's a great day to be watching disc golf.
Also a great day if you're Ricky Wysocki, as he is sitting, of course, tied for the lead, a very narrow margin that his lead is, but he's had an incredible performance. His C1X putting, you see 100%, and he sits in first in that category. His scramble, his birdie rate, his strokes gained in putting, all in that second place position. So incredible performance thus far by Ricky Wysocki.
And Nate, I think you make a great point. The course does keep our players compressed. The only difference from back in 2017 is the caliber of players. This is the first time we've seen a tournament of this caliber on this course with all these players. It's unlikely that you would imagine a 3 groups worth of players unable to at least shoot enough to stay ahead of somebody in the fourth card. But I think that is a great piece of information from Matt to even know that that's possible. A fourth card victory, something I know you and I could never say that we've done.
That would be fun, though. I think I may try it. It sounds great.
And Heimberg's little forehand flick up and over. He's inside 20 feet.
I mean, really, we expected Calvin Heimberg to be a little bit closer to the lead. I mean, of course, he's in that group with basically all the players in this group besides Jones at 15. Calvin's sitting at 14. Can Calvin avoid the bogeys? Because that's the big thing for Calvin. He's bogeyed quite a few times through the first 2 rounds.
Oh, and ruining his hole one statistic is Kevin Jones. He's going to have to hopefully just settle for the par. Just so incredible when we think about the challenge that hole one has provided, to know that Kevin got it the first 2 days and is looking like a 3 here in the final round. Here's Macbeth.
Boy, this would at least get you one step closer to that McBeast mode. Big putt here for Paul in number 1.
Effort is low, and it does stay right there, and you see him checking the wind after the fact. Again, this is more wind than we have seen in these last 2 days. I think just holes 1 and 18, and we'll see, maybe it even dies down by the time they circle all the way back and get to hole 18, but these 2 holes are the most in the open. So,
well, and let's talk about what we can expect a little bit later, as we're going to see Calvin Heimberg here for par. 17 is a hole that we've seen a lot of players go over the top. With this wind, are they forced to keep it low? Arguably, that could be almost a better play, as Calvin is going to bogey here on number 1. Number 18, more in the open, back up the hill, theoretically into an opposite wind than what they're seeing on number 1. So 18 could be very difficult to even reach for our leaders as they come down to the finish. So it'll be a bogey for Heimberg. Like I said, Heimberg needing to avoid those bogeys. He's had a number of sort of bad timing bogeys here throughout the first 2 days, and obviously a bogey on number 1 is something Heimberg will not be happy with.
And now we go back to the tee here on hole 1 and take a look at how Matty O has stacked up against the rest of the field. You see him in that 3rd position with the birdie rate. However, fairway hits and C2 in regulation, both leading both of those categories.
And one thing we'll say about Matty O, Nate Sexton, is while he's a well-known player, we've known him for a long time, obviously all the way back to 2005 when he was in the Final 9 of Worlds.
Yeah, luckily
He has not had that big win. He hasn't taken down those NTs, but he's always been right there. I mean, he has been there at major championships, Worlds, USDGCs. Is this his day? I was impressed with what he said before the round. Or, excuse me, after yesterday's round, but what we heard this morning.
Oh, yeah. I think it's great to hear him say that it feels like what he trains on, you know, kind of a course that he feels really comfortable on. I mean, it's really not a surprise. He's in 1st place. Of course, he's feeling somewhat comfortable, but I think that's something he can lean into, and I think, yeah, he's going to be right there all the way today.
Kevin Jones had some struggles on this hole in round 1. He righted the ship in round 2.
Terry, that went into the woods almost immediately, and we have no idea if it made it to the creek or if he is in bounds. Hole 2 can be treacherous. Two creek crossings for our players. Paul got this on a beautiful line. Can he avoid those late trees? And what an effort from Paul McBeth, almost bouncing into the pin off that last tree.
Fantastic shot.
That's almost instant McBeast mode if you get an ace.
Yeah, yeah.
You don't even need the 2 birdies in a row. Of course, we're referring to a game of birdie that we played last night.
The disc golf board game.
Yeah.
Ooh, and that's kind of where we saw Big Germ go, and double bogey reared its head from there. So we'll see. Is he inbounds or out? Either way, I don't expect him to have a simple line to the basket.
Heimberg asking for it to go, and it gets caught up. Tough to see if that landed out of bounds. I think it did. But let's take another look at what we just saw from Paul McBeth with his forehand just a few moments ago.
It's a great view from our camera behind the tee here. You just see Paul getting it perfectly on line, flexing it back. He needed to avoid the late tree, and man, speed almost perfect.
It'll be a tap in as we take again a look at the scores to see who's been shooting hot or if anyone's making any major moves right now. And you see a couple of really good starts there by Eagle McMahon and Double G, Garrett Gerthy. They are both 4 under through 6 holes, and it's both moved up 7 positions into that tie for 5th. So I think we're going to see a ton of shifting all over the leaderboard today. At any moment, I think somebody can come into play. When we see them pick up 2 or 3 birdies in a row, somebody takes a bogey or double bogey, that's going to be an instant swap of anywhere from 10 to 12 positions.
And looking into Matt Orum's career, as you mentioned, he doesn't have a win at the Elite Series level, but at the A-tier level, all the way from 2004 to 2020, and right in the middle there, 2009, Texas State champion. So he's a guy who's won all over the country, but yeah, still seeking that kind of crown jewel for his career. And this is one that could sit real nice in that position, I think.
And a great recovery here by Emerson. And just to put another point onto that, Sexton, Matty O is coming off a win as recent as last weekend. He had performed very well down at the Pot of Gold tournament. That was a B tier. It had some stiff competition. It was a B tier where he took home $1,200, beating his good friend Greg Barsby.
Nice little pouch of gold. I mean, that'll get anybody motivated.
Kevin was out of bounds here. So this is his mark. It's a jump putt around the corner. And boy, just not a great effort either from Kevin. That's going to be a long putt left for bogey. And we're also seeing Calvin Heimberg here. The UDisc, oh, we just saw him mark it there. So I think he was out of bounds there, Terry. And boy, it's looking like back-to-back bogey start here for Calvin Heimberg. At best. This is a long way from the pin.
And just a pitch up to the pin. It's going to likely be walking away with the bogey you just mentioned.
And I mean, we really got to hand it to Eagle McMahon. I mean, we when the cameras left him back on Friday afternoon, he was 3 over par, goes and gets 8 birdies in a row to finish his round in the first round, claws his way back to 4 under at that point, and now he's all the way at 15 down in a tie for 5th place. Incredible play from Eagle. Really got to hand it to him.
Yeah, I would have bet the farm that this was not possible from the start he was having. I mean, obviously he's got all the talent in the world, but mentally to just fight back from what must have been an extremely frustrating start, as we see Kevin just missing there. That'll be a frustrating bogey for him as well. But yeah, Eagle, amazing. I mean, it has to be a stretch to say he could get back in the hunt for the win, but I mean, 3rd, maybe? Pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it a little bit in our after show yesterday. Did we think somebody that far back could come and take the victory? It's hard to know at this point. We don't have a crystal ball. But with that being said, he could easily set a score. You know, can he shoot 11, 12 down, set a course record, and then set a score that the players have to chase down? It's very, very possible.
And speaking to Eagles, through 6 holes, he has 4 birdies. Big shout out, Mason Ford, who we also saw on Friday. He had birdied holes 2 all the way through hole 7. So he started getting 6 out of 7 holes. We're going to be back with you after a word from these sponsors.
This is Latitude64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Passion is more than fiery emotion. It feeds the spark to start your day. It fuels your obsessions. It inspires your dreams. Passion challenges your fears, and it repeatedly bathes you in sweat until you are transformed into a new, better you. Disc golf isn't just your passion, it's ours too.
How do you build your better game? Reps, focus, the right equipment. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
The Texas State Championships are presented by Latitude64, when quality matters. And welcome back, everyone. We are here with our lead card, ready to tee off in just a few moments.
You got my headphones, right? Sit down.
Welcome to the final day of the 2021 Texas State Disc Golf Championships presented by Latitude64. This is the 1:50 p.m. tee time and the lead card going into the final round in the MPO division. Teeing off first from Creola, Alabama, Matthew Oram.
Now, over the first 2 days, we've seen a lot of sort of shots of Matty O. We've been going to him, making a lot of incredible shots. This is going to be the first full round we're going to see from Matty O. And if you've never seen Matty O play before, you're going to see a showman. He loves the energy. He wears his emotions on his sleeve. So it should be a lot of fun here with Matt Oram.
And just from a form perspective, his throw looks a little different. His putt looks a little different. I just like watching the way he gets it done.
Very low.
Next
shot
on the
out of
tee
Matty
from
O.
Campo Bello, South Carolina, Ricky Wysocki.
And let's face it, with all the experience of Matty O, it doesn't matter. The nerves are still there. I mean, you have this guy right here just chomping at the bit to play. He just cannot wait to throw the next shot. It's unbelievable, the energy that we have seen from Ricky over the first couple of days.
Smashed. That is crushed way up high, bouncing on the wind.
Next on the tee from Limestone,
Should be a similar
Tennessee,
putt to what we just saw from
Chris
Macbeth, as well as a similar putt
Dickerson.
that we saw for Wysocki in the first round. This is the guy. Last year, 2020, the year of Dickerson on Sunday, he was so fantastic in final rounds. Usually coming from the chase card or even the third card. Now he's on our lead card, just one stroke back of the lead.
And this looks more like that Anheuser line.
Fighting back toward the pin.
And from
Oh, it's going to be short.
And from Shirley, Massachusetts, Casey White.
And young Casey White, 21-year-old, out of Massachusetts, and we saw the resilience, we saw the patience, we saw everything that he brought to the lead card yesterday. And not only did he not crack, but he held his own. It was very impressive. Super excited to see what he brings today. Casey White. Oh, and he parks it on the opening drive. Incredible start for the young Casey White.
Casey White is better than you think he is. He's better than I thought he was. That was incredible. The way he's been putting together rounds and hitting putts, incredible, man.
Wow, and Matty O, we know, has been playing for a very long time. We're going to take a little flashback to see what Matty O is doing, and here he is. We're seeing him in the finals at the World Championships. Always sporting one of the jerseys. You see so many greats behind him, Dave Felberg and others as we move forward. And this is the man of the hour. This is the guy that matters the most. He gets the hug from Matty O. And Nate, you look exhausted as you're tapping in for your first World Championship title.
And look who's there to give me one of the best gifts I've ever received. And it was from you, Terry.
Wow.
That was a great moment. And Matty O, not any short of showmanship back then, wearing the A-Rod jersey. At one point, there was money that was brought up for an eagle on a par 5, and Matty O got it. I mean, it was just incredible. So all these years later, I'm sitting in the booth. Matty O is still out there grinding and one of our best players and looking like he has a chance to win this tournament. But, man, here on hole number 1, left in a really sour position.
Wow, and he's not, I mean, he's going to go vertical Spikeiser here.
It's going up and over. If it hits, and it does. I was going to say, with the sandy terrain right there, if you're coming in with that spike, it's probably going to stick exactly where you throw it or exactly where it lands, and it's done just that. So he's looking to save his par there.
I'm still kind of buzzing about that Casey White drive.
Yes.
5 feet on this hole?
Yeah, just incredible. Talk about a way, I know we've always said maybe a few 10, 15, 20 footers early in the round can kind of build confidence. I'd take the drop in or near drop in every single time. This is a very short putt for Casey White.
And again, we've been very candid about the fact that nobody in this room right now has been to this tournament and been to this course. It's watching what Casey did. He just kind of found that late gap. He battled through that final tree, and within 5 feet of the pin, hole one has played one of the most difficult all week long. The only difference today is that it's not the most difficult. It's actually playing as the 4th most difficult. So we're going to see some of the other holes sort of uptick in challenge as we head through the early part of this course. And holes 1 through 6, very, very challenging.
Ricky in good position. If Ricky can convert, it would make him just the 2nd player of the day behind Eagle McMahon to take the birdie.
No question about it. Ricky has been putting strong. Man, beautiful. Just Ricky Wysocki trying to take down all these baskets in the sandy soil. It's a beautiful putt. And you can see the disc there just to the left, and that's where we're going to see Matty O, an important par putt here very early in this final round. Pressure starts right now.
Clutch.
Beautiful putt there from Matty O. Matty O has not bogeyed since hole 2 of the first round. He had a completely bogey-free round yesterday and an almost completely bogey-free day on Friday. He did bogey 1 and 2 back on Friday. So beautiful putt there for Matty O. And now Sexton, the drive, Casey White.
I mean, of all the amazing things he's done, there's going to be 3 people who make birdie here.
All
for
day.
the day.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have said Casey'd be one of those guys. I
No.
mean, this is an elite power type of hole. The names that we're seeing pick this one up: Kevin Jones, Ricky Wysocki, Eagle McMahon. Look at him go. What a statement.
Now, we kind of, because of the disc color, we could kind of see it. There he comes. He comes in front of that last pine tree and just finding his way through the trees perfectly, man. What a shot from Casey White.
Well, pretty incredible. He adds himself to a list of only a handful of birdies captured on hole 1 all weekend. And barring no playoffs, that might be the last time we're going to see it. So taking a look at some of his statistics here in Texas State versus the rest of the 2021 season, albeit early, clearly rising to the occasion here in his performance overall. 9th in his Circle 1 in regulation. Also, look at the scramble rate, 86%. I think a lot of that New England-style golf is paying off here in Texas.
And you see across the top, "Send it, bub." That's kind of like a little mantra he likes to use, and he definitely sent it there on hole 1.
Wow, so the fact that we just saw 2 birdies on hole 1, I think says, all right, guys, back in the booth, you guys should all buckle up. We're going to be in for a wild ride. Let's see how Wysocki can follow it up.
This second hole is so critical. Such a great shot.
Incredible. Ricky asked for it to get in. I think he was just waiting for the skip to finish. And Ricky Wysocki underneath the basket on hole 2.
Just the gap hitting we've seen from Ricky on this hole. It's just dead down the middle. Like you don't even worry about it. But once he lets it go, it's just looking so good. Right over that bridge, heading straight for the basket. We've seen him just parking this hole.
And that's an early kick towards the water. Not sure if it stayed inbounds or out, but you know, one of the things Ricky able to do here on number 2 is take a fairly overstable disc. He's not worried about working the angles. He's forcing the angle, letting the disc come right back to the pin. But, man, what a shot from Ricky. Just an absolute park job.
Sunglasses on.
Safe.
Like I said, you're going to know what Mattio's thinking. There's no secrets here with Matty. And there's also no secret that Chris Dickerson is going to be patient. He's going to play his game, and had it not been for about a 6-hole stretch yesterday, he might be your outright leader by a couple of shots at this point. But still, a lot of chances here for Chris Dickerson.
Little inside. Can it fight through? Absolutely.
Wow, a little nudge off the koozie.
Incredible. So to see 2 of those park jobs here on hole number 2. They'll move up the fairway here. Now we're going to move over. This is the next hole. This is hole 3 just a few moments ago. McBeth had laced his drive. This is what he's sitting with on his approach shot.
Yeah.
Boy, he laces the drive, Sexton, and look what he's got left.
That's what I'm talking about on 3. It's a scramble no matter where you land. You get up there as far as possible, but this is a great position. He's close to the OB Creek, able to hit those initial gaps. Yes. Oh, and the skip over the big root.
Wow, that was incredible for Paul. And so Paul would go on to convert that birdie, Terry. And so he has now gone 2 under through the first 3 holes. He's at 16 for the tournament. That would put him in a tie with Chris Dickerson.
Man, and there you see the disc of Casey White. Really unfortunate. Not a great drive, but this one is just all about the kick. Once you make the mistake, where's it going to go? Are you kicking into the water, or are you going to be fine and maybe be able to save your par? He is in danger here. You can see how much is in between him and the basket.
You have to keep this shot clean, otherwise you could kick another tree and find yourself in the creek yet again.
Oh, no.
Really hard to tell where that went. Terry, you said it perfectly. It brings that second creek crossing into play. And that kind of something very similar happened to Big Germ yesterday. He was in bounds, but then found the creek on the next shot, and that's how quickly a double bogey can happen.
I think Casey cleared the creek, but I'm not too confident that he's in circle 1.
Matty O with a nearly identical line to what Casey just had, although he was inbounds off the tee. And that one stays clean, and he'll have a putt from inside the circle to save the par.
Bit of a bad roll, but he's still pretty close.
Yeah, the one difference there from Matty's to Casey's is that Matty took the wider part of the fairway, not trying to absolutely park it. I think that was a good play from Matty. You'd rather have this 20-foot putt for par versus, what could potentially be a tap-in, and also of completely avoiding that creek. Hole number 2 playing as the 12th most difficult hole. 40% of the field taking birdie here on number 2. Those stats are much better than the first 2 days. So almost might be telling us a little bit about what today is. I mean, maybe some of the holes that were playing more difficult in the first couple of days are playing slightly less difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think this hole is that way. It's going to generate plenty of birdies. The gap is right there. It's just it also has that nightmare potential more than a lot of these holes with the double OB crossing. So it's going to be one of those holes that just yields lots of birdies, lots of bogeys, lots of doubles, maybe a small little sliver of pars comparably. Because if you hit that gap, you're probably going to make birdie. And yeah, he's nowhere near circle 1 and obstructed here for his bogey. This is not what Casey White wanted on hole 2. Not really even able to bid it, but a nice approach. It's going to be a 5.
And just think about a few moments ago when they were all throwing their tee shots on 1, even the putts on hole number 1, when we saw what the wind was doing. And right now, you'd have no idea the windy conditions that are a few hundred feet behind where they just started this round. Very different once you get into the woods.
Now 2 for 2 on Maddie for difficult sort of kind of mental stress putts here.
And for pars.
A little high left there for Matty O. So the first blemish on the card for Matt Oram. And with Ricky Wysocki in a park job position, Casey White also going to be taking a double bogey. Ricky Wysocki is going to now have a 3-shot lead by himself. Just that quickly.
Well, Dickerson's in for birdie here, too.
Oh, right. So there we go. So Dickerson's going to move to 17. Either way, it's still a 2-shot lead there for Ricky Wysocki.
Yes.
Thank you, Matt. Or thank you, Nate.
But still, I mean, your point is well taken. The last thing you want to do is let Ricky start to get comfortable. Though he did have that lull in the middle of the round last time, but this is the same way he started the other day, just straight away. And look at it's just so down the middle, nearly an ace run here.
Yeah, just so clean and low there for Ricky Wysocki. And there's our top 10 leaderboard, 2-stroke lead.
Yeah, and obviously as good of a start as you could have possibly asked for. He gets the bonus birdie on hole number 1, rides that train, rides that momentum right into hole 2, gets the park job, a stress-free tap-in birdie. And as you guys just mentioned, the last thing you want is Ricky Wysocki to be comfortable, to be ready to go, and be firing away here on Championship Sunday. And now we're going to take a look at hole 3. Nate, earlier in the week, you got some great insight from none other than Thomas Gilbert, who's on the ground. How did he warn you about hole number 3?
A lot of ways. It's a tough hole. 6th hardest on the course, 564 feet. Initial tunnel is pretty tight here, trying to get through and avoid this really, really muddy area on both sides. I think especially the right side rough is really dense there. So ideally, punch through as far as you can. And we talked about it when we saw Paul just a second ago. It doesn't really stay clean all the way to the basket. So distance off the tee is really rewarded in a big way because you get up here and these kind of random tree gaps start to look doable. Where if you're 300 back, you're bringing in a lot of risk crossing that late OB creek to get all the way up there and into circle 1. So I think the best chance, as with any hole, a great drive off the tee here is really going to pay you back with a birdie.
Wysocki going with the backhand here.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, and it stays clean. A huge skip and a little bit of a roll that may help him with a better look at the basket. Anything you can do to push out more center of that fairway is going to be favorable. So great shot by Wysocki.
Yeah, if you're on this card, if you're sitting at home, I mean, you can't. Obviously, nothing's written. But if I'm Chris Dickerson, Ricky has birdied this hole. That drive was that good. You need to step up and put another one down there.
Much lower line. He's going to see if he can get a skip, and unfortunately didn't really skip up, and you would have loved to see that flare up into the left just to get a little more carry out of it, but Dickerson still treeless and in the fairways nonetheless.
An incredible shot from Ricky. You just cannot say it enough. He almost got to the creek, and it really, as you said, Sexton, you kind of just expect the birdie from Ricky there. Boy, a little too straight there. It did kick back favorably to the left for Matt Oram.
And just with the way Ricky's been putting the disc, it's like his approach could go a lot of places, and the birdie is still likely. You know, I expect he's going to put it very close from there, as we said, almost up to the creek. One of the better drives we've seen here on the 3rd. Can this hook quick enough? Not quite.
Oh, boy, great power from Casey. Just a hair too wide, but let's take a look at this Ricky Wysocki shot again. Just the power from Ricky right up the gut, just splitting the trees. far enough inside. Look at this skip off this log and right in front of the creek. As Terry, you said, great roll there for Ricky Wysocki.
Well, you can continue to watch the action throughout the entire year. All of the Elite Series events that are taking place, that of course includes the Disc Golf Pro Tour and the 2021 National Tour from the PDGA, along with a few of the majors. So make sure you are logged in, you're subscribed right here on Disc Golf Network, the home of live disc golf. Now we're going to move ahead to hole number 4. This is Emerson's second shot. Nice little flex back and right underneath the pin. Great shot by Emerson Keith.
Yeah, beautiful from Emerson Keith. He had parred the first 3 holes. He would go on to make that putt for his birdie, so he's now at 15 under par. Terry, you're talking about the Disc Golf Network. I mean, it's not even April. We've already done 5. We've covered 5 events, and we are going to be covering a whole lot more than that. So, yeah, it's going to be a great year.
And I think we have upwards of about 20 more that are on the schedule in some capacity, including some that were added recently that we'll see in the fall. So please make sure you're tuned in. I mean, if you're not watching live disc golf, I mean, you get to see the airs, the bogeys, the birdies. You get to see everything. It's all live. We do it live. There's no editing here. We've learned that.
And we're all better for it, Terry.
Oh, boy. Casey, from bad to worse. I don't know that he's going to have a comfortable creek crossing from over there. He's going to be in some thick stuff and with kind of a tricky angle.
Yeah, you see the log. You can kind of see it on the far right of your screen there, kind of cutting across the middle part of your screen. Casey's still back by that log. A lot of trees in between.
As Matty O lines up. I also want to talk a little bit. Matty O's been here before. He has been at this course. He has performed well. However, he's come up short as of recent. In 2018, he lost a playoff here to a good friend in Cameron Colglazer. And in 2019, he came in third to Mason Ford and Cameron Colglazer yet again. So Matty O has performed well here. He's obviously a very solid woods golf player. Just incredible performances. And today he's looking to kind of rewrite his future championships on the gravesite here.
Get over the creek.
Wow, not only did he get over the creek, he almost hit nothing and got all the way past pin high. So another long look, but importantly, this one's for birdie this time.
That was great. The lowness scared me initially, but plenty of power to clear the OB. Great skip up to the green.
And if you were going to take anybody in this card to take on Ricky Wysocki, it would certainly have to be Chris Dickerson at this point with Chris's prowess in big tournaments. Now a major champion.
Chris assessing what is available to him.
Yeah, Chris, a U.S. champion now, multiple-time Disc Golf Pro Tour champion, rewriting kind of the record books in terms of like how quickly he is stacking wins in his just ascension to being one of the winningest players in the whole sport, despite only being a professional 5-6 years perhaps at this point, maybe a little longer. But yeah, just one of the top talents, as all of you at home probably already know, but if you don't, got to give him his due. Incredible top 5 type player in the world.
Sexton, I'm hearing a little squishiness here. His footing, oh, it looked pretty solid there for Chris. Oh, but he hits early and goes immediately left.
And he did get across. He's got a long putt, I think. Yeah, definitely that muddiness comes into play, but not for Ricky, way up here. And I think it's tough. I feel like I give Ricky a lot of credit for his putting, for everything that he does. He's incredible. But I got to do it again and say he's not a guy that, like, cares about a distance contest. But on the course, he's a boomer. I feel like he is one of the biggest throwers in the game. And he shows it here. Just what looked pretty smooth and you know, easy. He'll just throw these low drives, similar to a Calvin Heimberg. Low distance, 500 feet easily of power. Forehand and backhand. He's just, the putt is powerful and the drive, both sides of the drive, very, very powerful.
Well, and I'll follow that up by simply saying I think we don't talk about his distance, although he is so incredible from both sides of the disc, as you just mentioned, because his own putting overshadows his own distance. So although he is an elite level distance thrower, everyone's always talking about his circle 2 and his circle 3 putts because he is obviously so proficient at those.
Yes.
I wish I had that problem. Somebody couldn't,
Nobody notices how Terry throws 600 feet because he's hitting all these putts.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. There's still time to train, Terry. I mean, I wouldn't give up on it just yet.
It's either going to be a Ricky Wysocki or a possibly a Nate Sexton shootout. I'll get my lessons and tips from.
Okay, all right.
Here's Casey White, who's got plenty of work to do.
He's got to be kind of hating this. I mean, he's pretty close to the creek, but look how high he has to go through all the limbs. Can he get through? Pretty well.
Yeah, that is a solid recovery shot. And Ricky, meanwhile, is probably talking with his manager, thinking about what's for lunch, because he is yet to throw his second shot.
And that has to be kind of a first that I know of, that he actually does have a manager that travels with him and handles social media and accommodations, and sport's growing. Look at Rick.
Yeah, I couldn't be any more proud of Ricky Wysocki. I was a part of a small group of people that told him to take his very first cash at the Brent Hambrick Memorial in Columbus, Ohio. He wasn't sure if he wanted to turn pro. He said, "Kid, take the cash. We'll take you to the next event." And he certainly has grown into a wonderful champion here in our great sport.
Oh, and this time he doesn't get the benefit of the kick or the roll off of the tree. And had it not hit that, or maybe had it just skip forward, he would clearly been right next to the pin. So now he's going to get to test some of those putting skills.
Yeah, and arguably we're assuming he probably will still make this putt.
That's what I'm talking about. He's going to make he's making me into a great commentator here, I feel like, because I'm like, man, amazing drive, but he's got so much leeway with where he puts that approach. He takes a bad roll. Yeah, don't bet against him. We'll see if he can drain this putt. That's really going to be a sign of how he's feeling today. That looks to be 50 feet. He's already made 2 birdies. Nobody on the card is in any kind of good position except him. Oh, actually, there is another birdie putt up there.
Matty O is up there.
Yeah, there's another birdie putt up there. But still, Matty O has already made bogey and no birdies, so he's kind of on that opposite trajectory so far.
Chris over here in the area that we saw Joel Freeman in yesterday. Slightly better lie as Joel was sort of caught up in the tree just up and left of Chris now. But, Joel was unable to get up and down from that location. Wow,
whoa.
And Chris giving it an actual run at the basket. Great look there from Chris Dickerson, and now it's going to be quickly to Ricky. We know with Ricky there's really no delay. He's ready for it.
This has to be 45 feet.
At least.
Just barely low.
Low and left, and you see the way Ricky responded. That kind of tells us everything we need to know. He expected to make that putt. But I think it's more the missed opportunity as he had that long tee shot, unable to get up and down for his easy birdie. So, yeah, not great there for Rick, but not the end of the world either.
I'd say he probably kind of loved his upshot too. You see, you hit that big, you're not really playing to avoid that weird stump root of that tree that we saw Macbeth jump right over. But then he takes that bad roll, frustration there, and then, yeah, I'm sure very disappointed not to make birdie after that amazing drive.
This is Casey White for par.
Oh, good putt there from Casey after the double bogey back on 2. A bogey there just would have been a disaster, but able to get the par, extend, well, I think extend his chances to continue to be near the top here.
Pretty incredible save, to be honest.
Yeah, I would agree. Now, Matty O, this is for birdie. He went par bogey. This would be a huge birdie for Matty O, especially with Wysocki taking the par.
Chance to take the tee pad.
And just that pop putt from Matty O, that is the same putt from 2005.
It is
unbelievable.
Yes, there's a consistency about him all of these years.
Oh, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, and the pro move here as he gets out of the way for the camera. Thank you so much, Matty.
That was great.
There's pro everywhere because they probably told him to move. He's like, well, I don't want to crunch leaves in Chris's backswing, so I got to do this lean move. That's classy.
And very frustrated, Wysocki throws his mini up to the ground. But Wysocki, the frustration level was fully contained yesterday as we're taking a look at some of the action that he had. Here is him on hole number 2. Not the park job he had today, but still impressive. A little bit better approach that he had yesterday. Incredible drive. And then the solid putt, of course. And he's going up and over on 14. A little twirl. Took some ballerina lessons apparently in the offseason. Looks good. And then as he closes out, here's hole number 18. Notice the lack of wind. That may be a little bit different today.
Yeah, and despite the fantastic round, I don't know that I even would say that the frustration was because he had that little run of pars and he was actually kind of getting heated,
angry.
Out there, you know,
he
and
was relatively angry
with in that middle section. Even though he did stay bogey free, he played wonderfully. You know, that's just how much he expects. You know, he's looking for 14 under, no question.
Well, let's take a look how they stack up against one another yesterday and throughout this entire weekend. And also, one of the things that jumps out at me, not only the 8-year difference in when they turned pro, but the earnings. Ricky just came into the game when there was flat out more money. I mean, Matty O has been very successful throughout his career playing down in the South, but as Ricky came into the game, we continue to see the national tour. We saw the pro tour come along, and there's more money to be won. I think that would be a much more even number if they would have both started at the exact same time.
Yeah, and I think the other thing it shows is just kind of commitment to the full-time tour life, because Ricky's like in Europe every time, every major. Matty's gone and done that in stretches, but he certainly hasn't been through his career like week in and week out at the big ones every time, and Rick is definitely that guy.
Well, and I can promise you when it comes to Matty O, there's at least $100,000 that is not in non-PDGA tournaments.
Yeah,
he plays in a region of the country that has a lot of non-PDGA events, and he's dominated, probably winning 50 to 60 of them.
Very much so. That in the Southern Nationals neck of the woods, so to speak, which has not always been on board with PDGA sanctioning. So here's Wysocki.
Oh, he didn't like that. I think he fell down in the middle, though, maybe. But a little too tight, a little too aggressive, perhaps, here on the 4th, trying to get way around the corner. Going to be a tough shot to get to the green.
Boy, Sexton here. Hole number 4, now only he's the 3rd easiest hole. 41% has birdied this hole versus just 9% taking bogey or worse. So with Ricky getting caught up early, that does not bode well for him on a hole that almost half the field has taken birdie on.
Yeah, certainly speaks to perhaps his ability to still make a save from a not ideal position. There's not OB to worry about, but we're going to have to see what his line looks like. He certainly played that very high and very aggressive, trying to bite off a whole lot, and you heard him say go right away. Needed to get around the corner, and it didn't quite.
And a little bit wider for Casey White, and that looks to be a very effective tee shot for Casey. And they're going to move down the fairway, but let's take a look at Kevin Jones. This is a par putt on hole number 5. In fact, I think Kevin was the only one that had a look at saving par, and he had to do it with a jumper. So Kevin Jones walks away with the par on 5. The chase card appears to be struggling. You see even Kevin not thrilled with the fact that he had to make such a putt for the par. But let's take a look at the leaderboard. Anything jumping out at your
Well, we just got to talk about that chase card a little bit. I mean, really, with Kevin Jones being the only par. Everybody else bogey or worse. And just one hole away for our lead card here. 50% of the field has taken bogey or worse on hole number 5. And what that tells me is that this shot from Ricky, so important. He cannot bogey hole number 4 because 5, only 11% of the field taking birdies on.
Yeah, and I mean, I said it yesterday. I'll say it again. I think 5 is the single most critical hole on this course because it just has that potential to bury you in that right side rough. Also, Ricky birdied it yesterday. I think his game well suited to take birdie there if he can get up the fairway cleanly. But he's not clean here. This is going to be a par at best.
Yeah, and that's a struggle par too. Ricky only getting another about 100 feet maybe. Now, what will the angle be? That's certainly a big question. And remember, it is a par 4. Par for Ricky here, not horrible, but with 40% of the field taking birdies.
Yeah, one of those situations, it's always that way. It's that balance. It's an easier hole. How aggressive do you get off the tee? He went for super aggressive. His shot was the highest and the tightest of the group, which if it clears the corner might mean he's got a, blindfolded on birdie. He might have something so easy, but that's always the question. That's golf. It's a constant battle of risk versus reward. How are you going to play that?
Now check this out. Matty O in a very similar position, going to look to go with a sidearm cut roller. This is uber aggressive.
It continues to roll. Hits a very late tree. He'll at least be looking at the basket for the birdie, and then we'll see just how aggressive he wants to be on the actual birdie putt.
I think that was an absolute success from back there.
Compared to what we just saw Wysocki do, who, only got up about 75, 80, 100 feet maybe. And now Matty Orm almost has a sure par at very worst, maybe outside chance at birdie. And now both Dickerson and White are in great positions. Sort of this corridor of trees all the way up to the pin.
Yeah, we saw Emerson Keith throw a similar shot. He was even a little more centered up. But not a lot of distance left. Just got to navigate that last tunnel.
And not too much reaction out of Casey White, but seems to be a pretty effective shot. He's going to be lining up for birdie.
And I think here on Championship Sunday, we talk, all day we'll talk about the statistics of the hole. At this point, it doesn't really matter compared to the field. It's more compared to your closest competitors. Dickerson, in second place, looking in a very good position. Ricky's still struggling to potentially take par. So I think that's the more important comparison here. Just kind of see the line that Dickerson's looking at.
I think I see Ricky's disc just about 10 feet ahead of Chris, perhaps.
Yeah, I think you're correct. And it's a tight line here for Dickerson. Relatively good execution, but it's still going to be a long look at birdie. Now remember, Ricky, you're right. Ricky, not even 10 feet. This is about 5 feet up. He is looking at the exact same line that we just saw from Chris.
Yeah, I wonder if he can kind of swing out and get this to be more of a hyzer. We saw Chris go a little flexy. Ricky's body makes it look like he's going to swing a hyzer here. So he might have had a little, I got to think he had a better angle. Chris would have taken that if he had it.
Yeah, and I just want to say that it is so incredibly rare to see Ricky from inside 100 feet or so throwing a backhand approach. He's almost always throwing a forehand. Clearly that wasn't available to him, and we're taking a look at the upper park play different shot. by Matty O, going with the roller. Guys, I've been down in Mobile. I've played some of the courses down there. One of my favorite things to hear is someone like Matty O talking about Chickasaw and Chickasaw Bow.
You know it, and the finger pop roller is what we call that here on our upper park. Way different for Matty O.
Yeah, the question is, can he make it pay off here?
And for our members of the Disc Golf Network, if you're in your app, you can go and look at a couple of videos Matty O did called Saban Says. One of the just classic Matty O videos. You got to go watch them. They're amazing. Oh, and Matty O wanted that so bad, just a hair low. But Saban Says, put it in, Matty O. All right, now Dickerson. This is a huge putt for Chris. Again, I think it's very important that when Ricky is parring, these guys take advantage. You know, because you cannot give Ricky Wysocki too many chances to win. You got to try to take it back from him at some point.
Yeah, you might not see all that many pars.
Exactly.
So that's the time. So close. That looked perfect.
Yeah, he gave it enough power. He's now recalculating with the wind. I'm not sure if there was a lift for him, but just a bit high for Chris Dickerson. So he's not going to be able to capitalize.
Well, and this is a little bit, you know, in contrast to what we saw a couple of weeks ago from LeCastro. LeCastro giving his closest competitors a lot of chances to win or to take the lead. I don't think Ricky's going to do that today. Yes, he's going to now have 2 pars in a row. And just a beautiful birdie from Casey White. But you just can't. Ricky's not going to do the same thing as we saw from LeCastro a couple weeks back.
And he can't because, I mean, Nico at least built himself a 5 or 6 shot lead before that started.
True.
Ricky has no such luxury. It's going to need to be birdies most of the way out. Whoever wins this thing, whoever it's going to be.
And
Casey
missed
White.
opportunities, yeah, on hole 4. Now we're going to jump ahead. This is what we saw a few moments ago. Paul McBeth on hole number 6. This comes in as one of the easiest holes on the course. In fact, I think we've seen a few basket hits throughout the weekend. And McBeth, that right side, he's going to leave himself less than 15 feet. He will tap that in for birdie. We are so glad you're joining us here for the opening of the PDGA National Tour at the Texas State Disc Golf Championships. We're going to be back with you with more action from our lead and chase cards after a word from these sponsors.
You got a PA3?
Hey Chris, can I get a PA3?
Yes, sir. M4? M4.
Welcome back, everyone. We're joined by the lone birdie from the previous hole. That is Casey White.
And this is it. This is hole 5. I mean, so critical to get straight off the tee. Do not get greedy and try to cut that corner too soon. If you go in that right side, I really like it.
Incredible. It doesn't hit a tree. I did check in with the tournament director, Steven Story. He gave me a couple additional notes for today, one of which he said holes 5, 14, and 15 are the most punishing holes when it comes to tree kicks. You can peer the shot and be unlucky.
We saw that from Katrina Allen yesterday on the 15th, which otherwise seems to be kind of an easy hole, making double bogey from that right side. I think that is really the right play, just swinging it a little wider. You see Matt go.
Dude, that's incredible. Matty-O going with the backhand. I mean, we haven't seen anybody throw a backhand. Really? I mean, so
it looks like Rick's going to do it.
Seriously. Is this how he birdied it yesterday? That'd be a huge question in my own mind. A little tight, maybe?
It's turning its fate.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Park job by Ricky Wysocki.
Folks, there is only 11% of the entire field has birdied this hole.
And we just saw the chase card, Kevin Jones from 40 feet for the only par. Had to make a 40-foot death putt at the gulch, kind of, a little ditch back there.
And now Dickerson going with the backhand as well. And that's fine.
Yeah,
he's in a good position. He'll probably just get up and down for his par. Wow, incredible. We have got to see this again.
Let's roll that Zuka replay. He's going to follow up the incredible shot that we just were amazed by in Matty-O. And Ricky says, I see your shot, and I raise you a park job.
The height on it just perfect. And, I mean, just checks up on the side of the tree and just slides barely down the hill there. Oh, my goodness. What a shot from Ricky.
Well, Ricky Wysocki trying to add his name to the graveyard, but we've got a great battle for you. Chris Dickerson, along with Matty-O, right there, 17 under, just 2 strokes off the pace. And I don't know if we're going to see any shift on that leaderboard necessarily at the completion here of hole number 5, but incredible shots.
Ladies and gentlemen, hole number 5, the most difficult hole of the weekend. On average, it's been at least 1 or 2 the entire time. Just amazing. And that's just a layup there for Chris. It'll be right up next to the pin.
3 is just such a good score. I mean, Chris is not gonna, he's gonna be a little annoyed because Ricky's parked, but 3 is fine. I mean, just against the backdrop of what we saw from the chase card, this is all the more impressive for these guys.
Could not agree with you more there, Nate. It's really just incredible. And I think now that we've gone through 3 days and now that I've seen this card, I have got to think that the backhand turnover is the way to play it.
It sure looks like it.
Matty-O would say Saban says. So.
Exactly.
This shot was a forehand, was it not?
It was. It was a forehand here for Casey. You can see the pin there. It's kind of halfway obstructed here for Casey.
Thus far today, this is the hardest hole, like you said, but that might change with these. If a couple of these guys hit their putts, they might force the average down.
Yeah, as of right now, like we were just saying, 3.54, so more than a half stroke above par is what we're seeing here. 50% of the field has taken bogey or worse. So just think about how valuable even a par is.
Huge putt for Matty. This would get him going. We know how he loves momentum, and this would be just huge for Matty-O.
And also to keep him within 2 of Wysocki.
Going to the jump putt and a beautiful putt for Matty-O. You get the fist pump. Oh, I'm so happy you went to the jump here. Just enough, too. Right over that front rim. You could just see Matty. He's loving it. He likes to roll with the energy. Again, we talk about the story, and if you know, go to YouTube and watch the 2005 Worlds, but he got all this energy. He was in 4th place, and Schultz and Climo and all that. There's $1,000 on a line for an eagle on a 1,200-foot par 5. Matty-O gets the money. This is a fifth of what I won he got for 1 hole.
Thank you, Brian Schweberger, for organizing that. And Casey drops back in. And Wysocki all but park job.
Wow. Parked for Ricky. He's going to move to 20 under par and maintain that 2-shot lead over Matt Oram.
The thing I love to see about Matt there, some guys with that ditch behind might kind of float the putt a little bit more. Not Matt. He's going straight for the heart with power as we take one more look at just this perfect drive from Wysocki.
And we're staying with this camera. And not much of a reaction there from Ricky. He, of course, he couldn't actually know where it went.
I sort of think he knew it was tight. It could have gone either way. There's a lot of trees. You know, I think that's risk reward again. He's got to play it tight. He did, and big reward. Hole 6, we saw Paul McBeth here just a minute ago. 14th hardest. So this one's playing pretty easy, though you still do need to watch out for that creek. So important to hit your gap, throw it firm. Don't care if you're a little long. Get down there and plinko around in those trees. Just be firm through the gap to make sure you don't kind of fluff it and find a big number on one of the easier holes on the day.
We see the creek come into play as 13% of our field have found that OB creek short of the pin.
And Terry, I'm almost willing to say this is a must birdie. You know, you look at 40% of the field taking birdie. The one thing you got to avoid is that middle of the fairway where you can hit a tree or two and find the creek. But the hole it's only 243 feet.
Yeah, it is right there in front of him. We're going to probably see a putter out of Wysocki, and exactly what you would expect. He gets a little check, little kick over right to next to the pin. Not that he needed to be closer, but Wysocki, he's going to fire away another birdie. I'm going to go ahead and put that one on the scorecard. Wysocki is going to be 4 down through the first 6 holes. Matty O needs to follow it up.
Yeah, kind of the pressure set there by Rick. And, oh, beautiful shot there from Matty O as well, just controlling the angle and the speed. And, you know, if Ricky can keep the tee and continue to put pressure on it, that's a tough ask for Matty O and Chris and Casey.
I think he stayed in bounds.
Yeah, the double kick may have helped him in that sense. After he hit the first one, unsure of where it was going to go, but the second one definitely kept him in bounds. Dickerson on a little bit of a lull right now. He's parred the last 3 holes. This looks really good.
Boy, almost an ace run and actually sneaking a little bit long, so not a sure birdie for Chris. You can see how long, and you have that little tree to handle with as we're going to head over to Paul McBeth with his birdie putt. Terry, that was on hole number 7. So Paul McBeth, after the bogey on 5, picking up 2 birdies in a row, and he is now at 17 under par.
Yeah, certainly in that conversation. As we've talked about, it's going to be so volatile back and forth throughout the entire day. I don't feel like anyone on this board right now we can entirely count out of the tournament. Of course, someone like Nico, maybe Kevin Jones, might not have the momentum right now as we see Kevin's +1, but anyone on that board has a chance to post a great score today. Put a little pressure on our lead card. As Casey just pitches up and over the OB.
Well, and Terry, just looking at that top 10, I mean, you notice Kevin Jones, he's 1 over par for the day. He was the closest player in the chase card to our leader, and he has kind of fallen off. At this point, the only person that has even kind of cracked that is Paul McBeth, who is at 17 down, but he's still 3 back. So at this point, still kind of looking like a 3-person race with Wysocki, Oram, and Dickerson. But, you know, you never know.
Well, and let's take a look at their head-to-head statistics with Matty O along with Ricky Wysocki. I don't think there's anything probably that would surprise you with what we're seeing, as those two have put on an incredible show here this weekend.
One of Ricky's stats on strokes gained was 19. I mean, he's gaining 19 strokes on the field. crazy.
Dickerson with a jumper coming back at the pin, and he hits the one tree he had to avoid.
Boy,
And
Dickerson out of sorts.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Very uncharacteristic, not just because it's Sunday and we're used to him performing so well on Sundays specifically or the final round, but just in general, seems just a bit off. It's really just a testament to his skill sets and how good we know he is.
Oh, no. And that's a bogey. I mean,
ouch.
He's heading the wrong direction. It's been a great performance up to this point, and I hope he can put on one more run.
Understandably, he's going to collect his thoughts. That was well off the mark and really quite surprising by Casey. We've seen him very solid on the green.
And Sexton, if you're Casey right now and you have a crystal ball, I think the best thing he can do is just put all of this out of his mind. Forget about who's where, what position you're in. Just go and play disc golf for the next 12 holes. And again, this is all a win for Casey White.
Yeah, in some ways, I think he's going to feel some of he's going to feel some embarrassment, some frustration, but I think he may feel some pressure drop off at this point.
Yeah, and that embarrassment is a part of the growth of becoming a great player. You have to go through that. You got to get through it. And Matty O able to cash that putt. So Matty O, at this point, I think he has stepped up to the plate, and had not been for the bogey on 2, he would be right there with Ricky Wysocki. Just a tap in for Rick.
Softest putt he's ever made.
Seriously. That basket going, thank you, Ricky.
Finally.
Please don't hurt me. Of course, we're moving over to hole number 7, and we got to thank VII Apparel. You can find them on the dgpt.com/shop. The official outfitter here of the Disc Golf Network and the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Thanks for all of the partnership and the collaboration. Really getting into disc golf just in these last few years. We've seen them really step up. So many of our players outfitted with great apparel. Chris Dickerson, I know, specifically has his own line of VII. So please make sure you go out and support them and shop on dgpt.com. And here we are on hole number 7. Wow. Allegedly, this one's easy, Nate.
I think it is. I mean, it's trees, certainly, but it's a pitch hyzer if you can hit your gap and move left, be it turnover forehand or backhand hyzer. I think you're setting yourself up for like standstill throw or perhaps even long jump putt. It's only 420 feet.
As a comparison, and now remember, 420 feet. Ricky just threw it about 180, so not a long way to go. In comparison to hole number 5, hole number 7, almost the exact opposite stats. It's the easiest hole in the course. 49% of the field has taken birdie here versus only 11% bogey or worse. I'm going to say it again. At this caliber, at this point, this is a must birdie. And if Ricky's not going to birdie, Matty O better.
I think he likes it.
Gives us the Rocket high leg kick, trying to push it forward.
That was perfect. I
mean, leg kick?
Well, both.
All of it.
All of it. But, yeah, I mean, like I said, if Ricky is going to get caught up early, these guys got to take advantage. There's just no two ways about it. Dickerson has dropped all the way to 4 shots back.
Little deep.
A little wide.
But I think he's going to still have options to the green. I don't know what Ricky's going to have. It looked like he kicked left across the fairway. I think maybe the worst place you could be would be short left. You'd have really no angle to make the turn. But I wouldn't count him out for a birdie yet. We're going to have to see where his disc is.
Just needs to be a full reset for Casey White. And he'll be not too bad. He should be able to get up and down. Going to take a look here at Paul Macbeth.
Yeah,
here.
this is him on hole number 9. And it looks like he has yanked that one. Seems to be struggling. And now we're also seeing a little bit of the wind on this portion of the course. We'll keep an eye on exactly what Paul's doing. Now, he has put together 4 birdies in the last 6 holes, but he's going to have some work to do. This is Kelvin Heimberg. And Kelvin hasn't recovered much from that opening. He had the back-to-back bogeys to open. He's picked up 2 birdies, but also an additional bogey. So we'll keep an eye on what Kelvin Heimberg can do. But he's all the way in a tie for 14th. It may not be his day today, Sexton.
I don't think so. And you're right. That was more wind than we've seen in the woods. And wind plus low ceiling, that's a very difficult thing to do. Ricky in the middle. How far up there can he get?
Okay, I did see the disc late flash across this camera angle, and Ricky is down in that gully. Still about 40, 45 feet short, maybe even more depending on our perspective here. So big opportunity for Dickerson, but more importantly, a big opportunity for Matt Oram here. If he can put it in close, put a little bit of pressure on Ricky and try to just chuck one of those one of those strokes back from Ricky.
And I wonder, what do you think, Nate? Obviously he has a difficult putt. If you're Chris or you're chasing him down, assuming Ricky birdies, does it matter if he birdies it by perfect execution and parking it, or is it even almost worse for you if he goes down in the gully and bangs the 50-footer and comes raptor legging up out of there? Is that even worse for the guys trying to chase in terms of Ricky's demeanor and what's to come the rest of the round?
Oh, definitely. If Ricky is making putts like that, then you're in for it, because he's not going to miss the short ones.
That was a beautiful shot right there.
And that was a great shot from Casey. We're going to take one more look at it as he's going to go to the sidearm here. And, I've been really happy with Casey. Anytime he makes a mistake, he seemingly follows it up with something really, really good. So a great shot there from Casey. But, Sexton, you couldn't be any more right. If you're watching Ricky make 45, 50-foot putts, you just are like, oh, what? Why can't he just miss one or the 2 of those? So, yeah, you just – at this point, if you're Dickerson, you need Matty O to kind of just push Ricky a little bit, because you're 4 back. You just need to kind of hang around, let those 2 guys maybe battle it out, and just kind of slowly get a stroke or 2 closer, and you want to be within 1 or 2, about 3 to 4 holes to play. Now, Matty O in a great position off the tee. He's going to have to go to this little sidearm.
Let's use proper terminology
Finger
from the
pop.
South. Finger pop.
Pistol. Those are some of those nicknames I've heard in the South for the forehand, the finger pop and the pistol.
And proves to be pretty effective there. Very makeable putt. We'll see if he requires a straddle or not.
Yeah, Terry, it's makeable, but it wasn't great. Like, it's still a tough putt. And if somehow Ricky's able to cash this, again, now our perspective.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he is now 70 feet.
Yeah, this isn't even circle 2. I was thinking maybe he had that 40-footer, 45-footer. Though, we've seen this before. How close can he get? Very close.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
Oh, my gosh. 70-footer chains left.
And from 70 feet, Ricky Wysocki frustrated with it, the fact that he didn't make it.
What a run, though. I mean, it had
run.
the height, it had the speed, and it was no more than 3 or 4 inches to the left for Ricky Wysocki. Wow, an incredible missed opportunity here, too, on one of the easiest holes on the course.
And a great opportunity for both Oram and Dickerson. I mean, in a few hours, we could easily be talking about hole number 7. And then maybe that's where the tides turn. I think if you're Matty O and Chris, you got to make that the storyline.
Very nice from Matt. And it's hole 4 as well, 7 and 4, both short par 4s with a hard bend. Ricky got off early, hit early trees, not able to recover. 2 holes you would really expect to pick up birdie. See if these guys can tighten the match up a little bit. I like to see that.
Chris Dickerson moves to that 18 under, certainly lurking right there in the conversation. And Ricky's going to have to start picking up the easy birdies out here. He's getting the tougher ones. He needs to pick up the easy ones. And doing some work out there yesterday was, of course, Matty Oram. We'll take a look at some of his highlights yesterday.
And it's just that pop putt, and the jump putt too is so effective for Matt Oram. That power sidearm, he loves keeping it low, able to get just around the corner there. That was a beautiful birdie from Matty. Oh, look at him. Just loves it. He just loves it.
And you have to think him and Wysocki feeding off of one another's successes yesterday. So right now he's 1 stroke deficit to Wysocki. However, maybe a little bit more of the momentum. Chris Dickerson right there, and Paul McBeth has now moved into a sole 4th place position, just ahead of Casey White.
Yeah, we saw that bad tee shot from McBeth on number 9. He was able to get up and down. But Sexton, the 3rd most difficult hole here, hole number 8.
Yeah.
Why is it the 3rd most difficult?
Well,
Let's find out.
We just played a 420-foot par 4. Now we move on to a 400-foot par 3. That, to me, tells the story. That 3.47 average, not even that far from the 3.6-something raw average of the previous hole that's a par 4. So this is a bonus birdie in every sense. We've seen the turnover forehand have some success. We've seen Matty O specifically park the backhand. I think he might be hitting this gap on the right of our screen with that shot, where he's pushing a little bit longer than where the drone is flying. I think the drone flies the forehand line, and there is another line, though, back there. And we've seen Matt put it 5 feet already this tournament. What an opportunity to kind of ratchet the pressure up with a good drive here, because this is a bogey waiting to happen more than it is a birdie.
Yeah, and the average on number 5, 3.54.
Does this skip?
No,
it was close. That could have done it.
Oh, that was going to skip up at least to pin high. And maybe had it flared, he could have been all but parked. What a shot.
You could hear Matty go, do it again. And he was 1 small diameter tree away from being at least within circle 1.
It is so impressive to me. The threat of bogey is right there. It's 400 feet. To be able to commit and put the power behind the disc that you need to reach this basket, it just shows such confidence.
Now Dickerson going to go to that forehand that you were talking about, Nate. Kind of the fairway does play for this pretty well. Okay,
yeah.
A late kick, but he is over that creek area.
I mean, you're loving that.
That's not really a creek.
Yeah, it's not out of bounds or anything. But he's uphill, nothing to worry about, 80, 90 footer, loving it.
Casey White also opting for the forehand.
And he did this the other day. He just didn't really turn it.
Yeah, and he's hit short, and man, that's a lot left there for Casey White. Now, in the game of chess that we're playing here, now Ricky can sort of flip the script. With a good tee shot here, he can put the pressure right back on the other 2. Oh, no. Sexton hit early, and you could just see it land. He's only going to be walking about 50 feet.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hard-pressed to make par. It's certainly a worse angle than the tee.
Incredible, and I'm looking at Ricky's statistics to see that he has birdied almost every hole on this course in the first 2 rounds, either getting it in round 1 or round 2. Hole 8, well, it will elude him here in the 2021 version of the Texas State Disc Golf Championships.
Roller. He's thinking roller.
Wow.
This is 350, 325, 350 back.
Up
through
and
the ditch, through it all. I mean, that's desperation play.
He asked for it to sit after hitting a tree not very far away from his stance. And right now, Ricky, of course, at best, is looking to get up and down and just walk away with the bogey.
Wow, and if I'm Chris Dickerson from 80, I just got a little extra power in my legs to kind of get that putt up the hill and maybe connect.
This bogey possibility here for Ricky just changes the architecture, because now it's not, there's a difference between taking a stroke back with a birdie versus a par, but taking a stroke back with a par versus a bogey and potentially a birdie versus a bogey, the confidence just changes, and Ricky's still out at this point. Even oh no, we're going to see Casey here first, but still.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like Casey got that friendly backdoor over the next tee like he did yesterday. He's going to have to work for this one.
This might be an interesting note at this point in speaking briefly with Simon Lizotte, good friend of Casey's. One of the notes he had made is he said, Casey loves getting pars. Well, now's the time for him to really love getting a par. And unfortunately, that is not looking good here as he claims that to be garbage. Maybe borrowing a term from Wysocki. Anytime we see Wysocki throw a less than perfect shot, he often follows it up with, says, junk.
Yes, he does.
That's a solid recovery, though.
I would not be surprised at all if we had him mic'd up that junk has been said about 10, 15 times this hole, because he's fuming right now.
Yeah, just in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Well, one thing in my career, Terry, nobody's ever said that Nate Doss likes pars.
That's a little trash talk from two friends, I think. I don't think Casey would willingly admit I just love pars. Here I am. I mean, he's a birdie guy. He's proven that.
There's no doubt about it. All right, so Casey here after the nice birdie on the previous hole, he's still struggling. I cannot reiterate how, if you're a young player at home, a young professional that wants to be in these positions, this is such a great opportunity for Casey. You know, sometimes in life it just takes that one opportunity, and I guarantee tomorrow is just going to feel fantastic for Casey. He's going to be so ready to just get to the next course.
Yeah, to me it's like, I think Casey probably knew that he had the talent to make the lead card. But then it's like you get there on the second day and you're like, I stayed there.
Yeah.
And then now he's going to fall a little, it seems. But it's like the next time this happens, it's like, hey, I know I can. Then he comes into the tournament like, I know I can get there. I know I can stay there. And the next step is, I know I can win.
The uphill putt by Matteo, and kind of shakes it off as if, okay, yeah, I know I'm up there. I'm going to take the par. He's also going to pick up a stroke on the leader in Wysocki, and we're expecting him to be all knotted up, in fact.
This is unobstructed, uphill opportunity to be very aggressive. We've seen Chris get close from this range already today.
Only caveat to that, Nate Sexton, is that he has to go to this straddle. Had he been able to do his normal sort of jump putt, step putt that he does, the straddle's a little more difficult, but yeah, you're right. The energy is here for him if he wants it. Wow, and a great effort. The one thing that I love to see is it was not short. Either way, both Matt Oram and Chris Dickerson are going to chip away at Ricky, and like you said, Terry, Matteo is going to be now in a tie for the lead. I'd like to take this moment as we see Ricky to mention Nathan Queen, 9 under par through 17 holes. Nathan, what a fantastic round, as well as 2018 world champion Greg Barsby, 6 under par through 12 holes. Greg has fought all the way back to 15 under for the tournament.
Yeah, very clean, both of them, without any blemishes on the scorecard.
And wow, Nathan Queen putting for birdie from circle 1 on the 18th as well.
So he may find himself in that elusive double-digit club as he's trying to close out this opening stop on the PDGA National Tour. I want to make a quick note as these guys are cleaning up. Casey White threw 8 holes yesterday. These same 8 holes was even. He went on to finish 6 under with an additional bogey. Right now, Casey White is sitting at +1. There's still room for him to make up some ground and to still finish out strong, and we're going to hope for just that.
Yeah, it's a Terry, great comparison for Casey White. I think a lot of opportunities still for Casey to have a good round.
Well, and we see now things are all knotted up. Matt Oram and Ricky Wysocki, the 20 under. Wysocki making his first big air of the round, carding that first bogey. And Matt Oram's right there, ready to take the par in this case and pick up the stroke. So we're going to take a look at hole number 9, 351 feet. What are the notes on this one, Sexton?
On hole 9, it's a bigger gap than these guys have been used to coming through. So it's one you're going to want to just go straight up the middle, mid-range, fairway driver, either one, slight turnover. It's that low ceiling shot where we saw a little bit of a windy tee pad for Paul McBeth and Calvin Heimberg. So if you can stay low, just clear kind of the rise in the fairway, you're going to slide all the way down to the basket. So I think it's just that slight turnover play. You can see on the left side of the green, you're not liking that. So you don't want to throw something that's going to have a skipping finish, or you're likely to have a really obstructed circle 2 look. It's got to kind of finish very flat, even slightly right with the anti-skip.
And Matty O appears to be ready to go.
The one thing I would say about Ricky Wysocki, the bogeys have not deterred him. It doesn't have seemed to matter. You know, he gets a bogey or even 2 in a row. This is a guy that I think he took a double bogey or a bogey or something back in the first round, and he was kind of out of position. He just keeps birdieing. It doesn't matter. Can he continue that form?
Yeah, we saw it in Waco. He was up and down. He just gets frustrated, and he does a great job channeling that into positive momentum for himself on the course. Some players you might see shrink away in those moments. Not Ricky. I mean, he's just a too seasoned a veteran.
Just a hair off there for Matty O, just a little bit to the right. But a decent kick keeps him in the fairway. Now Chris Dickerson.
Looks low enough. I love the angle if it misses that one final tree.
Still a makeable birdie putt there for Chris. Beautiful execution. Now Casey White with a bogey on the last hole, still not back of the box. As Ricky's had a couple of poor holes in a row. A decent kick out there for Casey. Now, big shot here for Ricky. He can really just kind of say, whatever, made a bogey, doesn't matter, and show Matty O that Chris, he ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, nobody in position yet. Is this too high?
Needs to slow down, maybe not that much, but very makeable putt there for Ricky Wysocki as well.
Definitely the best positioned, I think.
Well, and here are our biggest movers and shakers of the day. Of course, you love seeing these hot rounds. Nathan Queen, as you just mentioned, he is 9 under through hole 17. I'm guessing we're going to see an update on that any moment now to see if he completes his round with the birdie or not. You just mentioned, Sexton, a moment ago that he was putting for the birdie on 18. Jeffrey Franklin, a big move, up 27 spots. Also, Elijah Bickle, Isaac Mars, Kyle Klein, who has certainly been struggling a little bit here this weekend. A transplant, too. We see Patrick Brown saving the best for last, his best performance for last day here. And Bradley Williams, of course, from Texas, up into a tie for 24th. So
Kyle Klein's still at 13 under par for the tournament, so still a good effort from Kyle. But yeah, saving his best for last there, 7 under par with a couple holes to play.
And you mentioned a few moments ago, Ricky Wysocki, of course, then leads the entire tournament with the most amount of birdies. So when he does, take a bogey or a double bogey, he's got plenty of birdies to back it up.
Yeah, he just hasn't cared.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, the guy's frustrated on missing an 80-foot putt. It seems to be the same level of frustration if he takes a bogey. This is where you are when you're at your peak. Point blank, period. I mean, when you are at your best, the bogeys just wash off you like water off a duck's back. You step right above the next hole and you execute and give yourself another chance. Check this. Hyzer line for Matty O. A little long.
And there it is, Nathan Queen in for the 10 under. I think I speak for everyone in this booth, especially Terry. Nothing quite like a guy named Nathan having a great day on the disc golf course.
I mean, I would expect the same out of both of you, of course, if you were out there. Pretty incredible performance. The lefty, Nathan Queen, closing out his event with that double-digit round. And Wysocki's attempt is low. He might have had a little bit of a low ceiling, some obstruction from a few of those branches.
Heard a very sarcastic "nice" out of Ricky after he let that go. He was not happy with that release. And I thought he'd be closer, to be honest. I thought he had kicked to a much easier putt than it turned out he did.
I agree. Now Dickerson in a similar position, but huge opportunity for Dickerson. This would be to get to within 1 of both Wysocki and Oram.
Off the top.
Boy, Dickerson within 2, and he's just got 2 birdies and all pars. He could be so much better there. And, yep, that's what it looks like. We're almost through 9 holes, folks, and it is as tight as ever. Kind of where we started the day, just about an hour and 45 minutes ago. Speaking of Nathan Queen, though, Terry, you can say what you want about us. Neither Nate or I have the guts to wear a visor with the bill cut off. I mean, that's
a certain amount of swagger that you guys clearly just don't possess then. But again, incredible effort as he currently sits in a tie for 5th place with that score as Ricky jams it in. A little bit of frustration. He will aggressively collect from the basket. Matty-O, not quite as forceful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're through the front 9. We're going to listen to a word from our sponsors. Of course, we want you back as we're going to wrap up our final round at the Texas State Disc Golf Championships. We'll see you on the back 9.
If I need to get up and down in a pressure situation, I'm grabbing the AVR X3 every time. When you can connect the visualization of the shot that you're trying to throw with the feel of the disc in your hand, that's really when magic happens. I can trust throwing the disc as hard as I want or as soft as I want to do exactly what it's supposed to do. Like the AVR is the best putter of all time, the AVR X3 just might be the best approach disc of all time.
Royal means no more sharp flashing. It means a super smooth feel on the outer and bottom rim. It's everything we've learned about discs. So whether you want to rip the rive or have those long controlled drives with grace, maybe you want to watch the disc hold the angles with trust or make that long putt for the birdie with faith. You get it with the Royals by Latitude64.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
And thank you for rejoining us here. This is Paul McBeth a few moments ago tapping in. Okay, yep, tapping in for the birdie on hole number 10. It looked like he was a little bit out of position initially, but a couple of good recovery shots and still able to walk away with the birdie.
You know, and Terry, with the lead card and the chase card now compacting, we have our lead card just back on the tee. Paul McBeth is now a factor in this tournament. He is 18 under par. He is 2 strokes back, and he's only 1 hole ahead. You know, it's not like he's 5-6 holes ahead, and the guys behind him have a lot of time to gain strokes. And we see another bogey from Calvin. Not a great day for Calvin, but McBeth, he is a factor now.
100%, as we know. He, like you said, just 2 strokes behind. And here's Matty O, who has kept it together after that early bogey on hole number 2. He's got the honors here as we head into hole 10 in the back 9. Right up the center of the fairway.
Yeah, that could be just a little short for Matty O. We know here on number 10, it's about getting as much distance down the fairway because of the late sort of turn at the end here on number 10. Boy, Dickerson, it's almost a miracle that he's still a factor in this tournament. He needs to, at this point, he cannot make mistakes. He needs to give himself birdie opportunities and take advantage of them.
Yeah, we've seen him with a somewhat flat front 9. He is 2 under for the round, but he's going to need to pick up a few birdies here. Might be a hard push to the right side. We'll see if he's stymied up against the trees on that right side fairway.
And that's the better side to be on here on number 10, on the right side. But yeah, still a long way to go here. This is our longest hole in the course at 681 feet.
Casey kicks at least back into the fairway after getting pulled into that left side. And Wysocki has thwarted any momentum he had up until these last 3 holes, but you hear the loud clap by Wysocki. He loves the drive. I think he is an incredible shot off the tee here on hole number 10. And Sexton, so many impressive shots that we've seen, but I don't know if any match what we just saw right here by Wysocki.
Yeah, we saw him do this, I think, on day 1. It's just that low ceiling destroyer with a slight turn, eating up so much fairway and giving himself that good angle to get in back to the left side.
Well, and before we kicked off the weekend, here were some thoughts by our 3-time world champ, Nate Dawson. Nate, your keys, talking about that scramble rate, of course. The distance putting, we know who's doing that right now, and then the patience. What are you taking away after revisiting these keys?
Well, with Paul McBeth now poking his head into the conversation, I think the last one is patience. I think that patience is very, very important. Paul has shown, at least just from the numbers purely, that he's willing to just kind of hang around, stick around, and now that patience proving to be very, very valuable.
Yep, McBeth does have 5 birdies and a single bogey here thus far. White with a standstill backhand. Oh, no, it looked like that got pulled into the left side. Just waiting for the card to move up the fairway here. Guessing they should be coming over the horizon any moment. Matty O just trying to assess exactly where he wants to land and potentially what kind of skip he's going to get and at what point he wants it to land, and then how many skips he will need to then attack the pin. You see the wind pick up just a little bit here.
Yeah, it's gonna need to be a nice big skip from this far back.
Tough to tell if that one tree is exactly in his flight line or if he would otherwise be aiming just left of that anyway.
I think he wants to go down the left side and skip big to the left. I like it. Needs to really start skipping hard left. Stay overstable.
And that was very low.
Ricky Wysocki to this point, 21 for 21 from C1X, 6 for 10 from C2. He's missed 4 putts inside 66 feet on the weekend. I would say almost historically good. I mean, those are percentages you dream about.
Well, and let's put it this way. What if he doesn't win the tournament?
Yeah.
I mean, if he does that and he doesn't win, I think that just goes to show you that some of that aggressive play off the tee probably is going to hurt him at some point. So
you certainly aren't looking down at your putters blaming them. That's for sure. You got to look to the other side of the bag. Look in that bottom compartment, talk to those drivers. If you don't come away with win at 160 for your 2 percentages, C1X and C2 respectively.
Dickerson with a very, very small window he's trying to hit here.
Oh, and just a little bit too much nose angle there and catching the ground, staying in the fairway. Huge advantage here for Ricky. Go ahead and, after that, just absolutely perfect tee shot. Try to get it in close and walk away with a birdie.
And I think back to a few holes ago where we were talking about Ricky not taking advantage of the easiest holes, but then turning around and getting some of the tougher holes. Well, here he's thrown a nearly perfect drive on the 3rd most difficult hole on the course. Let's see if he can take advantage of that and separate himself a little bit from Matty O.
It's Casey White's 3rd shot. This left side, you don't want any part of this left side. The angle back to the pin is just way too tight, and this is going to be a tough one here for Casey.
Not really even. Wow. That I did not think that was going to be able to get to the pin. But yeah, this one is not quite as tucked as I thought because he goes straight with that forehand. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, I apologize. I thought he was more on that right side, and he was not. So just a great shot overall from Casey.
And finally arriving at Wysocki's initial tee shot here. This is just a little flick. Guessing that is a mid or a pig, and look at that. So Wysocki saying, hey, I'm ready to get back on track, and here we are. This is just a few moments ago. McBeth had hit early. This is his 2nd shot.
Up on hole number 11. Just on that right side. Just beautiful control from Paul McBeth. Now, of course, he would have loved to have been up there for the birdie opportunity, but still a good save. He would go on to make that par putt and take a par on number 11.
Wow, so McBeth still sits at that 18 under. He remains. Wysocki looking to get to 21 here in a moment with the park job. Also, I think a moment ago, Chris Dickerson had thrown his approach shot. He's just past the basket.
Yeah, while we were watching that Macbeth shot, we did miss the shot of Dickerson, but I don't know. The UDisc score here on this card saying it's a par putt from C2.
Yeah, it looks like it may have carried deep above the pin.
Yeah. So things kind of not looking great for Chris. I mean, he has an opportunity to win this tournament. He's not making the shots when we typically expect a Chris Dickerson to make them. So that was Matty O just chipping up for what would be his par. Of course, we know Wysocki just parked under the pin. Now can Chris come to his and cash this putt that he's got? It looks just long right. Oh, now this looks inside circle 1 to me.
Yeah, some of the UDisc spotters may have had a difficult time trying to exactly assess where that is, and this is a very makeable putt for Chris Dickerson.
Chris completely out of sorts at this point, and unless something drastically changes, I cannot see Chris becoming a factor in this tournament. He was completely out of his routine there. He missed a putt that we would almost anticipate him never missing. Surprising there from Chris Dickerson.
Casey White will walk away with the par.
I'm almost, well, don't worry anybody at home, I'm not completely speechless, but I am speechless with Chris. I'm just so surprised. He's so good on Sundays typically.
Yeah, certainly not the colorful blue scorecard we expected to see on UDisc from Chris, as he's going to move to just 1 under through the first 10. That's just not going to get it done.
Tap in birdie for Ricky. Takes the solo lead away from Matty Oram.
And now we move on to hole number 11. There's a game plan, and Nate Sexton has it for us.
Yeah, it's forehand and it's low. That seems to be really the only way. I don't think a backhand can reach this basket without a lot of luck. You would have to maybe hit this early gap on the turnover that you see here from the drone, but these guys are going to try to go low, distance driver, speedy disc forehand, skip right here before these trees, and flare big over to the green. It's kind of like a 300 feet straight and then just jogging hard right.
Comes in as the 8th most difficult, averaging over par at 3.14.
Yeah, sort of deceiving there a little bit, Terry, because it's 12% birdies, 21% bogeys or worse. So 67% of the field taking par here. And I think it makes a lot of sense. So as Sexton was explaining there and watching that flyover, the guys for the most part can get mostly there. It's just, can you get to that putting area? That I think is the trick with that late kick to the right. You'd have to feel like this one would fit right into the wheelhouse of Ricky.
No question.
Ricky is going to, right now, he's going to start to try to put the pedal to the metal, and he's going to try to create some separation.
A little too tight.
Asking for it to get through. He says all the way through. It splits a few of the very narrow trees at the end, and Wysocki is going to be looking at a putt now. That tree that you saw at the last moment there, I think that might come into play for Wysocki's line of sight at this putt.
He missed his line, no doubt. Fortunate to get up there and still have a look at the green. Stay straight just a little longer.
Huge flare skip, losing a lot of distance there for Matty, but this is what I'm talking about. I think a lot of players getting into this range and unable to convert. Can Matty O convert? Can Ricky Wysocki convert? Casey White dropped all the way to 15 under par, down to a tie for 8th place.
Oh, I love the line here. Let's get a big skip for him.
Yeah, and that's that forward momentum that you want. I mean, gosh, that looked almost perfect, didn't it, Terry? And still about 25, 30 feet left for Casey.
It's the difference between going to that slight flex that's going to sap the skip energy, where if you can go like Matt did and keep your height a little longer, then you have that double skip. Casey's just going to get one skip since he does go to the ante to start. Still a great shot, just probably not able to quite get all the way parked.
And finding a tree on the left side of the fairway is Chris Dickerson. So unfortunately not taking advantage of this forehand friendly hole, but someone finding a gap. This is Ricky Wysocki. We'll take another look at this.
You could just hear Ricky saying, get through it all. And he did. He found the one gap, and then once he got through that, it was kind of smooth sailing, and now just a great look at birdie for Ricky.
Take another look here at the leaderboard with Wysocki, that one-stroke advantage. Macbeth looms, lurks, whatever you may want to throw out there at that 18 under. Chris still at 17 under, however, doesn't seem to have any carrier momentum right now. James Conrad really putting together a solid round right now. James Conrad finds himself at 6 under. He is bogey-free and making a little bit of a move for himself. He's currently up 12 spots into that tie for 5th place.
Yeah, if James can just get to the clubhouse with a solid round, he's going to be happy with this weekend. And this bodes well for the season of James Conrad. He's starting to learn his disc. He's playing well. I think that's very important to recognize here. And Terry, looking at the top 10 leaderboard, I think the odds would say that there's 4 people that can win this tournament. And I think even with Dickerson, those odds are just slimming as every minute goes by. Macbeth with the outside chance. It is going to be, can Matty Oram just push Ricky enough to make him possibly make a mistake? Ricky is standing over there knowing that he is going to win this tournament. In his mind, he's winning it. It's going to be up to Matty O to try to change that narrative and put the pressure on. His putt would go a long way.
I thought I saw the 10-meter whisker. That puts this at about 29 feet. No, it is outside. I apologize. But also high and right.
Just
Matty
a
O
hair.
cannot convert.
Tough line for Ricky here. Low ceiling and right side obstructed.
These
For
are
a
the
right-hander,
ones,
that's tough.
These are the ones he just cashes, though. I mean, he like pounds these in there.
His perfect putting is in jeopardy. Oh.
It looked good, didn't it? Just a hair low.
So that was also from outside the circle. So Sexton, if I'm updating your math, I think that puts him 5 for 10 from circle 2. Still not a bad percentage.
Yeah, it might even. I think it might even be slightly better than that. I think he's made 6 already.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6 for 11. Then
Yes.
would be the numbers.
Yes.
Math is tough.
Right, edge of circle for Casey or so. Nice.
Yeah, beautiful putt for Casey. Doesn't like pars that much. He's willing to take the birdie there, and he'll take the tee pad. As we head over to number 12 here momentarily, but
I guess he'll take a birdie if he has
yeah.
to. You know.
I mean, I believe that is one of his sponsors, actually.
Yeah.
So
yeah, right on brand. Another birdie. How good is Paul Macbeth that I feel like the narrative is kind of like, well, Paul's a little off this weekend, and then just keep waiting around, and here he comes. 3rd place.
Matty O taps out and they'll move on. I think we're going to actually be able to look at the drives from the chase card of hole number 12 as they all venture over to it. Here's Macbeth pushing up that left side.
It looked great. We don't have a camera down there, but it just looked like a great shot for Paul Macbeth. And, you know, Sexton, that's exactly what I was saying, is the patience of Paul. You know, Paul is as veteran as it gets. I mean, he is the guy out there. And even though he's slightly off, he still has a chance to win this tournament. I think again, if Matty O can just put a little pressure on Ricky, that bodes well for Paul. You know, with Paul being one hole ahead. So, yeah, man, this is the stuff we've all been waiting for right here. It's kind of why we do it.
Yeah.
I do it just to see what Kelvin's doing for his hairstyle week in and week out. But yes, there is some great golf to be played.
It's getting more fluffy.
I mean, what is he doing? It's 5% bigger every week. Is all he's really doing. I mean, I don't think there's a lot of upkeep involved with what Calvin's got going up there. He's keeping it pretty natural.
So here's Kevin Jones. Kevin, a very flat day today. We've seen him with a couple of over par strokes and just one birdie. But we're going to be back with the action after a word from these sponsors. Stay tuned right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Consistency is the foundation that talent thrives from.
All steps up.
Day after day and year after year. Luck has nothing to do with it.
Kevin in a tricky spot here. Overturned the forehand. Bad angle from this side. But it was a great effort. I think I heard that, did I hit a tree? And I think I heard the dreaded, yes, you did, from his group mates.
So for the first time here in a while, Sexton, we're seeing the lead card having to wait on the tee. All day yesterday, the players were basically playing free and clear, and now a little bit of a backup. How does this affect that man right there, Chris Dickerson? How does this affect Matt Oram? You know, it's got to be tough for Dickerson right now. He would not expect to be in this position. 1 under par through 11 holes, and on the verge of almost being left behind on this one.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully this won't be too long a wait and they can get back to it. But obviously your preference as a player would just be to keep that flow going and just keep throwing shots. Where did Macbeth make it to here? Middle of the fairway, but he's still not quite around the corner. Maybe he did catch a late tree. Not quite as far up as I thought he might be.
Yeah, every shot going to be so crucial here for Macbeth. You know, a couple, 3 strokes back of Wysocki. Cannot let anything get away at this point.
Wow. Not happy with his angles there, talking about the wind slowing down that left movement.
Okay. What else have we talked about? We got you the support badges.
And of course, it looks like we are going to be catching up and watching the action from our women's lead card, and no one better to give us the updates than Valerie Jenkins. Valerie, we're of course seeing a great battle on the men's side. The women's side, I bet you is going to be just as exciting, if not more.
It should be an exciting day. Stacked up here in our lead card, but on the chase card, there are some women hunting it down as well. I'm going to be paying attention to how the round starts out and who is going to catch on and get that momentum going quickly. It could be anybody's game. All the way down to 10th place is within about 3 strokes. So a lot can happen today, and I'm expecting to see these names jumping up and down that leaderboard all day long. But we'll find out at the end of the day who really wants it and who is so dialed in to take it down.
Exciting to see as our first national tour of the 2021 season. And I'm hearing Doug Bjerkes ready to call off
presented by Latitude64.
our competitors.
This is the 3:40 p.m. tee time. This is also the lead card going into the final day of the FPO division. Teeing off first from West Bend, Wisconsin, Haley King.
Of course, a name we're very familiar with. Haley King coming onto the scene in the last few years in such impressive fashion. Let's see what she can do here on hole 1.
Next on the tee
Seems to
from
be a good shot
Pipestone,
here.
Minnesota.
Just announcing Katrina Allen.
Katrina Allen had a good round yesterday. She actually had 7 birdies on her scorecard, but only shot a 1 down. So had a little bit of difficulty. 3 double bogeys erased so many of those birdies she worked so hard to get.
Nice
Next
low
on the
line
tee
drive by
from Universal
Katrina.
City, Texas, Valerie Manduhano.
And representing Texas in Valerie Manduhano. We watched both her and her sister Alexis put together really solid rounds today, or yesterday, to get them in the position they are today.
Yeah, and think about it. Valerie is just 2 strokes back of Haley. So
And
really,
rounding
that
out
can
the
happen
lead
on
card
any
today,
given hole.
From Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
Great to see Missy put together a really solid round yesterday to find herself on this lead card. I think she's been a little frustrated with some of her performance up until this point this year, and she'd love to take away a big national tour win here this weekend.
And that would be incredible to see. But this is going to be the time. There's going to be a lot of pressure on every one of these
Good luck,
shots.
everybody.
So
Enjoy your final round.
we'll check in with them in a few minutes and see how they do.
So Terry back here on the tee of number 12 for our lead card. We just saw the tee shot of Casey White. Now 1 hole ahead. Paul McBeth had a long run at birdie, which he almost made, but he did go for par. And while we were seeing our ladies tee off, James Conrad has gone 4 birdies in a row. He is now 18 under par. He's ahead of Chris Dickerson.
Just an incredible run here in the late goings of the event by James Conrad. Here's Ricky Wysocki on the tee. Nice and low line drive.
It was here yesterday where Ricky was really close to the OB fence. There's a barbed wire fence along the right side here on number 12. Could not see where that kicked to. Matteo going to the sidearm.
I don't think that got back to its edge.
Chris Dickerson, really, he cannot make a mistake from here out if he has any chance of being a part of the championship conversation. And pretty good shot there, just a little bit on the left side, but overall not too bad there for Chris Dickerson.
Well, we spoke of it earlier in the weekend. They're still available somehow. They haven't sold out. Make sure you go out to dgpt.com/shop. You can pick up a new Finley hat, the Shield logo with a 2021 stamp on the inside pocket. We're hiding goods all over the place. Yeah, if you're not out at the DGPT shop, I don't know what you're doing. Of course, I know there are still decks of cards available as well. So if you want to support your top touring players, make sure you pick up some cards or pick up a hat, or maybe a combination of both. I'm waiting for my promo code personally, Nate. I think you're gonna have one for me later.
Terry, you get all you want. Anything you want. I got you. I got your back.
All right, we've caught up now with our card, our lead card here. Sexton, what is Matty O looking at here?
He's in a world of hurt because this basket, as you saw, is tucked so tight left. This is just going to have to be a sweeping low shot, and it still needs quite a lot of distance. I think this is at least 300 feet still to go. And it's just going to have to be multiple skips around the corner, stay low, stay under the ceiling. Circle 2, I think, would be a victory from here.
Hear a little bit of a grunt and then him asking for it to get through.
Yeah, so just a little bit too far inside there. And that's not the miss he wanted, because now it's just going to be even more difficult. You can see the trees we're looking through right now. And, you know, I think Ricky is back there. Okay, so he actually kicked more towards the middle of the fairway, but left well back. Can he dial in the distance and the speed and hook that late turn?
Oh, unfortunate there. Slowed down his skip. That was heading good places.
You know, looks like you have another opportunity from circle 2 for the birdie.
And just every shot getting more and more difficult at this point. Things are starting to tighten up. We're getting towards the end of the round. The guys just stood on that tee for about 10 minutes. So a lot going through their minds. Big shot here for Chris. This could be that one stroke he needs to kind of get the train rolling. Currently 4 shots back. Wow, big skip. Oh, and gets all the way through there for Dickerson. That's a very makeable putt. Typically, we would say almost a sure putt there for Dickerson, but today he's missed a few of these.
It has been a very uncharacteristic day for Chris. Just not seeing him capitalize on the looks that he's had for birdie. He has just 2 birdies on the day, and then the lone bogey a few holes back on hole number 10. Big shout out to Brittany Dickerson, his wife. I know she's out there. She's really taken on the role of photography, helping out the Disc Golf Network and grabbing some additional shots and pulling double duty as a support mechanism and also as a budding photographer. I'll just top that off with a happy 4-year anniversary to them, which I know they're celebrating right around this time. Casey's comes in short. It seems like this hole has been so difficult to really attack this green. That angle that you guys have been talking about, whether you're playing the low skip shot, I'm not sure anyone's quite figured it out.
It makes me think maybe just a little bit of wind. I mean, with the OB down the right side, it's just touchy. Really scary rough on the left, OB on the right. You want a lot of distance. It's just tough to balance all those factors at the same time and find yourself in the very middle of the fairway. It seems like today these guys are out on the fringes a little bit more.
This is a dangerous spot here for Matty O. The one thing Matty has to try to avoid is getting too tricky. We see a line for this little roller that he's looking, but cannot get caught up early because then double bogey comes into play.
Oh, he's hit the line, though. And what a shot.
And that late tree kick was perfect for Matty O. Good effort there from Matty. That can be scary because he could hit an early tree, go deeper into the woods. But, man, executed well from Matt Oram.
And no surprise, this is going to definitely be an upper park, play different shot by Matty O. This isn't his first one of the day either.
He's got the whole range of skills, and he's showing us. What a treat to see him executing even these trick shots.
Matty O has been denied here at the Piney Woods course, or here in Dogwood course, I should say, and at the Piney Woods Open. And today, he's trying to make up for it. Casey, not too often you see almost a full flexing putt that he needed to put that on Anheuser to have it. Heiser back to the pin.
This is now Ricky for birdie.
This is pretty deep, circle 2.
Yeah. And he does it again, just as he did yesterday. He knew it about halfway there. He said yes, and he started running it down. Ricky Wysocki, incredible putt.
That is huge.
And Nate, we were talking about it earlier. What does it mean when Ricky Wysocki makes these big putts? The competitors in his group are just going, seriously? Come on, man. Huge for Ricky. All right, there we go. Chris back on track, picks up his birdie. He'll move to 2 under par. Man, what a putt from Ricky.
Yeah, I know exactly how it feels. I've had the distinct pleasure of being laid to rest. Not the good kind of graveyard like they do in Texas, the bad kind. In Minnesota a few years back, in a sudden death playoff, Ricky Wysocki, 60-footer at least. And yeah, I know the feeling. He can strike at any time. And yeah, he put me in my place that day.
And now you guys had played a couple of playoff holes.
It was, I think, the 6th playoff hole.
That's right.
It was a good battle, but yeah, he definitely won it emphatically with that big putt.
Okay, and while we weren't really talking about it much, that was a big putt there from Matty O because he could not give up 2 shots. But more importantly, Terry, for Matt Oram, that's 5 pars in a row.
Yeah, and you saw how pumped up he was to have that scramble, to get up and down. But unfortunately, that's still going to keep him 2 back, and we're going to jump ahead a little bit.
Paul McBeth here on the tee of 13. Now, we know this one is eagleable. We saw Kevin Jones get it yesterday. Can McBeth guide one down there?
He may need the bonus stroke or 2 by getting something like an eagle here on this hole, but that's going to be short, so short of a long throw-in at best. Now he's looking at a birdie.
Yeah, just needs to nestle this one at this point.
Yeah, very obstructed, and it goes just past the basket. He's not happy with the effort, but this is the putt. This is for birdie.
Wow.
Whoa.
So Paul McBeth missing the birdie putt there. And let's take a look at the top 10 leaderboard and see what that means. That would have put him at 19, kept him within 3, but now Ricky extending 2 shots ahead of Matty O, and now 4 shots ahead of Paul McBeth in 3rd place. Ricky, I don't know if you're checking the scores, bud, but this is your chance. You can really squeeze him out right now.
Well, and now we're going to also check in with the FPO scores. And Val, I feel like we've seen this before. Rebecca Cox off to a great start. She's 2 under through the first 2 holes.
Yeah, and incredible. And so Rebecca is playing on the chase card, so not in the same group as Haley. So I think that's going to be interesting. Haley got a par on the first hole, but she needs to keep charging forward, knowing that this is not going to be easy and knowing that people behind may be catching up to her.
Well, we know the scores that she can post. We saw her do that in the opening round. So we are all very much excited here to watch how the battle on the FPO side unfolds. And it's like in a moment we're going to be back here on hole number 13. And you guys were just talking about how imperative it is to get at least the birdie on 13, because you know Wysocki and Orem are all but guaranteed a birdie. I mean, worst case scenario, it should be birdie. They could even have eagle looks here.
Yeah, that's my thought. Seeing Paul miss that, I don't think I live in a world where Orem and Wysocki leave the 13th on the table.
Oh my goodness! Without that tree hit, Ricky is in Eagleville. But either way, just perfectly set up in the middle of the fairway here for Ricky. In my opinion, Ricky, he is in the driver's seat. He has full control of his game. He's gotten through the bogey back on number 8, and now he has a 2-stroke lead. And the thing is that Matty O has parred 5 holes in a row. I think that's important to recognize that Matty has really cooled off here. Well, granted, 13 is a great birdie chance, and that could kind of get your motor running again. This looks great for Chris.
Oh, same tree.
Still just, I mean, it would have been
fun.
another 30 or 40 feet, but just a fantastic shot from Chris Dickerson. Very controlled down the middle. You have to remember there is an OB fence along the right side here of number 13. Terry, along the lines with what you were saying, 57% of the field has taken birdie here on number 13.
Yeah, it's the easiest hole on the course. And Sexton had just said you can't see these guys leaving this one on the table without at least walking away with a birdie and potentially extending the difference between them and Macbeth.
And just to clarify, for anybody who's maybe seeing the course for the first time, Casey's disc, that is not the basket they are playing to, that he is parked up on. That, I think, is the FPO basket. So he's throwing a great drive, but don't be surprised that we aren't freaking out about it being parked for eagle, because that is not the basket.
Let's move over. We're going to take a look at what Haley King is doing on the lead card. She did get into trouble here on the second hole in Val. She's in bounds. I guess that's good.
She is actually out of bounds. She hit early, and she's in that creek bed. And there is out of bounds all over this hole, but that was an incredible upshot for her. Katrina Allen also found the water. So it's not an easy hole, but it is 300 feet. So we saw Rebecca Cox able to cure the fairway and park it. So it's one of those holes that you could do great on, but also find a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I apologize. Haley being to the right of the creek, I was just assuming she had found inbounds over there. Valerie here also was out of bounds on her tee shot, and that's what she was throwing for her recovery. At least that's what UDisc is indicating. And, of course, we'll come back to them in a moment. But here we are with the lead card. And you saw Matty O not getting a clean drive off here.
Terry, it was a bad drive. And I'll tell you right now, had it not been for a very fortunate kick back into the fairway, Matty O would be in real dire straits. Now, the thing about this shot, it's all downhill. He can get to the pin. He has to control the speed. There is a large ditch behind the pin here, and you can easily get into it. Now, makeable putt. We saw Paul miss a makeable putt from down there. But really shot of the tournament for Matty O right here, right now.
Crouch down with anticipation and talk about rising to the occasion.
Incredible shot from Matt Orem. I'm fist pumping here in the booth, man. Wow, what a shot from Matty O. That is huge. He's on the verge of getting left in the dust by Ricky, and he just steps up and parks it from way out of position.
He will be picking up that birdie and ending his 5-hole par streak in a good way.
In a great way, and continuing to extend this tournament. I mean, give Ricky 3 strokes with 5 holes to play. I mean, it's unlikely. Now, you know, Ricky still has to step up and make this shot. It's, boy, a huge shot from Matt Oram.
And I believe we see, this is Dickerson, and just in front of him and left of him is Wysocki's disc, I believe. And then between these 2 shots, we should see Casey White, who's off to the left side. And a much easier approach for Chris Dickerson, nonetheless a good one, but a much easier approach than what we just saw from Matty.
You give Matt Oram 20 shots, there's no way he puts any of those 20 closer than the one that he just threw. And that's a great upshot from Ricky. He will have a sure birdie here as well. But, man, seriously, Matty Oram is about 1.5 feet away from this pin.
Yeah, that was huge. He let that forehand go. You could tell initially he was worried it was going to lift too high, but it stays underneath the ceiling, hits every gap he needed to. And you were saying speed control. I mean, perfection. Came in just with nothing left. Slam dunk.
And Casey's shot actually not looking as bad as maybe we thought it was, but then unfortunately kind of squanders it with a errant approach shot.
Casey going to the little sidearm there. I felt like he had a lot of space to go with the backhand little chip, but going with what he was a little more comfortable with. And I think the question will be now, is that tree in the way? It most certainly from this angle looks like it's square in the way as our camera, as you can see them all back there are moving in position. Yeah, look at his arms. He's just like, yep.
What did I just do to myself?
In the way.
I had a decent drive, and now I'm struggling to try and find chains.
Like we saw yesterday, he's got to be careful about going long here. He can easily 3-putt this. Oh, no way. That's a 1-putt. Incredible putt from Casey White.
Let's roll that Zuka replay.
That's
Casey White.
Between the trees.
Incredible. Let's get the energy going, guys. That was phenomenal.
Wow. And now with just short birdie putts left for the rest of the group, my mind goes forward. We got the U-turn coming up. We saw Wysocki go over the top, ultra aggressive. What's the play now? Is he going to go there up into the wind? Is he going to play down the middle? I mean, man, there's a lot to think about.
Wow.
That is, man.
As we'd expect for them to play it, they play it in 4 under par on the easiest hole on the course. We're going to check back in on the FPO side. This is Katrina Allen for bogey.
Just off the right-hand side, chains there. It's going to be a double bogey for her. But we know she can get birdies to try and erase that. But that is a huge hit. And apologies because Haley was safe. She did end up saving a par with that beautiful upshot. But look at that. Rebecca, 1 more stroke under par. Ended up birdieing hole 3. So Haley's got some work to do, knowing that Rebecca is gaining on her quick.
Well, and I know we spoke of it, and you just mentioned it, that Katrina managed to stay away from bogeys, but it was the double bogeys that came back and erased all of the incredible birdies that she had in yesterday's round. Here's Haley. I believe that caught a tree on the right side.
And really, I mean, it's the first 3 drives of the day. Haley's just been a little bit off. And that could be trouble. Hopefully she can get a little bit more accurate the more holes we play, you know, get warmed up, but not looking good off the tee right now.
I see Gannon doesn't like it. It hits right side but kicks hard left. We know just how difficult this tee shot is on hole number 3.
Yeah, and this is playing as a par 5 for the women, 564 feet. You want to make sure if you're hitting a tree, hope it's all the way down the fairway as far as you can get.
Katrina also catches a tree. Unfortunately, I'm sensing a pattern.
So that was Katrina and Valerie in that OB Creek. So Valerie ended up missing her putt as well. That double bogey there on 2.
Fingers crossed on tree free, and that looks pretty good there for Valerie Mandujano. And now we're going to head back to 14. This is the horseshoe looking hole. Here's Paul McBeth again eyeing up that high turnover route.
So Sexton, here's your answer, at least for Macbeth, able or willing to throw it up into the sky. And these guys, that was just a moment ago, live. They're all out in the middle of the fairway. We do not know where Paul McBeth's disc is, but look at that. In a lot of ways, Dickerson, he has an outside chance, of course, depending on what Wysocki decides to do. But Matty O, that last shot, I think that saved his tournament in a lot of ways, Sexton.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think you have nearly the confidence and the fight you need if you make the mistake there. It's just too easy a hole. McBeth obviously going to have to fight through that problem himself by making par there. It really is, kind of cliche to say, but that par is basically a bogey on the 13th.
Yeah, agreed. And now we're going to see where Paul McBeth is. Looks like he's here in this large bush. Isn't it interesting with Ricky? He's coming off a victory. So the victory vibe is fresh for Ricky, versus like LeCastro a couple weeks ago. He hadn't won in 10, 12 months, at the big stage. This just gives Ricky just that one little extra step because he's just coming off the big win.
This doesn't look easy for Paul.
Also, that victory last week coming in against his career rival in Paul McBeth. So I think almost even a double confidence boost for Ricky Wysocki.
Wow. Short-armed forehand, an incredible shot next to the pin for Paul McBeth. So that answers the question as to what he's going to take here on hole number 14. That's going to be a drop-in birdie for Paul McBeth, and that should push him to 19 under.
Yeah, and big shout out to Garrett Gerthy shooting a -7 bogey-free. He has one hole to play. Garrett all the way up to 18 under par.
And now just off the fairway, dealing with a few of the little pricker bushes, we've got Haley King.
Keep in mind, this is a par 5 for the women, so birdie's still in play with smart golf from here.
And Haley is on that far right side, and this whole shape is a dog leg. So she's not to the corner just yet, and I don't even think with that tree kick she was able to get the distance to get there.
Well, we saw her as she ran up. It was as if one of those little branches grabbed her foot and kind of held her back. She had a very awkward follow through as she was going through there, and we heard her hit the tree. Now Katrina going with a standstill forehand. Something interesting to note, earlier in the week I had heard Paul McBeth talking about him wearing pants out on this course, primarily to combat any exposure to poison ivy. And so as we're watching the players out here, you wonder, is that a little bit of a confidence boost? Is that swagger saying, hey, I'm not going to be off the fairway. I can wear my shorts here. I don't know what poison ivy you guys are talking about. What poison ivy? It's not in the fairway.
That is true.
Boy, and that was just the comeback putt for Emerson Keith, going from a possible birdie to a bogey.
This is Heimberg.
And that was Calvin for par. So now he will be putting for bogey, and now this is Kevin Jones. Kevin has slid well down.
Yeah, he is currently in 18th place, sliding 13 positions today. He'll make that putt. That is for birdie.
What a strange tournament for him. I mean, he's a co-course record holder as of round 2, if our information is correct. And then the rounds he sandwiched it with, just not even close to his potential. Just one day where he really was feeling it.
And that'll be a birdie for Paul. So, as you said, Terry, earlier, birdie for Paul takes him to 19 under. But our leader at 23, you see it there in the upper left-hand corner, is Ricky going to go over the top.
Well, and here's what I can tell you, a little bit of history about this. 2010 world champion Eric McCabe had let me know during the opening round that the over-the-top shot was the play for many years. Eric, of course, playing plenty of tournaments down here. He had let me know. We saw Nico take that, and we were all kind of surprised by it. He said that used to be the play. Of course, these trees have grown throughout the years. And now here's Wysocki taking the preferred route. We're waiting for this to possibly come crashing in. And we hear a clap and a cheer, but we didn't quite see it come into frame.
Ricky liked it. Ricky liked it, and so did whomever is up there, whether it's a spotter or a spectator or two or whatever. But
I will throw out a disclaimer. His business manager, Ari, she's very enthusiastic about every one of his shots. So we can't always count on those.
So right there, Dickerson taking the more traditional route. I'm curious what Matt Orum's going to do here. You know, we haven't seen his tee shot for the first 2 days here on this hole, so does he get aggressive and stick right there with Wysocki? Surprisingly, and I have no clue how they could know this, the UDIS score is saying that Ricky is inside circle 2.
Wow. I was wondering, it does feel like it could almost be possible to reach it.
And Matteo appears to be lining up the, well, we'll say traditional lower route here. Looks like the turnover right up the middle. Not fazed by what Wysocki did.
Sounded clean. Matty liked it. I think that shows a lot of confidence in Matt Orum as well.
And jumping ahead, here's the tee shot on hole number 15 by Paul McBeth. Of course, he sits in a tie for third at 19 under par. Playing the turnover. He seems content with it.
Yeah, there's just that one last tree that hopefully he was able to navigate himself around. I mean, look at that. Nathan Queen at the bottom, 10 under par today. He's moved himself into a top 10 finish. It has been a while since Nathan Queen has found himself in the top 10. So nice job by Nathan.
Yeah, and unfortunately, James Conrad, he did move himself up considerably today, but he came in a little bit frustrated, a little bit weak on 16 and 17. He took back-to-back bogeys. But James Conrad, nonetheless, still moving up 11 positions, even with bogeying 2 out of his last 3 holes of the tournament.
And just the scores today really muted. The only double-digit round was Nathan Queen. But look at everybody else, 4, 5, 3, 6. It's not that double-digit maybe course record that we were thinking could have happened today. But really, at the end of the day, you only need what you need. You just have to beat the field. You're not playing against any history here.
And I mean, Ricky Wysocki, eagle look possibility. I mean, that'll take him to 8 under. I mean,
true.
That double digit's still in play, though I will say, I think there's a lot of circle 2 you don't like much. Although for eagle, it's all good. But I mean, I think there's some thick stuff in circle 2 around this green.
Great shot there by Casey White. That's going to set him up nicely for the birdie look.
Yeah, just a beauty from Casey. And now Chris, a little bit more out of position. He's going to have to make this turn and then straighten it down the corridor of trees down towards the pin.
We'll see what kind of angle Dickerson needs to put on this. Oh, and he goes low.
Way inside. But he makes it around the corner and finds that corridor. So good effort there from Dickerson, just looking straight at the pin for his birdie. And I said it on the last hole, Terry, but it's true of almost every shot for the rest of the tournament for Matty O. This is the shot of the tournament for him. I mean, let's face it.
Have to have it.
There's no way you can take a par. Now, fortunately, he just saw Chris throw, so he knows exactly what he needs to do. A replication of Chris's with maybe just a little more speed, and it could be a tap in for Matty.
Either that or slightly adjusting the height.
Matty going a little more floaty.
Oh, I like this shot.
Yeah, great control and about 4 steps inside of Dickerson. So a good shot there from Matt Oram. Now, Ricky going to have a long walk. Hopefully somebody's got an eye on it. I'm sure at some point. Okay, now the UDisc score has adjusted and said on fairway.
He looks
which
like he
means
sees it.
Wow, he's right in the middle of the fairway. Maybe just a step outside circle 2. So this is for eagle.
Yeah, and you have to think, wow. For most people, you'd think you'd be content to lay this up. It slopes slightly downhill. And Wysocki asking for it to sit. It didn't look like a full commitment out of Wysocki, and understandably so. He's got to be content if he could just walk away with a birdie here.
So true, but man, for him to step up and nail that shot right in the fairway, I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, I wonder if that's as good as it could possibly get. I mean, it's a shot you can't even understand on video. Where is that thing going? Where exactly is the basket? Like, could it be parked? I mean, if he went even more high, it's crazy.
Wow. Chris Dickerson picking up the birdie. Casey also picking up the birdie. So for as difficult as this hole can be, it looks like today we're going to see some pretty impressive scoring here on hole number 14.
Man, this group just saying what? And Matty O able to convert his putt. That's a beautiful putt for Matty and an important one. And now Ricky will step up for his birdie look. And a couple more dollars will go out of the Jomez account for the star frame.
What a star frame.
And I think we're going to be able to look ahead just a moment ago. This is on the green of hole number 15. Here's Paul McBeth.
Just outside circle 1. They're calling it at roughly 38 feet here for Paul.
A little lofty, but it catches on that backside, and McBeth takes the birdie. He's putting together quite a round. He's currently 6 under for the round. However, he trails by 4. I'm just not confident there are enough holes of golf left here for Paul McBeth to hunt down Ricky Wysocki.
It's going to take a mistake by Ricky at this point. I'm really just looking at Matt Oram. Matty just has to hang here. He's got to just birdie right along with him. And because Matt's the only guy that can come back with Wysocki just taking pars. Everybody else needs bogeys.
Now we're also looking at the FPO scores again, and Rebecca Cox, that great start. She's got 3 out of the first 4, Val. What else is jumping off the page at you?
Well, we see Holly Finley and Sarah Holcomb moving up into those top few spots. They're playing consistent. They're both at 1 under for the round, but that is what's moving them up. Our lead card is dealing with pars and bogeys.
Just
4 holes left.
Yeah, here we are on the 15th. Moments ago, that birdie by Macbeth. Certainly one of the easier holes on the course. Wysocki going with the turnover and then wincing almost.
Wow.
And it scoots right past the basket.
I mean, he's wincing because of that late tree, that one in the middle of the fairway. He goes right around it. And right now, Ricky, confident, just so confident.
Yeah. And we were speaking about Dickerson getting things going. He has now put together the last 3 in a row for birdie. He's got the turkey. He's going for the quad.
That'll be a long run at quad. That tree, that last tree out there, I don't know, about 80 feet from the pin. If you're Matt Oram, Sexton, you just got to dig deep. You got to just forget about what Ricky's doing and just you have to execute.
Yeah, it's got to be one shot at a time, and you got to turn those one after another into 4 straight birdies. I think that's really about as simple as it gets. I mean, he pretty much needs 4 birdies in a row, especially seeing Ricky already up there on the green.
Oh, that has to flex a little, and it does. It just kind of stalls out, giving him a beautiful shot. Matt Oram trying to stay stroke for stroke with Ricky Wysocki. Let's take another look at Ricky's backhand drive here.
And you were right. He's just going, please don't hit that one right in the middle of the fairway. there it goes, almost hitting the basket. What a shot from Ricky.
Wow. We see him at that -7, likely will push to -8, and he may be challenging that double-digit mark. I don't know if he's going to necessarily get all the way to that course record-tying score of -11. He may not need it, depending on how this shakes out over the next few holes, but incredible performance. Matt Oram right now, he's been so close to winning at this course, and today he's going to need a little extra help in these last few holes if he wants to add himself to that graveyard, which feels really weird to say.
It does feel weird to say. You got to remember Ricky Wysocki is, I believe, a 4-time Texas State champion. Of course, not at this particular venue, but he knows how to win in Texas, and he certainly knows how to be the Texas State champion. He's looking to get one of them belt buckles, that's for sure. I believe it is a belt buckle you received. I thought I saw one. Either way.
Look, I'll get him a belt buckle if he keeps this up. Even if he doesn't get one, I'll handle that.
Exactly.
He deserves a belt buckle for what he's doing.
Dickerson.
Oh,
yes.
There we go for Chris Dickerson, giving a little.
Ask for the quad and you shall receive. Dickerson from way downtown. Beautiful putt.
Finally, Chris Dickerson doing what we expect from Chris Dickerson, man.
Yes.
What a shot.
I could see the grin from ear to ear underneath his mask.
Amazing.
That had to be 80 feet. You saw how far to the right he started the putt. Amazing.
They're trying to go 3 under for this hole. If we can see conversions from Matt Oram and Ricky Wysocki.
Nice job by Matt there to ignore what Chris just did. We make jokes about it. You steal my chains, but the reality is that sometimes a big putt like that does create a little bit of a vacuum in the group, and Matty executing that putt very, very nicely.
U-Disc does have it listed at 78 feet. And Ricky's like, yeah, that's great. I've got a park job here to deal with. I'm just going to tap this in.
So Rick moving to 25 under par. Boy, in this group, both Ricky, Matty, and Chris have birdied the last 3 holes, all of them together.
Here's a bid for birdie from Paul Macbeth. McBeth. Oh, and it just catches right side. Oh, and the guys, is that the end? Is that the end of the run for Paul McBeth in this event?
Clearly for the win. I mean, he may have been done before that. But yeah, 5 back. He's only got 2 holes left to play. At this point for Ricky, it's just, can you get a birdie or 2? It's that simple. It makes it impossible for the guys to catch up. And 16 is a great place to start. You're not going to lay this up. This is a straight up the middle 348. He's going to go to a fairway driver, see if he can get a little turn on it. That fairway just getting narrower and narrower as he goes. But, you know, a park job here from Ricky starts to put a bow on things. If he can keep this going, it's all up to him.
The king of momentum is Ricky Wysocki. Let's see if he can keep this train rolling.
A little overturned, but it did it.
At this point, Ricky just has his eyes set on that 11 under par number. He wants it.
Wow, what a clutch shot.
Seriously, that was, I mean, and of course his competitors will know nowhere near where that, you know, there's no crowd giving any kind of feedback. All they know is that it was on a good line and then it finished somewhere down near the pin. But, oh, and Chris doing just the same as Ricky.
Yeah, you see him less than 5 feet behind where Ricky's had just landed.
So it's all on Mattio's shoulders now. It's the field versus Ricky Wysocki, and Mattio is holding it up for the field.
Looks very similar.
It does, and
oh, a nice little kick out there for Matty. I could see one of the circle markers, so it should be just outside circle 1 there for Matty. Now, the one thing we got to remember is that 17 could bring a lot. There's OB on 17, and you know, as long as Matty can keep pace here, I think you got to give 17 your best chance.
Yeah, and can Matt muster maybe kind of a Calvin Heimberg type drive? You know, you said it. The pressure built on him in 2005, 1,200-foot hole, comes through for the eagle. Can he find that magic again?
All right, we're going to go head back over to the FPO lead card that, of course, Haley King.
For the first birdie. Oh, excuse me, and UDisc has to still catch up here. I do believe, yep, it is a birdie. Okay. Went from circle 2 to circle 1, but we're back on track.
That's a birdie on hole number 4. Also watching as Missy Gannon had put in for the birdie on 4.
And we got to talk about Rebecca Cox here. I mean, as much as we talked about her putting, hole 1, 60-footer for birdie. Hole 2, 38-footer for birdie. So I guess maybe some of that's behind her.
Yeah, incredible performance here to open up the day. As we were looking at, of course, the scorecard, she's tied for the lead. She has birdied 3 out of the first 5 and clearly doing it in exciting fashion out there, Val.
Absolutely. And then on hole 3, she was putting for eagle. So proving that her shots are online, and we talked about that momentum. Looks like Rebecca Cox has that going on.
And a moment ago, we heard Casey throwing his forehand saying, finally, maybe he feels like he's been a little off the mark with some of his approach shots today, but that one's dialed in, and
yeah,
see if he can make that for par.
I gotta hand it to Casey. Yesterday and today, he just there's no quitting this young man. He's only 2 under par for the round. He's 18 under for the tournament. He's currently tied for 5th place with Girthy, who's already in the clubhouse at this point. I think if Casey can pick up a birdie or 2 here, he's certainly looking at a solo 5th place finish if he can find a birdie or 2 coming down the last 2 holes.
Yeah, and certainly in some incredible company if he were to finish behind Wysocki, Oram, Dickerson, McBeth.
This is a who's who.
Yeah, you're having a heroic weekend if you're somehow besting any of them. So I'd like to say he's kind of finishing right behind all the mortals.
Starts right here for Mattio. difficult putt. He stretched out to the left. He is outside circle 1. Come on!
Oh, I love the look.
Wow, just a hair short for Matt Oram, and this putt from Ricky is not quite the dagger, but it is going to be very, very close to calling it here for Ricky. But, man, great effort from Matt Oram in a tough putt. We did like the line. Beautiful effort.
Yeah, it
Thought
looked
he
great
had
out of
it.
his hand.
So close.
And Chris Dickerson, you know, it's honestly just a little too late for Chris, but that is now 5 birdies in a row for Chris Dickerson, who, again, had he not made some of those critical mistakes earlier, he would be right there with Rick. But, man, another birdie for Ricky.
And, I mean, Chris, second place is right there now.
Totally.
I think Ricky's all but got it at this point if he can stay clean on that treacherous 17th.
Well, and luckily for Ricky, he's, you know, now extended out to 3 strokes, and even with a bogey on number 17, he could still maintain a 1-stroke lead with a bogey birdie exchange.
And a solid recovery shot there by Casey White, so he can walk away with the par. As you said, Nate, if he can pick up just maybe 1 birdie in the last 2 holes, he might have the outright 5th place position. And Ricky Wysocki trying to stack a win this weekend on top of last weekend as the Open at Belton champion. An incredible performance by Wysocki.
Yeah, and the round from Ricky, I think it was 10.96. He finished. He played I think it was a 10-hole stretch where he ended up gaining 5 shots on Paul McBeth, who shot 7 under in that same 10-hole stretch. And Ricky is a couple of well-executed shots away from being back-to-back champion here on the 2021 Elite Series, or I guess Tour as we should call it. But we are going into a backup here, so a lot of time for Ricky to think about what he's going to do.
KJ USA going right up the middle. If you're going to play up the middle, that appears to be the exact shot you'd want to execute.
Kevin Jones on a 4 birdie run himself, and he's crawled his way back up to a tie for 8th place, so good grit from Kevin Jones. Was back on Friday, Sexton. We saw him get to eagle position here with that same shot. We do not have a camera on the green. And, of course, we're going to get no reaction from Calvin.
Yeah, he overdrove this basket. I mean, that's kind of the shred of hope left for Oram, I think. If he can match what we saw from Calvin, get down there for a look at a 2.
And Emerson Keith going for the big shot as well, and you can expect McBeth to do the same. And our tournament director and Steven Story has pretty much confirmed everything we've said about this hole, that if you go up and over, there is a plinko factor, and you could find yourself either out of position or possibly even out of bounds. But if you get lucky, you might be looking at that eagle opportunity.
Yeah, and I think that's one reason why, if you're Ricky Wysocki, I think you just keep it low here. I see no reason for Ricky to go over the top. Of course, I very rarely say change your game plan, but I think here with a 3-stroke lead, keep it low, keep it down the middle, and Ricky will have at least 10 minutes to think about what he's going to do.
We're unofficially getting some word of just how successful that tee shot was by Calvin. We'll check back with that. But first, we've got Katrina Allen. Looks like she's got a very small window to navigate through here on hole number 5.
Yeah, and this hole is under 300 feet, and this is Katrina's third throw. So she hit early off the tee. Here's where her second shot landed. And like you said, still not easy to get to the basket.
So she's hoping to get up and down and walk away with a bogey. From there, she'll have a look at just that. And of course, we're going to rejoin the Silver Series. That will be the next iteration of what you'll see here on the Disc Golf Network. The Vintage Open taking place on Saturday, April 10th. We invite you guys to join us. The only place that you can find that coverage is right here on the Disc Golf Network. So please make sure you're tuned in. That is a Thursday, Friday, Saturday event, with our final round being live on Saturday, April 10th. Excited to check out yet a new property, something that we haven't necessarily seen. We feel like this property is new to so many of us. I feel like that event will also bring us a fresh new course perspective. We'll see as so many of our top pros battle it. And speaking of such, this is Missy Gannon. Missy, a slow start. She's 1 over. This is a birdie look, Val.
It is, but you can see far outside. And already today, Missy has had a few attempts at circle 2, and not quite online as I would expect her to be. Missy Gannon's right there in the hunt. It's just going to take whatever player can get a few more birdies. That's the player that's going to keep charging ahead. There's quite a battle between this lead card, who they're not shooting great, but that chase card, they have the energy right now. They have the momentum, and I'm not sure they're looking at you, Disc, but they're definitely gating on this lead card.
Well, it's incredible as Alexis Mondahano and Rebecca Cox both making a charge from the chase card. And oh no.
No way. Katrina Allen. This is going to be her second double bogey of the day. She still has yet to birdie. So that's 2 big errors on her scorecard. Ooh. That one hurt here in the booth. On the other side of the country, Haley King was able to tap in her birdie there.
Wow, heading back, this is our
birdie for Haley.
Our chase card, and that was Emerson Keith who made that putt for birdie you just saw a moment ago. This is Kevin Jones. Wow. This is Kevin putting for his birdie.
Yeah, Kevin taking that nice low line. And now we have Calvin Heimberg. This is his eagle look.
No way.
Sexton, come on.
What is this guy?
He actually toned it down. He's on the short side of the creek, and it's a tap-in eagle for Calvin Heimberg.
Wow.
That's going to take Calvin all the way to, I believe, 18 under par and up into a tie for 5th place, along with Casey White, Garrett Gerthy, and, of course, Kevin Jones, who just birdied as well. So it's a battle for that solo 5th place position. Now, Ricky has the same disc that he went over the top with on the horseshoe. I think he's definitely going up. No question about it.
Here's Waisaki's tee shot on 17.
Wide again, Terry. He has gone wide all 3 rounds. And our cameraman unable to find that. Yeah, he's just saying it's way up there.
And you wonder, did Oram does he know, after just watching Calvin's shot, does he know that that was parked? Does he even have the arm? Does anyone have the arm to match what Calvin did? I mean, clearly Macbeth and Kevin Jones not able to keep up on this occasion. So I don't know if it matters if he saw the line or not. Can he even execute at that height?
Chris very much with some sneaky distance. You don't necessarily think, oh, this guy can crush, but he does.
he definitely has some distance, but Heimberg is on another level from even Macbeth, to be completely honest. No disrespect to Paul's distance and whatsoever, but, you know, we know Calvin can crush it out there. Looks like Mattio's going to keep it low, not willing to change his game plan whatsoever. I kind of have to respect Matt in that case.
Yeah, he's going right up the middle. He's has a 3-stroke deficit, but
oh, just a beautiful shot inside that final cedar tree there, Terry, on the left.
That should be almost a jump putt down to the basket.
Yeah, beautiful execution from Matt Oram. Casey going to go with the power sidearm low. That's a little wide. Oh, and he gets caught up. I think that actually was okay for him, because if you're a little wide, there is a lot of trees on that left side. Question is, where is Ricky's disc? Can he find at least, I think he just needs 2 pars, and that's all he will ask for.
And now here we are on hole 6 with Missy Gannon.
This is a reachable hole for this group, and Missy absolutely pures it.
No putting required. I think anybody on their worst day could still tap that one in. So great shot by Missy Gannon. We'll keep an eye on what she's doing out there. And here we have, like I said, the 3-stroke advantage by Wysocki.
And we should take a moment just to say that what Ricky has done is really incredible. We were talking, get to 28, you win the tournament. But it's Ricky's just ability to not let the bogeys bother him. He just continues to step up to every tee, stay aggressive. He's even unwilling here on 17 to change up his game plan. He is so confident. It's amazing, and that's what it takes to be a champion out here on the biggest stage.
Yeah, and it remains to be seen. He might even have a simple birdie here. It's hard to say. Depends where that disc came to rest. But yeah, absolutely. Foot on the gas all the way home. I don't expect anything different on the 18th. He's probably just going to go a full distance driver rip, get it up there.
And Casey doesn't get all the way through the opening here. So I know we've talked about it. He may be in control of his own destiny as to if it's a 5th place finish, whether it's in sole 5th place or possibly in a tie. But right now things are very, very tight at that -18 mark.
Yeah, because Heimberg and Jones in the group ahead are both at that 18 as well. So a birdie from, we know Calvin has the power to get up the hill. We know Kevin has the power to get up the hill. Can they get to 19, or can Casey find himself at 19?
Well, right now he's at best looking at a par here.
And here's Rick, well left, but again, he spent a lot of time over here over the first 2 days.
He does know this area.
Yeah, and we've all experienced that some of the trees certainly more favorable than others out here on this course. Getting stuck behind some of them can be a challenge. Oh, and it can also be quite rewarding.
Could not agree with you more on that one, Terry.
Simple approach for, oh, beautiful shot.
Great execution from Matt Oram. I think in this scenario, Matty doing just what he can do. You know, he obviously would have loved to have that putt fall on 16, but here's Ricky. Now, Ricky, he's
going to jump putt a driver.
Yeah, and he does have 2 discs in his hand, but
he's going to 1 knee here in the tree.
Yeah, he's got a lot of trees between him and the pin.
This is the same destroyer he teed with.
Exactly.
What an interesting play. And he's playing for that skip, and it looks like it should work.
Good night.
Yeah.
When's the last time, other than a park job, when's the last time you saw one of our elite level professionals putting with a driver?
Not often, but I think actually in this case it was the perfect disc because he used all that sharp edge to just take that really flare skip around the corner. And yeah, I think, Sexton, you said it right. It's almost a good night scenario. Now it's a little bit of jockeying for position and who's going to finish in what place. Of course, there's Terry, you talked about it on Friday. Here on the national tour, 6 events. It is a point series, and the leader at the end of those 6 events does get a bonus. So points important here. Of course, from experience, these guys aren't too worried about it, but there's always pride in the higher, or I should say the lower the number next to your name at the end of the weekend is.
Yeah, and not only does the winner of the national tour get a bonus, I believe the top 10 to maybe even 15 spots will pick up a bonus paycheck thanks to the PDGA and all the efforts they're putting together for the national tour here in 2021.
Yeah, great point.
Look at Wysocki, just 11 under in play.
Exactly. And probably Ricky will say in his post-round interview, if he does get to 11, well, I really wanted the 12.
Yeah, I left a few out
and,
there.
I can't believe I bogeyed hole number 8. I mean, come on. But, yeah, just a dominant performance so far from Ricky. Dickerson here for his birdie. This would move him to 23 into a tie with Matt Oram for the moment. Oh, and just a little fluff. And, not surprised here because of the OB behind the pin.
Yeah, very easy to be tentative on that putt. Here's Wysocki. And never a doubt.
And what a closer. I mean, that's 6 in a row. Just slamming the door.
Yeah, 6 in a row and 7 out of the last 8.
And you would almost expect him to birdie 18.
Yeah, that would match that fantastic 8 under back 9 we saw from Eagle McMahon. I mean, you just can't beat that. If he comes down the stretch like that, it's not possible.
So a beautiful birdie from Matt Oram. The par with Dickerson is, well, Matty O. I think he's going to be solo second place. Chris Dickerson with a birdie on 18 will lock in a solo third place finish. And Paul McBeth, an effort, but just not enough.
Not giving us exactly. Well, right now it looks like it's going to be it's currently a 2-woman race between Haley King and Rebecca Cox. They're trying to pull away from the field. They have 2 of the best scores out on the course in the early goings, and it feels as if they have most of the momentum. Now, interestingly enough, they're not on the same card with one another, so they're not going to be able to necessarily see what each other is doing unless they're checking UDisc, or if Haley catches up and maybe is at a little bit of a backup to see what Rebecca is doing on that chase card. So great starts for both of them. Again, Haley 2 under to open. Rebecca Cox has moved to 4 under through the first 7 holes, and we'll keep an eye on the rest of the field. But right now, Haley and Rebecca trying to pull away from everyone else, Val.
It's fun competition going on, and again, players on 2 separate cards, and so that the pressure is there definitely for Haley, but I think it's maybe a little bit easier for Rebecca. She knows she has to make up ground, and so that kind of adds to that kind of sense of urgency, and Rebecca's doing a great job right now.
Well, of course, and we'll continue to check back in with them. We've got 1 more hole left to play here on hole number 18. They're just waiting for the chase card, and shortly after we catch up with Ricky Wysocki as our champion, we will then, of course, jump right into the FPO coverage to bring you that battle, so stay tuned.
And just ahead, Terry, Paul McBeth did cash in a birdie. 8 under par round for Paul, currently at 22, tied with Chris Dickerson in that 3rd place position. We did see Heimberg and Jones both par, giving Casey White with a birdie a chance to walk away with the solo 5th place finish.
And wow, McBeth from 60 feet.
That's almost just I don't care anymore. I want out of here. But it was a beautiful shot. Rick, can he get up above that last little bit? Oh, my goodness. What a shot from the champion, Ricky Wysocki. And that will also tie the course record.
Well, as you guys know, as winners of many events, it is always a politeness, kind of a courtesy to let the champion tap out last. And even if that means going out of order, they likely, it won't even matter. Wysocki's just going to sit there and wait his turn to tap in the final shot of the tournament. And Matteo, who put up a great battle.
Oh, just the last tree for Matteo, and regardless, Matteo clear of third place. And Matty, an incredible effort for Matt Oram, somebody we haven't talked a whole lot about in the last year of live coverage anyways, but really just a fantastic weekend for Matt and something that he can build on moving forward.
Yeah, just great. I mean, in the same way that you kind of, as much as you can feel sorry for Paul McBeth, I mean, all the success he's had, Rick has been unbeatable 2 weeks in a row. I don't think that's a stretch to say. And Matt left it all out there and played fantastic. And Paul last week averaged over 1070, and it didn't get the job done. And Rick came back right where he left off. Unbeatable is the word that comes to mind for me for these last 2 weeks.
Let's see if Casey White can finish with a birdie. Take sole position of fifth. That looks high and right, and unfortunately.
Well, unfortunately, that's actually going to be a stretch to even stay in fifth. That'll be a tough par, but let's take a look at it one more time. Ricky Wysocki, 2 weeks in a row, just putting the stamp of a champion on the Texas State title.
Wow. That guy going out there trying to earn himself that Texas State belt buckle. Incredible performance. Ricky Wysocki looking to tie now the 11 under course record.
Now, do they just have a ditch in the cemetery for Ricky to go into?
There will be a live burial here on air. This is getting morbid. All right, all right.
No, I mean, look, it's a point of pride to be here on the 18th of the Dogwood course. I certainly would love to be there.
Well, Casey White has a lot of work to do. Let's see if he can flick this up to the pin and save his par. He's going to have to make a special putt like he did in the opening round just to save that par.
Yeah, long putt there for Casey.
And really just taking this a step farther, if you look at it, Casey White, if he does bogey, unfortunately that will drop him all the way down to a tie for 9th place with James Conrad. Still great company, him and Eagle McMahon, of course, but with so many people tied, this one extra stroke will be quite significant. Jay Redding walking up the fairway. Ricky all smiles.
You got to think Ricky moving into the, if not already, into the conversation for maybe the winningest player in Texas history. 5 state championships. That's nearly approaching half his professional career he's spent hanging around as the Texas State champion. I mean, that's not easy to do.
Yeah, for our highest level events, Ricky certainly is in that conversation. If you scale it back slightly to people that have stayed regional, I think Bradley Williams would certainly put up a fight for that, or Emerson Keith. Those guys have absolutely dominated Texas for the last 5 or 7 years or so.
I'm referring only to the state championship.
Of course.
Like who's got the most state championships, but clearly there's players with far more Texas wins. Absolutely.
This is huge putt for Casey White to remain in a tie for 5th.
It's really, well, long putt here for par, of course. Oh, what an effort from Casey White. It's really unfortunate because 3 days worth of just incredible effort from Casey in his own mind, unfortunately, will be erased with this bogey. This is the only thing he is going to remember. A terrible tee shot and a bogey on the last hole. But either way, Casey, if you're listening to this tomorrow or whenever, you did great, young man, and nothing to hang your head on.
Matty would love to roll Tide one more time.
Just laying it up, sort of confirming that he wants that second place. He now has admitted it is over. And now Chris Dickerson, this is a big putt. This is for solo 3rd as he would move 1 stroke ahead of Paul Macbeth.
Yeah, nothing quite like knocking Macbeth off the podium.
Instead, he will share that final 3rd place spot with Paul Macbeth. Again, not a bad place to be, but Chris Dickerson not able to quite close out the final hole 18. Incredible performance, though. Matty O, valiant effort, provided an incredible battle for us. Casey White, also very impressive weekend. You've said that so much, Nate. Couldn't agree more. Chris Dickerson will tap in. He is a little closer. And your Texas State Championship winner, Ricky Wysocki.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 Texas State champion, Ricky Wysocki.
Let's go, guys.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go. What is it, belt buckle?
Oh, yeah.
That's legit. Texas style, I like it. That's amazing. Let's see it.
Hold up like that.
Awesome. Thanks, dude. Thank you, guys. All right, scores real fast.
Ricky.
Yeah, you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do this.
All right.
Ricky, congratulations. Another big win this weekend. Looked like you were ready to run away with it early, but a few frustrations. You got your game together at the back end of the rounds. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling great. I mean, I felt really good from the start to finish of this event. Whether I was winning or not was a whole nother story. If I'm in the right mindset to win, that's all that matters for me, and I know I can win at any point in time. And so even after the first round, I was down 3 strokes, and I still felt like I was winning just because where my game was at, where my confidence was at. And I knew that if I just finished strong and didn't have any mental hiccups, because that's the biggest thing out here, if you have mental hiccups, that can turn into a double or even worse real quick. So I was happy to play a smooth round today. I had 1 bogey, but I had a lot of birdie opportunities, and I made a clutch putt on 12 that really, I think really, in my mind, separated myself from the field.
You were really close on a couple big putts heading up to that hole on 12, and then you finally got that one on 12. How much can one moment really set the tone for the rest of the round?
A great amount. I mean, I think you guys all see I put a lot of energy when I make long putts. I live for that, and that creates my spark a lot of times is these long putts, and I think that on 12 that's really what happened. It sparked me, and it allowed me to birdie all the holes coming in down the stretch. I think I birdied the last 6 or 7 holes coming in, and that's how you win a tournament with an exclamation mark.
2 big wins in 2 weeks. How would you rate the state of your game at the moment?
It's amazing. It's at the point now where I feel like I'm consistently playing at a high level. It's not just here and there. I think I'm Saki Bomb is back and here to stay. I think for sure. I like that saying, but I think it means a lot to me, and it definitely rings true with my game. And I just want to show everybody this week that it's true. My confidence is back, and I'm really excited for the future because this is repeatable.
So much support from your fans out there. Everyone's rooting you on. You got anything you want to say to people who've been cheering you on this week?
Yeah, no, I definitely want to thank my tour manager Ari. And I want to thank her, and I want to thank my sponsor, Innova. They send people out here to support me. It's been an amazing feat to have them and like family out here supporting me. Circle One Disc Golf, Ridge Roller, and Birdie Disc Golf. Those are all my sponsors supporting me, and it's amazing. I'm glad I can give back to my sponsors and show you guys what I can do.
Once again, your 2021 Texas State Disc Golf champion, Ricky Wysocki. Congrats, Ricky, and we look forward to seeing you tear it up the rest of the season.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Ricky Wysocki.
Wow, incredible performance. And there were 2 big words that I took out of what he just said. He said confidence, and he also said consistency. And Nate Sexton, you said it a little bit earlier today. Maybe you could even add a 3rd word to that. Unbeatable?
That's where I'm going with it. I think, it's been a carousel at the top of our game. Sometimes Paul Macbeth seems unbeatable. Sometimes Wysocki seems unbeatable. Lately, Eagle and Dickerson and Heimberg have jumped in there. But that's the best player in the world right now. It's what have you done for me lately? And to me, that you're looking at the best player in the world at his peak, in his prime, just controlling it start to finish.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Nate Sexton. It really, you hear him say it, Saki Bomb is back. See, this is a different Ricky Wysocki. The Ricky that we knew before the Lyme disease issue and sort of him having to go through all of that trials and tribulation, the big victory at Ledgestone last year, that really just almost changed Ricky's life in a lot of ways. This is a guy that's already had a full-on career. But the last 2 weekends, just completely dominant performance in almost a historical way. And I think we're very close to seeing Ricky be able to potentially just sort of dominate the tour. As he said, this is repeatable, but he's going to have to just sort of kind of hone it back just a little bit. You can't always go 1,000,000 miles an hour and expect not to crash. But ultimately, congratulations, Ricky. Just an incredible performance yet.
Well, and as he said, that was the best way you could possibly close it out. Such a performance from him. He is then awarded the championship title, so congratulations to him as well. We're going to stand down for just a moment. We're going to listen to a few words from our sponsors. Of course, we're going to come back. We're going to have Valerie Jenkins rejoin us in the booth. We're also going to catch up a little bit with Nate Sexton as he's going to provide additional insight. The FPO battle continues. Of course, we're excited to present it to you right here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll be back in a moment.
Excellence to me is about constant self-analysis. Which habits are helping me towards my goals and which ones aren't? It's the same with nutrition.
The foods I eat should help make my mind and my body the best they can be. Thunderbird makes that simple.
How do you build your better game? Reps, focus, the right equipment. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
This is Latitude64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Love getting outside and challenging yourself to become better? How about spending time with family and friends, or just marveling at the pure joy of flight? Then you've come to the right place at the right time. Join the PDGA.
Our warehouse manager, Dylan, is on vacation this week, so we decided to bring Heather in to keep things running at a high level. She's already had a huge impact on our crew, and overall, they've embraced the changes surprisingly well. We're really happy with how Heather is doing in this new leadership role.
Royal means no more sharp flashing. It means a super smooth feel on the outer and bottom rim. It's everything we've learned about discs. So whether you want to rip the rive or have those long controlled drives with grace, maybe you want to watch the disc hold the angles with trust, or make that long putt for the birdie with faith. You get it with the Royals by Latitude64.
Passion is more than fiery emotion. It feeds the spark to start your day. It fuels your obsessions. It inspires your dreams. Passion challenges your fears, and it repeatedly bathes you in sweat until you are transformed into a new, better you. Disc golf isn't just your passion, it's ours too.
The Texas State Championships are presented by Latitude64, when quality matters.
I'm feeling great. It was raining, so it was nice to pull into first during that rain round. Definitely, I've been struggling with my putt for the beginning of the season, and now I feel like I'm finally confident with it. I actually am a lot more positive when it's raining because you're going to have a lot of errant shots, and I'm expecting it this time, so.
Welcome back, everyone. Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, alongside four-time world champion in Valerie Jenkins. And Val, incredible finish on the MPO side, but they're done. We don't care about what happened there. We're seeing a battle take place right here on the FPO side. You've been watching the scores, and there's a couple of competitors that are just off to the races.
Yeah, and I mean, I got chills from that teaser there because even in the rain yesterday, those incredible putts from Katrina to get her onto this lead card, and Haley, she was making those putts to save herself. It wasn't a great round out of her yesterday, but she still was at the top, and from that interview, it sounds like she's in a pretty good mind frame going into this weekend. She's had to battle through some injuries last year and even a little bit just a few weeks back. So Haley is looking very strong. You can see 2 strokes ahead of Rebecca at this point, almost halfway through the course, but the battle continues, and it's going to be something we got to really keep our eyes on.
Well, and I also, just in the last few moments since opening here, we see that Rebecca has her first blemish. She's on the chase card. She had started with 3 consecutive birdies to open the round. She had birdied hole number 7, but just a few moments ago she completed hole number 8 where she had taken a bogey. So that still puts her at 3 under for today's round, and that's exactly where Haley King is at, 3 under for today's round. And we'll see if Rebecca can keep making the chart. She was nearly perfect in the fairways during the opening round. Let's see what she can follow up with here during the closing round.
And we have yet to see a player come out of this course without an error. It's just bound to happen. but how can you bounce back? So we're going to keep an eye on that. Rebecca's looked so consistent and confident in these straight beeline shots.
Just a bit low and left, but I didn't hear it hit any of the trees. And here's Owen Scoggins. Owen without any bogeys, but she's keeping things relatively even keel. She did, or correction, without any birdies. She has bogeyed 2 out of the last 3. She did open with 5 straight pars. A little frustration from her, and Sarah Holcomb, unfortunately, a lot of color on her scorecard and not necessarily the good ones. We see her with the 2 birdies, but she's also struggled. She's had a few bogeys and a double bogey. That drive might start to turn things around for her.
Yeah, that sounded good to me. When you don't hear any tree kicks, you know you got some good distance.
Well, and here we're going to take a look at hole number 8, exactly what they were trying to navigate. I'm sorry, hole number 9, as to what they are trying to navigate through here, coming in as the 7th hardest hole on the course. You see that birdie percentage, just 7% of our women thus far able to capitalize. So it certainly should feel a little bit like a bonus if you can get yourself in position for the bird.
Yeah, and at 350 feet, this is reachable for everyone in the top caliber of this division. So it's attackable, but players need to make sure that they're hitting the correct line with all that power, because this is going to require possibly a distance driver, a fast speed driver to make sure that you can throw it that far. And we know from experience, and maybe new players out there don't know, but you're able to control maybe fairway drivers or mid-ranges a little bit easier. But when you're busting out a distance driver in the woods, you can get into trouble.
Certainly you see the skips and the flares. It can be so much more pronounced once they hit the ground. Owen had, she's now coming back out from that right side. She had chipped out to this position. She seems to be really frustrated with her effort thus far. And now still with a little bit of work to do as she goes to the patent pending stance.
Yeah, not a great chip out. I mean, she's barely outside of the woods. So having to do an Anheuser shot. Oh, and that got a great skip near the basket.
And right in the middle of the fairway, of course short, but easy approach shot, or at least hopefully attempt here by Rebecca.
And again, this is our chase card. So they're just 1 hole ahead of our lead card. But we know Rebecca Cox is in a running for that lead.
Well, and you could win from literally anywhere in the world during the Women's Global event, Saturday and Sunday, May 8th and 9th here in 2021. This is an incredible opportunity for local events to take place and to have these satellite events all around the country and all around the world. Here's Holly Finley. I've seen this move before, and believe it or not, yes, she actually does practice that shot where she uses the long extension of her legs there, where she sits down and then ultimately reaches out and look to be pretty effective. And certainly what I would consider a candidate here for a play different shot of the day by Upper Park.
I mean, it's so crazy. I've been in rounds with her where she's done this. The sit putt, the sit throw. I mean, that's really taking all of your lower body out of play here. But she has such long limbs. I mean, she could easily just kind of straddle out, pop a little sidearm. But that's a signature throw from Holly Finley.
You do not get nominated for a play different shot of the day by just stretching out with that one, Val. And unfortunately for Holcomb, not quite enough power to get an up and over the rim there.
So Rebecca here putting for par. So she won't move much, but she won't improve either. So she's now 2 strokes back of Haley. And really, those two are almost off and running compared to the rest of the field, compared to that tie for third, which seems to be growing and then separating.
Well, and I think what's incredible is, what we're going to see next time we take a look at the scores of just the separation of how well the top is playing, and then everyone else is just trying to kind of limp through right now, and the top really just trying to, like you said, kind of run away with things. Easy tap in. Well, standing upright.
I've actually never tried the sit throw. I mean, I can't really talk bad about it. I got to give it a go.
Well, as you said, I think it takes away a lot of that lower body power. But here's what I was just referencing a moment ago. Look at the rounds by Haley and Rebecca at -2 and -3, respectively. But then so many women above par. Katrina, Valerie, Owen, Sarah, and Lisa. And they're not just 1 or 2 over. They're 3 and 4 over. So I just look at I'll say it again, the separation and how well both Haley and Rebecca are performing here in the early goings.
Yeah, and comparing it to the scores we were seeing in the first day, there were so many birdies, and people were really putting up some great rounds, and it was similar conditions as it is today. Maybe a little bit more added pressure, maybe those bad experiences are still in their mind, and I would expect players to be doing better as the days go on and dialing in those shots a little bit more, but it's not seeming to be the case. The players that have already shot consistent rounds, they're still keeping to that, and we can see their names right at the top.
Well, we know Holly Finley, for instance, incredibly comfortable playing in the woods. She talks about how that's her favorite style of golf, so maybe no surprise to see her also performing well on the weekend as we take a look at hole number 10, the par 4.
Yeah, this is a beautiful hole. Opens up a little wider than most of the fairways here on this dogwood course, but we can see, like any other wooded fairway out here, you want to stay in the fairway as much as possible. That's going to give you the opportunity to land in that great landing zone and set yourself up for a solid second shot. This one, the players can be aggressive on the second and hopefully skip up and past these trees at the very end. But this is one that can definitely birdie if you're in the right position. And really, every hole on this course is birdieable, and we've seen it throughout the weekend, so it is possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, every hole is very bogeyable as well, if that's quite a phrase. And I know we were just talking about Haley, maybe no surprise as to how much her putting has done for her. And you also see her picking up strokes in plenty of other ways, too. The strokes gained from the tee, I think it was 12.55, just incredible what she's out here doing this weekend. And here we have the third card. This is Jessica Weiss for birdie.
And Jessica has really played great all weekend. She was vying for the lead in that first round, and even yesterday's round really came bouncing back. Of course, you can find those issues here on the course, but that's going to be nice to Jessica. That's her second birdie of the day. She's at 4 over, though, so a little bit of issues on the first few holes.
Alexis there tapping in.
And she is shredding it. She has moved up 5 spots.
And Stephanie Vincent also will be tapping in. Now, Stephanie, I think if I did some research a little bit earlier and talking with Stephen Story, Stephanie has performed well here throughout the years. I think she's also been runner-up a few times at this event. So she's here to play today as well.
But we will be keeping an eye on the battle of the Monduhano sisters, because at this point, Alexis in that third card has moved herself way up the leaderboard.
Pretty substantial.
I think we're hearing Sarah Holcomb explaining that she has a callus from the handle on her cart.
I think this is from driving, because I'm like a left-handed driver.
Looks like Holly Finley is ready to go. Also, big shout out to Trent Nickel there, who's been putting together some of those incredible montages we've seen. Low left side.
I know Holly Finley's having a field day playing this course this weekend. Of course, we always say it. She loves playing the wooded golf, and it's truly showing. I mean, and speaking of people that love playing wooded golf, we know Sarah Holcomb is one of those players, really working the angles with her sidearm, and she could just really finesse it down the fairway.
It's a little tree kick, and doesn't look like that hurt. Holcomb is currently in a tie for 9th. And Owen Scoggins into that relatively common area. We've talked about Rebecca Cox, how she came out firing in the opening round, lacing just about every fairway. She was doing it from the fairway, and she was doing it with her putter, Val.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca shot a 6 down in round 1, and she ended up taking 1 bogey, but it was by choice. She laid up underneath the basket. I think she was just outside circle 1, but she was looking very strong with her putter regardless. And I think showing the statistics today, it's very similar with the drives. She's very accurate with that flip up and laser type drives. And it helps to get your disc that close to the basket, and you don't have to worry about putting.
Yeah, when no putting is required, it makes your day that much easier. And certainly in a very impressive opening round for Rebecca. This is her to save her par on hole 18 to remain at 6 under. And the control and the finesse throughout. Nice work by Rebecca. Now she's lining up. Looks like she's got a forehand. And that tree, she's got to be careful, because depending on how her swing comes through, she wants to make sure that she doesn't follow through all the way and then possibly hitting her wrist or her hand on that small tree.
And this just shows landing on the fairway would be very helpful at this point. Ooh. Not sure if she's still in the woods over there. Yeah, but that'll be a lengthy putt for a birdie still. And the fun part of what was going on in that first round, Rebecca and Haley were on the same card together, and they were matching each other's shots and hitting big putts against one another. And I felt like that momentum was really just going back and forth, and they were feeding off of each other's energy. Today, they continue battling, but from 2 different cards. So it's an interesting thing we have going on. We'll see if we can get a winner out of a chase card. That's always an exciting way to finish.
And Sarah Holcomb absolutely puring that shot. She's going to be underneath the basket with a drop-in birdie. What should be her 3rd birdie of the round. No surprise to see Owen with a forehand approach, but something doesn't seem on with Own today. I've seen her play so solid and so consistent for a number of years, actually, and I know we always talk about how incredible her putting is, which it is, but just the 3 or 4 shots I've seen her throw so far today, I'm quite surprised. She seems a bit off.
Yeah, I think she needs us just to talk about it a little bit more. I know that happened yesterday. Like, oh, yeah, she's not really hitting the putts that we're expecting out of her. And then to finish, I think she had 3, couple just inside the circle and a massive putt on 17. It's still in there. She just has to be in the right position to make something happen.
And the very disciplined pitch out there by Holly Finley.
Holly's such a smart golfer in that respect, where she doesn't get overly greedy when she knows she doesn't have the right line. And so I think that's what makes her such a great woods golfer. She's not putting too much pressure on every shot. If she's out of position, she will choose to lay up and get in a better spot.
Yeah, and here, if she can get up and down, which I'm fully expecting to see, she'd still be walking away with the par. And, you know, there's a lesson to be learned there, everyone. Rather than going for the hero shot, rather going for the 1 in 100 shot that she might have had if she just reached out and just barely hit that small gap to possibly get up near the green, she pitched out, and in this instance, she was able to get up and down and still walk away with the par. And I'll even take that a step farther and say, even if it was going to be for a bogey, it still looked like it would have been the right move. You have to be willing to do that from time to time.
I'm not saying it's easy.
It's not. You have to suppress. You have to hold back your pride for a moment and just say, hey, let's be content with taking a bogey instead of turning this into a double or a triple, because then you're just going to second guess yourself and say, why didn't I just pitch out?
Exactly. Wow. So look at where Rebecca ended up. I mean, can't see the basket at all, even though she's in full extension off to the left-hand side. She's lining up a forehand roller. Okay. That worked out all right. She's still going to have one large tree, I think, in the way of her putt, but was able to pitch out, and she'll at least have a putt from there.
Easy approach for Own.
I'm waiting to see who is next up in around the putting
Thinking
area.
It's going to be, Rebecca off to that right-hand side. Now, the real question is, will it be obstructed? I think her footing might be a little awkward, but what about the actual path from that she needs to throw her disc on?
Wow, and I feel like camera angles or on tape, the putts look closer than they are. And so that just proves that this is probably around circle's edge. And now Rebecca having to get on her knee to get the right angle. So you got to think it's going to require all arm power. Oh, man, that was a great effort.
It was just over the basket.
You want to play a game? Yeah. No?
That's sweet.
Oh, she's not going to play? Yeah, so I can't lose. Don't worry, sorry.
Haley getting prepped, and someone had asked if she was interested in playing a little hacky sack or play a game, and then she replied with saying, well, if I don't play, I can't lose, which is certainly a She's right on that.
Odd statement to say while she's leading a tournament. Haley just racked up another birdie there on hole 9, so that was them waiting on the tee of 10. So just waiting for this chase card to clear out. But Haley was able to hit a 27-foot putt, so just inside the circle for that birdie. And good putt from Rebecca. That was a par as she finished out. I was struggling the entire way, but to come out with a par, I think is a fine thing. Rebecca should be able to shake that off and kind of get back to the game plan, get back on track with those birdies.
And Holly will tap in as they're trying to close out on the green of 10. And I think in a few moments we're also going to have Nate Sexton rejoin us to give us some insights as to what's been happening out here.
Oh, I'm back, and I heard you guys talking about a hacky sack loss, and I just want to say that can really do a lot to your confidence. You don't want to lose a game of hacky sack,
yeah,
especially when you're getting these vibes going, trying to win a tournament. That can be. I think Haley made the right call. Steer clear.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you could lose at hacky sack. I thought it was like catch. Like, can you lose at catch? I don't know.
I mean, if you take one in the face, I think you've officially lost at catch. So, yeah. Here's Katrina firing up the right side. If it stays clean, it does.
Wow, showing it the two different ways to find that layup zone. The similar shot to what we saw Own take, but this is a great view from middle of the fairway here on the two shots. You have straight up the gut there on the left-hand side, or that big hyzer, kind of softer landing coming in.
Looks like a pretty similar shot from Valerie here of what we just saw from Katrina. Maybe not quite as much distance.
Missy Gannon right there in 4th place. Taking an even par for today's round. She's in a good position. This is that kind of maintain, because the gap is starting to grow and Missy is on the good side of that race.
She's up on the right side. We're going to jump ahead to the chase card. This is hole number 11. Here's Holly Finley. Trying to get that to flip up just a little bit. Well, it doesn't flip up, but it also stays clean, so she may have a long look. Holly, a very proficient Circle 2 putter, something she's been practicing on over the offseason, more now than ever, actually. Owns forehand off to the left side, maybe a little bit closer to the pin.
And while we've been talking about Rebecca and Haley, the race there, with that bogey for Rebecca, she's 3 back of Haley, but in her same card, actually, Holly Finley. The battle is happening between those two with one stroke separating them. Back here with our lead card as we just wait, I think, for Haley to step up to her shot.
She played a quick solo game of hacky sack. She's like, all right, I've got this. I've won. Now it's time to move down the fairway.
And now with Haley leading by 3, I know she checks her phone a lot. I'm not sure if she's one of those people that's keeping track of the scores. I know, Terry, you familiar with Haley and her game.
Yeah, I feel like she does, and I know there's a lot of competitors that will look at the scores and be, really in tune with them, and there's some that will go on their phone and they'll purposely play a game. I've seen Katrina Allen, do a crossword puzzle on her phone or something of that nature, or flip through Instagram, but not necessarily concerned about the score. So everyone has a different attack for how they're going to either distract or keep them mentally acute during a round. Nate, I'll ask you, when you're out on the course and you're in the midst of a battle, are you ever concerning yourself with the scores, or are you just worried about your next shot?
Only at the very, very end. I'm a power down the phone guy. So it also, as much as I love UDisc, it also gives me a great out to never have to be the guy who does the UDisc. So I always say, hey, sorry, phone's in the car. I don't have a device with me. But no, then I will definitely go and ask a spectator or the UDisc score person. If I'm in the hunt, 2 or 3 left, then I definitely want to know. Up until that point, it's just try to play my game plan, do the best I can.
Yeah, and I would go along with that and say, within the FPO division and the MPO division, very much, it is so diverse across the board as to who concerns themselves. I've seen a number of our players will pull up their phone and they're literally checking UDisc after almost every single throw. And I don't know if it's just because they're interested in what their friends are doing, or if they feel like it somehow is going to impact what they're doing. But everybody handles it a little bit differently, as we see a beautiful approach shot there by Valerie. One thing of note is just yesterday, one of the hotter rounds that came in happened to be someone celebrating a birthday. I wanted to shout out Adam Hammis for that yesterday, as he had an incredible round, and I know he keeps track of those types of things as well very much. All right, and we're going to take a look at Rebecca. I believe this is a birdie bid on the hole just in front of where we're at.
Hit those twigs just right out of her hand. She hit a few of those to start the round today, so it's not impossible for Rebecca Cox. But right now, the gap is starting to increase. Haley King has now 3 strokes, and it's kind of what I was wondering. Does Haley know the score right now? Ultimately, she just needs to know she has to make every shot happen.
When we talk about how good of a putter Haley is, one place that's rare for her to miss is low. Is there anything to take from that, Nate? Has it been a long weekend, perhaps, or am I trying to read too much into one throw?
That would be my sense. I don't think I would go draw much from that. More just a miscue, a chance to maybe sharpen her focus with the frustration of something just like that. I think both those players are going to go back to the bag, have a little deep breath, and just say, man, no more of that. I'm done with that. I got to be committed here.
Yeah, and looking at UDisc, I mean, Haley just hit 2 27-foot putts in a row. So she's had those 2 putts, made the 2 putts, unfortunately not making that one stick.
Yeah, if she made every 27-footer, we wouldn't have to have these tournaments anymore. So, that's part of it, as we see Katrina make the opposite mistake. I think sometimes that can be a thing. You see 2 players miss low right in front of you. Sometimes that can you can feel their frustration. You're like, not me. I'm a little smarter than that. I'll get high enough, and before you know it, a little too much, and you're off the band.
And today just has to be so extremely frustrating for Katrina. She was a front runner yesterday's round, fought her way back up to this lead card, and today falling short.
Oh, and Missy misses that putt as well.
Yeah, and we were a little zoomed in on the basket to tell. She was obviously astonished by it. I think she had a good putt. I'm guessing that was a surprising result for her, because she paused for a moment thinking that it was in, and then it may have popped out on her. So
Unlucky.
Ooh.
Left hand bag
Yeah.
on.
Wow, that is confidence.
Here, I don't know if that's what I would call it. I would be careful with that. I don't know. Confidence, not the word that was going through my head.
Well, let's
Cavalier, perhaps.
Okay. Haley King, and some incredible highlights that we've seen from her in the 2020 season. Of course, this is out at Smuggler's Notch. I believe she was hunting down Paige Pierce and battling with her back and forth at this incredible event.
I mean, it all came down to the very last hole. Haley battled. That first putt that we saw, that huge putt on the elevated basket, that was to put her in the tie going into 18, and she fought through, ended up short on so many tournaments, but when it counted in the playoff with Paige Pierce at the Tour Championship, Haley came out on top.
The young gun knows how to win is what we can take away from all of those incredible experiences she's had. You mentioned it. She's been short a few times to some of the sport's best players of all time, but she also has found a way to get past them. And this weekend, there's a few of them that she's all but leaving in the dust right now in terms of the performance that she's put up. She's arrived. Does this build more confidence for her, Nate, as we see Haley King and what she knows she can do?
It better. You know, if that last putt we saw in that little graphic, that was a $20,000 putt. Never in my life did I think I would see anyone make a putt for that much money. Not even a fist pump, just a slow walk to the basket. I mean, wow. She's proven that she has all the talent. It's just about staying mentally engaged, committing to the shots, and caring about every single shot. I think it's easy as a young player. You get lost. Sometimes you get worried about a hacky sack loss here, a catch fail there. But I think it's just about, for her, when she's engaged, she's so good. And sometimes I get the sense with a lot of young players, and I don't want to single her out, that it can be tough for them to kind of, stay in it after a couple of bad breaks.
Yeah. When you rise to the level of excellence that you have, and then you have a minor setback, it seems like your attention span can be a bit short. So I completely understand what you're saying about remaining patient and staying fully engaged. And what a kickback out to the fairway there for Katrina. That definitely saved her at least a stroke as she gets back out to the fairway after an errant tee shot.
I just think emotions run high. It can be tricky. I think, Haley's only had emotions maybe 19 years. I'm over here. I've had 35 years of emotions. So much easier for me to understand the highs and the lows. And I think with young players, I'm not saying women only, men and women, it's just not rare to see people have ride that roller coaster a little bit more. And I think she's even keeled today. I mean, I think she's doing a good job. I think every time she fights through that kind of thing, she'll get better and better.
Here we have Rebecca Cox here on hole 12. Speaking of even keel, I think Rebecca has one of those strong mind frames, always positive no matter what. And this weekend, it's really paying off for her in the woods. Even if you're struggling, keeping that positive mental attitude, I think, is huge. And fun listening to you guys and that conversation, because I do see those players where they ride that emotional roller coaster. That's got to be tiring. I mean, I've seen the players out there. I've been on that roller coaster myself. But what I found is if you can just keep calm and focus in no matter what, even if you have to scramble, even if you're down, it's not over until that last putt is in. And that is so true with the women's division. I mean, we have seen incredible finishes where unexpected things happen. So you just have to stay in the moment at all times.
There's Missy, and I have to just, to button that one up, Val, you have to also know and realize you were one of the few players, as I watched you play and compete for many years, I had no idea if you were 10 under par or 10 over par, which rarely happened, but you'd have no idea. You always had a smile on your face as you moved down the fairway. You kept those emotions mainly in check, and maybe didn't jump on that roller coaster ride. And there's certainly something to be learned from that. Your tone and demeanor, I think a lot of people could look to in terms of keeping it even keel out there on the course. Why were you always smiling?
Well, it's not like I didn't take my fair share of horrible rounds and wow, Katrina Allen needed that.
And look at her reaction as we were just talking about this. Katrina Allen trying to make something happen. It's on the left side, rolls around the cage, and she just strolls up to the basket, not having the day she wants to. But let's see if that can maybe internally turn things around for her.
I think sometimes being free enough to make a shot like that only comes on a day when you're kind of frustrated and you're kind of a little over it, and then you kind of all of a sudden you fling one, because that was not even a putt. She threw that thing. Oh my word!
How about ya?
Okay, we're heating up.
Yes, we are.
Not so much as a smile from Haley either. She's just out there doing work. Haley King, this is for birdie from 49 feet. Haley King, our highlight reel specialist, the FPO division, incredible.
That's incredible. 49-footer, no jump. There's not, like, putting requires strength from the legs, the arm, everything. There's not a lot of men that are going to be able to deliver in a repeatable, controlled way from 49 feet without jumping. That's so amazing. She's just such a strong thrower.
Yeah, truly incredible. And in the interview with Haley, she talked about how she's feeling stronger with her putter. The first two events of this year, she was feeling a little shaky and maybe it let her down a few times, but that's what Haley's used to, putts like we just saw. And so, I mean, her expectations are higher than most people. I mean, I'm happy to hit anything inside the circle. And so would the other Valerie.
Yeah, Valerie, unfortunately, struggling here from short range. But Katrina, just to back that up, Katrina's was for par with the frustration, with everything she's had going on. Whereas what we just saw from Haley, hers was for birdie. So just strolling on by. Just another day at the park for Haley King. Here again is Rebecca Cox now. We're catching back up with her.
Crush drive.
So this is a par 4.
Easy approach, as you just mentioned, Nate. This is for birdie.
Wow, that was just wild. That release was so strange. That was kind of like an out-of-body experience for Rebecca, where just the mind and the hand just don't connect.
Well, and there's if Haley keeps doing Haley things, Rebecca and the rest of the field they're going to run out of holes here soon. We're, of course, on the back half of the round right now, in the back half of the course, and Haley King is at that hot score right now. She's on pace for her own hot score of -4, which is 2 better than the next best score being Rebecca Cox, and she has now doubled the overall under par at 8 under compared to the 4 under.
And I just feel that the speed from Haley picking up, the confidence is building. And again, these two players are on different cards. And so Haley, she knows she's doing better than her card mates, and she's just driving forward on that. And to get a bonus birdie like we saw there on hole 11, I mean, that just builds that. I mean, she's just looking so powerful in all parts of her game right now.
Just a whip of a forehand here. Oh,
not bad.
No, I was just going to say, now, to be fair, I think a lot of our FPO division would be happy to get to that tree, let alone hit it and have it still carry just a little bit. But that's a big drive already. So trying to put that power in, really in comparison to what we see from some of the other competitors.
Yeah, especially on the forehand side. It's even more apparent, I think, with her forehand. Her backhand obviously also elite from a power perspective, but in terms of FPO field average forehand power, she's maybe even more impressive there.
Yeah, and we see Katrina's backhand drive not quite getting to the same distance that we just saw Haley's drive.
Nice shot.
Pretty similar to Katrina's.
Obviously, Valerie not having the day she would want, but I'm going to try to give her a bit of good mojo and just recognize her for her accomplishment. She is concurrently the Texas State Champion and the Texas Women's Champion. 2 separate tournaments, won them both in 2020. So maybe ride that wave, Valerie, because she's achieved a lot and one of the best Texas women's players currently.
Again, taking a look. Wow, incredible. Wow, such an incredible performance that we're seeing here by Haley King. What does that do? You just watch Katrina save her par from a little bit near that distance, and then you step up and you can a birdie from that far. Is that all the confidence, all the boost you need?
Yeah, you could just tell if Haley's going for putts like that, you know, she is confident, and what a good feeling that must be. I know when you're in that zone and you step up on a tee pad, regardless of how big the fairway is, you know, it makes everything seem easier. And on a day like that where you're just kind of effortlessly throwing down the fairway, throwing in 50-footers, I mean, Haley's having a good time out there. She might not be smiling as much as we are here in the booth, but we know she's having a good time and playing very well.
Well, I feel, and maybe you can say this as well, I feel like she's sharing those birdies with us. We can all smile and have a good time in here, even if she's not necessarily outwardly showing it.
Yeah, she's happy. I mean, she's businesslike out there. She's not a smiler, and that's fine. I mean, she's out there in attack mode. That one other thing I would say that makes it a lot easier to start hitting those big putts is a 4-shot lead. So I think look out for these coming holes, because if she is checking U-disc, which I'm guessing that a putt like that kind of makes you go, oh, I wonder what that did for me. I think you're going to just see her play more free. And I think we did see her get that eagle look on that upcoming hole, so on the 13th, I believe. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm still on the double-digit train, and I'm not getting off.
And really, Haley's confidence is just sky high. And like you said, just knowing how well she's playing. We've got now 7 holes left. Haley's up by 4. It's a good enough cushion. I don't know if you should get comfortable yet, but she is in a great spot to continue that momentum that she's already built.
You have the longest drive, you have the longest putt, and you have a 4-stroke lead. Yeah, that sounds like a recipe for comfort, and you're looking to increase it right here.
And it's just an amazing feeling. And again, you know, I always got to defer to Valerie in the booth here because she's been in this position so many more times than me. But when you're just able to kind of put the hammer down in a big moment and be like, come on, guys, or come on, ladies, like, here I go. You know, do your best, but you just feel like so strong and you feel like you're so in control and you're like, hey, watch this. I can do this.
Yeah, you kind of block everybody out and you're focused in on your own thing.
Well, typically, one of the people that's out there putting the hammer down is Paige Pierce, and this weekend, unfortunately for her, just not a factor. She currently sits around tied for 11th. She's trying to put together a few birdies today. She has birdied 3 out of her last 5. She also had an eagle early on, but Paige Pierce just overall not at all in contention. She sits at +3, and she will not be claiming one for her home state of Texas here this weekend.
Yeah, have 6 under par strokes, and you're only at 2 under for the round. So Paige, this is the best round she's put up through the weekend, but still way out of the race. Something we just cannot say too often on here anywhere in an Elite Series event or any event that Paige Pierce signs up for. That's rarely said.
It has me looking forward to what's to come this season because she's such a competitor. She's going to be so disappointed in her Waco and Texas States. I just got to imagine that's going to inspire her to fix whatever hitch she has right now, get to the practice field, get to the green, work hard. She's always worked hard. And I just think, put the rest of the field on notice because no question in my mind, one of these tournaments, she's going to come back and explode.
Yeah, this may light the fire under her. Here is Katrina Allen.
And she's just laughing at that effort.
Forced pity laugh, I think. I mean, she just hit that huge throw in for par and then wide open birdie putt. Doesn't even hit metal. Meanwhile, Haley King taps in another birdie there, increasing her lead to 5.
Including taking 3 birdies in the last 4 holes.
My favorite part of being in the booth is I feel like I'm vicariously just living through Haley King right now. I am so excited, and I mean, it's incredible to watch a player like this perform for the win. It's just, this is what you want on Sunday, right?
Yeah, well, if you're Haley, the rest of the women are saying, hey, Haley, it'd be great if you would just kind of simmer down. But yes, just incredible effort and distancing herself. I think that's what's so impressive. She's rising to the occasion. She's coming out here and saying, hey, that's great. If you guys want to chase me, give it everything you got. But I'm going to kick it into another gear as she sits 5 under, as we just mentioned, for the round, 9 under overall. Rebecca Cox, who had a really great opening. She did open with 3 birdies and then picked up another one a little bit later. Unfortunately, she has slowed down since then, and now it's just, I think, a matter of jockeying for position and where does the rest of the podium and the top 10 spots shake out. We're going to have all of that and more on the other side of a word from these sponsors. Stay tuned. You're watching the Disc Golf Network. We'll be back in a moment.
So I mean, we've been running this league since 2007, and we've made little tweaks here and there, but I would say absolutely the biggest change that we've made is moving all the scoring over to UDisc.
UDisc has made it so easy for someone who doesn't even own a smartphone. The beauty of it is that it does so much while still having a very simple and straightforward format. I can't imagine somebody being a disc golf person without having UDisc.
This is Latitude 64. The smallest of grains handled with the greatest passion. Always trying to improve, always trying to be better. Out of curiosity, excitement, thrill. For the player and the sport. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Passion is more than fiery emotion. It feeds the spark to start your day. It fuels your obsessions. It inspires your dreams. Passion challenges your fears, and it repeatedly bathes you in sweat until you are transformed into a new, better you. Disc golf isn't just your passion, it's ours too.
How do you build your better game? Reps, focus, the right equipment. Zuka, disc golf carts for a better game.
Welcome back to our rousing game of Hangman.
Wow, willing to risk a huge loss here on Hangman.
I'm not going to spell it out on live.
That's very strange. To turn down Hacky Stack and then put your winning streak on the line in the game of Hangman. This is critical.
All right, now it looks like we are rejoining Jessica Weiss. Jessica, I believe a moment ago, we saw had actually gone over the fence, and then I think ultimately the dog owner or the owner of the property had retrieved her disc, so she is able to get it back. And here's Stephanie Vincent. Everybody except for Jessica here, representing Texas on this card.
Lisa Fakis there throwing in her birdie. This is down there in 13th place, and that was actually her first birdie of the day. But that was Alexis there for par. Par is keeping her hanging in there. She's in a three-way tie for 5th. So she's right there in that 5th spot with Katrina Allen and her sister, Valerie.
All right.
Not Katrina Allen's sister. You got that right?
Wait, is Jennifer Allen her sister? I'm confused. Jennifer Allen is a previous champion here. All right. In all seriousness, we're back. I'm not truly confused, everyone, just so you do know.
All the texts come rolling in.
I know they will. A big shout out, though, to Jennifer Allen, who has won here before and also is celebrating her 5-year anniversary of setting the women's distance world record. Just the 5-year anniversary was a few days ago. So big shout out to Jennifer.
Pretty big backup here. It's the curse of that always exciting quasi-reachable par 4. You got to wait till the group ahead of you is totally clear. And that is this hole for sure. At just 432, women in the field with a roller or a big arm absolutely could think about reaching circle 2.
Yeah, and even if you're not parking the pin, everyone should be getting close to that circle 2, and it would be distracting for the group ahead. But we did see Haley. Haley was just about parked for the eagle just a few days ago. I think it was the first round.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, the first round, she cured it.
I always like to tell people that you just truly never do know when the greatest shot of your life is sneaking up behind you. So that's why you can't throw on a 432, even if you think you only have 350. You really don't know. It could be the worst day ever, and the shot of your life could always be the next one.
I like that.
Yeah, that's some solid optimism.
Yeah.
It's undeniably true. I mean, unless it's a 15-footer, you probably can't get the shot of your life on that. But on a tough hole, you know, something like this is a shot. This is a shot of your life candidate. If you could skip in an ace or something as a Haley King, take an albatross, I mean, that's something you will never forget.
Nice clean shot there by Rebecca Cox.
No.
Okay, what else is
What living things are
What else is white? Cattle?
Yes. What do cattle make? Cattle.
Cattle. What do cows make? Creamer? No, creamer. Isn't there another letter? Yes. Where do they make stuff? Creamery. Yes. Oh my god, I am stupid. Yeah.
I'll go out on a limb here and say I believe that is our first ever live broadcast game of Hangman in our short live broadcasting career. So thank you for that. Creamery, apparently the word, though.
Too fun. Yeah, I've played a lot of games throughout these rounds to kind of pass the time. Never played Hangman. Definitely had a hacky sack in my bag. Seen people with playing cards.
What's your hacky sack record? Wins, losses? How you doing?
I think I always won. Yeah, I said I didn't know you could score.
Fantastic.
So,
That's a good. I mean, that I would expect nothing less. Fantastic. Undefeated hacky sacker.
Well, and speaking of some statistics, Nate, I think you've been digging some up on.
Yeah, I have
Haley
some
King.
what I feel like are mind-blowing Haley King statistics, and qualify all of this with she is a very young and very talented player, so her body of work still small. Let me hit you guys with a few numbers. She's played 77 PDGA tournaments. She's won $39,150. She won $20,000 in one day, so that's half of her career earnings ever in one tournament of those 77. If you had to hazard a guess, what's the second most money she has ever won in a win? We're not talking about taking second to Paige. We're talking about when you won the tournament. What's the second most highest amount? Behind $20,000, which is more than Paul McBeth has ever won in his life. What is that second number? Where do you think it lies?
I would think she's taken down an A tier somewhere to the tune of $616.
She has, in fact, never won an A tier outside of that strange format tour championship, which counts as an amazing career accomplishment, but even on PDGA stats does not show up as a career win because it's a different format, I guess. Anyway, B tier.
I was gonna say, ooh, B tier. I like the 600 rate. I'm gonna say 575.
Optimistic. 310 smackers.
Holy cow.
Is the second most money she has ever won in a victory, lagging behind significantly $20,000 from last year. So just crazy to think. This shows how young she is. Obviously her rating, 965, clearly one of the brightest talents in the whole sport. Not trying to take anything away from her, but just talking about the significance of today.
Yeah.
If she comes down and wins this, this is by far, she's skipping A tier altogether and going to the Elite Series level. So huge moment. I mean, that $20,000 thing, I don't want to diminish that either. Tour Championship, a big deal, but a different thing than a tournament where everyone plays the same number of rounds. She had buys that got her in, so she only had to play 36 holes in the Tour Championship. This is a full weekend.
Yeah, and she is out there to earn it. And we see the long jumper there by Owen Scoggins. Also, we, of course, saw the PDGA stand-up pop up there please make sure you're becoming a PDGA member. The insane growth that the PDGA has seen in just the last year alone. I've been a member myself for more than 25 years, and Val, of course, you've been a longtime member, as is Nate. Go out and support PDGA. You can find them on pdga.com.
I just got my 20-year tag. I just got my 20-year member. I know you probably have had that a while.
Yeah.
I'm pretty proud
you are
to
in
have
the
that.
18,000s?
Yeah, I'm pretty proud to have that on my bag.
That's adorable. Value 17,495, I believe. And
yeah, on the dot.
And I'm 10,738. So, yes, I've been a member since high school. Here is Rebecca Cox.
This battle's continuing with her and Holly.
I've also been a member since high school. She's close there, and a lot of people don't know this, but Terry and I went to the same high school. He was the tough senior. I was the nerdy freshman, and we had a lot of run-ins in the halls and pushing me up into lockers. But, you know, we've worked it out, and you know, I feel like we have a working professional relationship now.
Yeah, and one of my brief and favorite moments, one of the first times we met was the 2004 World Championships. Me and your family had all done the Edge Skill Shot Challenge together, and that was one of the first times that we interacted back in 2004. All right, here's our 2012 World Champ, Sarah Holcomb.
For birdie here on 13.
Cashing it in. Sarah Holcomb putting together 3 birdies in the last 4 holes.
Nice.
Now sits in a tie for 5th.
That 5th place spot, I mean, it is racking up, and Sarah's now jumping in on the party.
Party of 5, they say, Val. I know that's a show that you guys frequently watched. Right?
Yeah, but this T for 5 is only party of 4 at the moment.
Okay. You guys want to do any more Haley King related guessing?
Yes, we'd love to, as another Wisconsin native in Holly Finley is stepping up to her putt here on 13. Holly actually a Tennessee transplant, but now lives in Wisconsin, where she's resided for the last few years. What else do you got for us, Dave?
Professional wins in her career. I'm going to set the over-under at 10. What do you want, the over or the under?
Well, Haley turned pro in 2018. I saw that from our stats. So it's a short career up to this point.
I believe I'll say I think she's under 10 total professional wins. As impressive as she is.
What do you think, Val?
8.
Well, that's not how over-under works, but it's a good guess. It is 7.
So Terry and I are really good at all the games.
You're both right.
Yes, we were both right. You just didn't have to give the exact number, but you were very close.
Haley, great drive here on the hole that we expect her to step up and kind of give that edge here on this par 4. Another chance at a possible eagle putt.
Let's go.
Valerie hoping not to leak too far to the left.
I think she'll be okay from there. A couple trees to dodge, of course, but hopefully close enough to the gaps. I think Katrina has this power.
That is for sure. And this has got to be such a fun hole to play. Oh, and Kat flips it over too much, but the flight of the drive on this requires that kind of hyzer flip up to get the full flight and then allow the disc kind of dive off to the left to finish.
And it is crazy to think this is one of the more open holes on this entire course. Oh, and a little redirect. And now we're going to jump back live with our chase card here on the following hole, hole number 14.
Holly Finley takes the box and now is tied with Rebecca after that birdie on 13. And 14, this is that horseshoe-shaped hole. all the way around to the right.
I really think that was a great drive.
It looked good. It remained clean.
And that's close to the same spot.
Yeah, you see Holly's right next to her there.
Seeing both shot shapes. We've got the sidearm out of Owen, backhands from Holly and Rebecca.
Oh, and a great shot by Rebecca. You see her getting past both of the previous two drives.
That's one of those holds. If you're going to throw a backhand on it, it has to be one of those tricky discs where you can put it on the line, but you know it's just going to work that Anheuser angle the entire way. So you really have to just know your discs really well to throw that shot.
I see some similarities between Kona Panis and Rebecca Cox, just because they're both such talented throwers, and it's just, can you get that putt figured out? And Kona kind of reworked it. And I wonder if Rebecca maybe can find some way to clean that up. That part of her game is just holding her back, in my opinion, from achieving a lot, because she's throwing the disc really, really well. I'd just like to see her either work on that confidence or change her style in some way to let her putting creep up towards, if it was above average even, I think she'd be right there with Haley at this moment.
Yeah, a little more consistency, because she can make the putts for sure.
Yeah.
But then misses some that are
just too many. It's
those clutch putts you need to make.
Too many if you want to be in the winner's circle, I think.
Not finding herself inside circle one is Katrina Allen, releasing low. Of course, it's kind of that awkward stance, maybe not giving her quite the power. She's usually very efficient at those, so it was quite surprising to see her not get up and down and put that one right next to the pin. And here's what we're seeing off to the left side of the fairway.
Tougher than I had hoped.
Yeah, and really this is that vortex on this hole. If you don't have the distance to get up to the basket, this is what kind of traps a lot of players at maybe that 350 range.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I don't mean to disparage Rebecca in any way. I mean, I have so much respect for her talent as a thrower, and even on her good days as a putter. I just want to see her achieve her dreams in this sport, and to me, it just feels like that aspect of her game is the clear one that needs a little bit of work.
Valerie not able to punch out entirely. And now she still doesn't have quite a clean line to the pin, so at that point she's just pitching up. She's going to have to be content with the par. I know we've kind of talked about it. This par feels like a bogey because you just really need to feast on a 432-foot par 4.
This looks like a pretty appetizing feast right here. We saw her hit from this range just recently.
It sets up well, wide open on the right-hand side, so she can have that kind of swooping hyzer.
Haley King for eagle.
Oh, that is so close.
An inch short for the eagle. That'll be a drop-in birdie for Haley.
What a beast. That was so close. Her putt is incredible from distance. She's so consistently right in the, I like to think about credible airspace, like it's just in a space where it looks like it could go in. Wow. Great putt.
I had just mentioned that it was surprising to see Kat not get inside the circle, and she says, don't worry about it, I got this. And she cans one from about 38 feet. Katrina Allen with that birdie. Unfortunately, will still be 2 over on the round, and she is 1 under overall as she sits in a tie for 4th place with this woman right here, Missy Gannon, at the moment.
This is for birdie for Missy.
Nice. It's tough for Katrina coming off the great win. Obviously, she's one of the best players ever, so expectations so high. I think she seems kind of over it, rightfully so. I mean, I can't blame her at all, really, for kind of not caring about any number but first place. And she's obviously frustrated, trying to just get out of here with her head held high and make a few more highlight shots for us, the fans. But it's a tough spot to be when you're feeling like a favorite and things aren't happening for you. This was a great putt, though.
Yeah, I just love that stroke. I mean, she gets full extension to reach on down, and it's that high release just to know the flight of the hyzer into the basket.
And you were mentioning some statistics earlier about the young career that we've seen from Haley King. Of course, she's just on the rise still, and that $20,000 bump certainly inflating everything we say in a good way. And you look at the long, storied career of our 2014 world champion, Katrina Allen. Haley's certainly a part of that next generation of incredible golfers, and we're seeing now Holly Finley's third shot.
Yeah, and Katrina Allen is just a great athlete. She takes really good care of her body. She's not even close to done, I think. I mean, she's certainly one of the more senior players, but she's like still so strong. Distance, everything. She's got it all.
This is a view from behind the basket here on 14. Sarah Hokum on the left-hand side. Which gap will she choose? You've got 100 choices in front of you.
She is literally scratching her head, wondering, what is the route I'm going to take here? We're going to see this come in short and then take a very sharp skip up to the pin. Oh, she goes a little bit higher with it.
Got a little skip, a little flop. She'll have a sizable putt. Sarah Hokum's now in a tie for 6th. Still racking up those birdies, which is really impressive. It's not over yet for Sarah Hokum.
I'm just gonna wait then.
She can still climb on up.
So we heard it directly from Haley that she's just going to wait as the card is throwing their approach and putts here on this same hole, hole 14, and own. Nasty kick.
It's going to be a few more minutes. I mean, that was kind of a routine turnover shot for Own and just making it harder on herself. But getting her into that kind of showcase putting zone. We'll see if she even can see the basket.
Just one of those places that before you throw, it seems impossible that your disc could end up there when she's got kind of this simple shot, but a little mistake and then a bad kick on top of it, and all of a sudden your head's spinning. You're like, what did I just do? How am I here when I was just 90 feet above the basket?
And look at her fight with her arm swing in just even being able to get a clean release on this, let alone give it an actual bid at the basket. She's just trying to fight out. You see her kind of give it a little short arm to it, or wrist hit one of the branches.
Did that get out?
If so,
did, but barely. I think she's at the base of those trees. So likely to be a straddle. Yeah, maybe between the trees, not sure, but yeah, she barely got out there. Now it's 2 strokes. That error from that upshot is costing her 2 strokes right now.
And putting right into the sun. Wow.
Good putt from Own, but yikes. She's not feeling good after that one.
No, not the smiles we're used to seeing from Owen Scoggins.
It was a good save, though, to keep it to just the 1-stroke penalty for the mistake. At least she was able to connect on that.
Holly Finley here, putting for par. To keep her in that tie with Rebecca, 2nd place.
If I think back to actually an update that Holly Finley had given on her Instagram, she, I don't know if I can quite quote her, but I think it was something along the lines of, I'm going to bring the fire. That's what she said about today's round, is she was going to bring the fire. And right now, Holly Finley's kind of living up to that. She's got 3 birdies, the 1 bogey, and has positioned herself in a tie for second. So now we're going to cut back to the tee. We're going to, Rebecca Cox had tapped in for her par, and here's your leader in Haley King on the tee of 14.
What do you think about that shot, Nate?
Well, it's not great, but I think par is still quite likely. I don't think she went in the deep rough.
The standstill, playing the turnover.
That was a moment ago. Here is where Katrina ended up. I mean, that was looking rough out of her hand immediately. So she's here on the right-hand side of the fairway, fighting her way back.
And that's only going to be forward progress of about 40 feet maybe. So we've watched hole 14 come out and bite just about everybody at one point or another throughout this weekend. And so you're also looking at the down the tunnel for the approach, seeing that lead by Haley King at 6. And she's also birdied 4 out of the last 5 holes.
Actually, birdie is still in play for her. She's in. I think a smooth turnover here could get down there.
Yeah, she's got a putter in hand, and oh my gosh, I couldn't even spit it out fast enough. Haley hits first available, kicks her deep on the right-hand side. So birdie is now out of the question.
Yeah, and par looking very questionable all of a sudden too.
And this is when you're happy that you have such a strong lead. 1 hole, it's not bad. I mean, she could still save herself here, but she has that room for error. 1 hole won't destroy her possibility to win this.
I see Missy Gannon full extension to the right, trying to line up what little window she must have after that full extension.
This is just such a tough hole. If you're not landing in that perfect fairway, look at all the trees that you have to deal with on your second shot. This hole is playing as the 4th most difficult. We've only seen 3 birdies for the day.
And remaining tree free on the approach. Really good recovery shot there by Missy Gannon. From there, she should easily be able to get up and down and at least walk away with the par. Solid recovery.
Katrina Allen here with her 3rd throw.
And unfortunately, at least that is her 3rd tree.
Wow. She's just not gaining any distance on these shots, and just so frustrating when you know how far you still have left to go on a hole.
And I think also in a world of hurt is Haley King. We'll see if she's just going to kind of take her medicine and try and pitch back out to the fairway. That's if she can even see it. And, oh no. What?
Oh my gosh. She's about back to where she was on the first shot.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Within a few meters. But
well, you don't have to get all international on us here, Val.
Few large Haley steps, let's say.
There you
go. At least she's moving to the left.
But now she's back right, and this is a train wreck for Haley King.
I mean, is she gonna now bring everybody back into play? I mean, can we stop the bleeding?
I have to be thinking about what Holly and Rebecca Cox, not seeing any of this happening, of course, as they're a card ahead of this one. And Valerie with a standstill. Very impressive approach by Valerie here.
And we gotta think, you know, there's a lot running through Haley's mind right now. I mean, after an incredible performance that she has going today, this is deflating. This is deflating that confidence that she's worked so hard to build up. I mean, still in the lead, but this will show the strength of Haley if she's able to just kind of finish this hole, of course, but let this go. You've got 4 more holes to play. Can you stay focused? Can she still win this? A less experienced player might take this and just crumble. So we'll see.
And Katrina's stays clean, but unfortunately maybe a little too clean, because now if she's going to have to crawl into that position to try and get an actual swing for her putt, that looks like an incredibly challenging putt. And as we're looking at UDisc right now, so rarely, if ever, would you see on the same hole Haley King, it shows off the fairway after 4 throws, and Katrina Allen putting for bogey from circle 1 after being off the fairway for 3 throws.
So she's left herself still 25 feet for the double bogey.
And it's not as easy to hit those type of putts. After just struggling the entire way, it's really hard to just bounce back, get back into that attack mode. This is Missy Gannon. It's like she's playing her own game here. This is Missy putting for birdie. Slightly sloping downhill. Oh, no. That was a heck of a run.
So close for Missy. Missy realizing, hey, I could make up some serious ground on this hole.
Yeah, I just think Haley's lead is so strong. The chasers need birdies. Like it's maybe possible now, but they're not going to get there only through Haley making mistakes. They got to do their part, and we need to see birdies right now from everybody else to take advantage of the fact that Haley is having this nightmare hole.
Valerie here putting for her birdie. A lot of those kind of lofty and off to the left type of putts for Valerie today. So we know Haley's long of the basket, but how many trees are in her way?
Probably going to be Katrina first.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Katrina is going to have a tough time getting a stance in there, not only just to get her feet and her legs into position, but then also to have the pendulum swinging putt that she's used to having. This is going to be even tougher than it looks from about circle's edge or just inside of it. And you see her lining up. This is more of a spin putt that you see Katrina usually throwing from inside about 10 feet.
Tough spot to be there. It's just these events just remind me, again, a lesson that I've learned many times before, but how important it is to stay in contact. Because I think Haley started to feel unstoppable to us and to the other players. And it's like 1 or 2 more birdies earlier, this has a different feel from some of the other players. So you just never, not to say anyone gave up, I don't feel anyone did, but you just got to always stay close. You never know what's going to happen. And that's a pretty good save.
Yeah, it is.
It's unfortunate we have to say that was a great putt to save double bogey.
Yeah, so kind of bringing her back to the field here. That's 2 strokes getting erased from this incredible round. Still 4 strokes above second.
Yeah, still a very comfortable lead, but giving everyone a little bit of hope maybe.
Yeah, with 4 holes to play. Let's see if Haley can kind of shake that off, like I was mentioning, get back in that aggressive mode, attack mode. Because, yeah, let's just pretend that didn't happen. I think Katrina's hoping that didn't happen either.
And Missy is in for the par. Well, if anyone still has some hope, it is the other woman from Wisconsin in Holly Finley.
Oh, this looks pretty good. Needs to get down there. Ah, one of the last trees. Still has a chance.
She has a long look. She prides herself with her aggressive long-range putting. This is Holly Finley for birdie.
A little bit too much distance there. You can see the full flight of that putt. Not giving it a run there. Waiting for that fire.
Yeah.
Holly.
Had she connected, that would have potentially cut it down to a 3-stroke deficit. However, she will tap in. She's going to take the par. And Haley King, not too often you can say, well, yeah, I double bogeyed, but I still have a 4-stroke advantage over the rest of the field. So all the work she's done, as you were mentioning earlier, all the work that she's done, that hopefully is just a speed bump for Haley King.
You just can kind of say here, hole 16 off the fairway. And yeah, there's not much of a view over here on this side of 16.
You can just see the basket behind that big tree trunk shining in the sun.
Wow, just the top of the band. Yeah, barely seeing it. How about Holly found a window through there somehow?
She did, and broke through one of the final remaining branches there, and she's going to have a long look to possibly save that. Here's Rebecca Cox.
Making it easier on herself. She was right there in the middle with her drive. Nice upshot.
Rejoining our lead card. This is Valerie going with the turnover and hitting the gap perfectly. Beautiful shot.
What a rewarding hole. After 14, you step up to 15, under 300 feet, slight turnover. That didn't turn over enough.
That's good enough, though. That right side rough, that was what I was thinking. We saw Katrina go double bogey in there. So I thought, you know, the only thing really, or one of the only things left to kind of turn the fortune of this tournament, if Haley late releases or kicks hard right, that's a really, really bad spot. I think she's done enough there to secure at least the par.
Right, and parring out, I think could do it.
Oh, this is tracking right toward the pin, and a beautiful shot by Katrina Allen. And what a comeback after the struggles on the previous hole. Now she's looking at that for the birdie.
Parring out is statistically sure to do it. She can't be beaten if she finishes with pars. Unless we're talking about aces, barring aces. But the last three are not real ace situations.
That'd be impressive to see. Who knows? But yeah, a little bit out of range for that. But beautiful shot again from Katrina. She is going to have maybe 3 strokes improvement over yesterday.
Well, and Missy had teed first, so this is her second shot that we're getting. She's right now sitting in a solo 4th position at 2 under, and she does have 2 strokes over Valerie, Sarah, and Alexis.
And it's absolutely blinding. That sun is right in her eyes. Puts out a great sidearm approach. Nicely done. I mean, Valerie's been around that kind of even par today, now sitting at 2 over for the round. A little bit of struggles here in the final round.
And here is Haley, and even though she did get the kick, she's got a wide open look and really just needs to, as we were saying, pitch that up next to the basket. Valerie and her sister Alexis all knotted up at even on the tournament. This is for birdie.
Alexis just hit a putt on circle's edge. Let's see if Valerie can do the same. Oh my God, the vibes of these sisters. It's strong on the course. Both putts for birdies within minutes of each other. Nice adjustment with that putting. As I was mentioning, a little off, but that one was right on target.
Yeah, there was nothing floaty about it, as you were pointing out possibly on the previous hole. Definitely more direct route for her. Here's Katrina. This is for birdie. Katrina sits at 1 over currently. This would bring her back down to even and would tie her up, at least momentarily, with Sarah Holcomb. Cashes it in.
Haley for par there. Still looking solid with that putt. Leaving it a little short. Just keeping that putter warmed up in case she needs it.
You're going to be waiting a long time if you're thinking, oh, hopefully a missed 20-footer will get me back in the tournament with Haley King. I mean, she just looks so calm and just powerful on the green. It just doesn't feel like a missed 20-footer is ever really in your mind. Certainly it happens to everyone, but she's just so strong there.
And a moment ago, this is Holly Finley for her par putt on hole number 16. It dips out on that left side. So Holly will take the bogey, and that will put Rebecca Cox in solo second, as they're both through 16 holes, just 2 left for them to play. And right now, that's where it really feels like the battle, of course, is taking place. Haley has recovered just fine after hole 14. We were talking statistically, a few pars will likely do it for her. Nate, is there anything, if you had any words of advice? Are you worried about the score of the leaderboard? What are you thinking if you're Rebecca, Holly, Missy, all just 1 stroke separating each of the positions?
No, you got to go get it if you're one of them. I think you can't. It's in you. Any one of them has an opportunity to, make a birdie or two coming down the stretch. Those are tough holes, I know, but I think you got to assume that your competitors are going to do that. You know, you always think, oh, my competitors are going to make birdie. That's the best way to approach it, and you try to match that and see where you fall. But no, I wouldn't play much strategy yet if I was those people. If I'm Haley, I'm backing off at this point.
There must be some kind of tree up there that it feels like anytime someone's just a little bit high on this drive, there's something up there and then it kicks hard right. It feels like almost every time there's a tree kick, it then is magnified by kicking it hard to the right.
And really being slightly uphill, I think it kind of, that's the common mistake, that little bit of a yank, that late release, to make sure you're getting enough power on a drive, because it's at 350 feet with that slight uphill. I'm sure it's playing more like 400. So this is at the top of their distance here. And you still have to be accurate when you're throwing.
0 birdies in the field today, so it's playing very, very tough.
So you gotta be fortunate for those easy par 4s, because I think 16 this is a tough par 3.
Haley pushing up on the left side, and unfortunately that hits a tree and kicks even harder left.
The group is off the tee, but they're gonna have some work to do.
Fortunately, a lot of them are off the fairway as well. So it really becomes a matter of who can take those podium spots so very close, as Rebecca, Holly, Missy, and Valerie all 1 stroke apart from one another.
And then just off of that list is Alexis Manduhano at 1 under as well. Katrina Allen at even, Sarah Holcomb at even. So they still have the potential as well with just a few holes to play. 17 and 18 are just such tough finishing holes. With out of bounds, kind of 17 has it around the basket. 18, you can get caught in the middle of the fairway. Kind of that artificial out of bounds. So really, strokes can add up, even if the players are looking good and looking solid. Weird things can happen.
And 18, I mean, similar to 16, even a little bit tougher. At least on 16, one player did reach circle 1, ultimately did not connect on the putt. 18, no one has even seen circle 1 all day. So hoping for a birdie there, not a good strategy. 17 is probably the best bet for any of these players to pick up a birdie coming down the stretch.
Yeah, Haley does feel comfortable though inside the circle on 18.
Yeah, but she doesn't need a birdie. Like if she gets a birdie, yeah, sure we'll say, oh, she's even more incredible than we thought. But like, you know, she's the only person that it doesn't matter if she birdies it or not, most likely.
And just barely able to pitch out, no more than 30 feet. We see Valerie from the right side rough.
That is just tough over there. Just unfortunate. This fairway is relatively open, but one kick puts you in just such a horrible spot. So she climbs out, pitches out, and is still out.
As some would say, the worst words you can hear in disc golf is "you're still out." And unfortunately, after the pitch, that's as far as we've seen Valerie move down the fairway.
That'll be a fine shot for her. Just Be interesting to see where the rest of the group finished up. Not bad for Missy here. Of course, she's got that strong sidearm, so that'll help with the shot shape.
Yeah, she can play this low, possibly have it just skip down to the pin.
It would mean a lot to get this right underneath the basket. Get that par solidly at that point. One tree left in the way, but that's a big tree.
That's a big one. She will be likely straddling out to her left in order to try and make that putt.
Wow, and this is tough. For as much distance as Kat was able to get on this hole, it pinches her up on this right-hand side. So she's in the trees a little bit here, but then there's a wall, almost jail, about 50 feet ahead.
Oh, I love this shot by Katrina. Solid recovery.
That was a beautiful shot from one knee, so smooth. That was a beautiful shot from the one knee to have it just so smooth and turned the whole way. Wow.
I feel like she maybe has that shot dialed in more than almost any other woman in the division. She's just so comfortable with it. Her Anheuser's always, she's really good at putting them on the angle she needs to either have it turn hard or just float to a pin. Certainly a Katrina specialty.
Yeah, I think one part of that practice and another part of that I feel is like core strength. And I just feel like all the working out she does to be able to like go down on one knee and still have the command to stay on your plane and hit that shot perfect. It's impressive.
Wow, so I don't know if you caught that, guys, but Haley hit some branches right in front of her, so leaving her upshot extremely short. This is what Haley has to save her par. I mean, that's just kind of a brain lapse.
Wow, and
taking the upshot for granted.
And it's just not how she wants to win this. It still looks good. I'm not going to pretend that I think someone else is about to come back and beat her. But this just isn't the feeling that you want to have coming down the stretch. She had it earlier. She was hammered down and just distancing herself, but she's limping in now.
Yeah,
and that's just not a fun way to do it. She can still ride it. I think she could still go nice birdie, maybe even be that person to reach circle one on the 18th. She has the power, and that'll kind of make this a happy time for her, I think.
And a solid putt for bogey from Valerie. And Nate, you use the exact phrase I was thinking. It almost feels like Haley is a little bit deflated, and although she has the sizable lead, it just does feel like she's kind of limping in. What hopefully is just limping in, barring any crazy disasters in the last two holes.
Nice putt there. I mean, she's played very, very well. It's just, you can see it in her face there. It's just not, she knows she's on camera. She knows we're here talking about her and people are watching this, and she wants to show everyone what she can do, a commanding, in control type of win. And a couple of these last holes regrettable for her because they're kind of that control slipping away a little bit. You'd like to see her just play smooth up the middle, lay up, and it seems like, well, nothing could possibly go wrong. Things have gone a little crazy lately.
Wow, and high right for Missy Gannon on the straddle putt.
Knowing how close the race is right now, that missed putt is going to bring Missy down a notch, or at least move Alexis Mandujano up a spot, who is now finished, and she finished with a 1 under. Alexis is sitting in 5th place right now, in the clubhouse probably watching you disc and still knowing that there's a possibility she could move up in the ranks.
Well, and after all of those tee shots, I was certainly not thinking, oh, Katrina's going to be the only one to par this hole, and that's exactly what we saw. So remain patient and keep pushing forward. This is on the green of 17. Here's Holly Finley putting for birdie. We've seen her just off the mark on her last few.
Straight at the out of bounds.
Yes.
Great putt.
Wow. After the missed putts that we've seen from her, she can feel confident enough to step up to a putt like that with death behind and make it. Huge putt from Holly.
Puts a lot of pressure on Rebecca.
Sure thing.
This is Rebecca for birdie as well. Oh, and short. So that will knot up Holly Finley and Rebecca Cox. They're both going into 18 in just a moment, but here we're back on the tee with Katrina, the lone par from hole 16. And piping it all the way up there is Katrina Allen. Incredible shot here on the tee of 17.
That was crushed. And the angle, the command of the angles. I mean, to be that far down the fairway, still turning, not skipping back left into those cedars. Perfect.
Yeah, she's going to have a great angle down to the basket, make it an easier approach for her. She'll be able to see the basket and all the trouble a little easier to control.
Valerie needs a birdie here to catch her sister. One shot back.
But I like that play. Valerie's far on the left-hand side, but able to get out there and almost to that corner where we know that the second part of the hole goes off to the right-hand side. This is the aggressive line here, and Missy absolutely pures it.
I want to see Haley just step up here and take a smooth par. Just a smooth, controlled par.
I'm sure she would agree with that.
She might have thrown it too good. She might not be able to. She might accidentally birdie from there. That was a really, really nice shot.
I hate it when I do that, right? Great shot by Haley King. We're going to take another look at it. And does she, in fact, split these trees at the very end of the flight? It looks like it's coming in on a good line.
The skip through the field goal.
I was going to say, when you're doing that at 100 yards away, it's incredibly impressive. Haley King right now still has that 3-stroke lead, and the battle really for, well, second and beyond is what is happening here. Holly Finley and Rebecca Cox tied going into the final hole. Incredible battle that's taking place, all for that runner-up position. This is
her second shot here with Holly Finley. She's at the drop zone, but she did not go out of bounds. So little confusing here as we see her lining up her approach. Wow, great upshot. So that puts the pressure on Rebecca.
Rebecca just a little more up the fairway than what we saw from Holly. Oh, I stand corrected. Actually, she was back behind where Holly had thrown from. Check back in and see how that is going to shake out. Will they remain tied, or will one of them pull ahead? Good-looking shot there by Valerie.
I'm really interested to see what Haley does here, because I almost don't care how good your drive is. Why mess with that OB? Is she going to go down there and bring that into play, or is she just going to lay off here and play for par? You don't want a 35-footer on this green.
Well, here's the moment. She would do what you would do, which is a forehand.
That was powerful.
I hate that play. I think she'll be okay. She's pretty close to the basket. I just don't understand why in this position you would bring the OB into the conversation.
Yeah, she'll take it from probably one of those flags almost right in the center of your screen there. So she may have less than 20 feet to save the par, but you know, that could hit, that could roll.
You could cage it and roll back to your own feet.
Yeah.
And you could actually lose if something like that were to happen.
So here's Missy trying to regain some ground after the bogey on the previous hole. But it looks like she's in a likely lock for either fourth, whether it be solo or a tie for fourth, and that's short. And from there, she will likely just pitch up. If she's listening to you, Nate, she should just pitch right up next to the basket and be content with the par.
And I'm not saying, you know, no one needs to be listening to me all the time.
Is your mic on?
I'm just here to offer my opinions. But think about what we saw the other day when I believe it was Jessica Weiss actually cleared this creek and then trickled back in. That could have easily happened to Haley there. She could have hit short, skipped across the creek, then fallen the OB. Now you're looking at a 40-footer over OB back to the basket. In the position she's in, it just doesn't make sense from a math perspective to do anything but jump putt, dunk, and go to the 18th.
Yeah, I would agree. Safe play. I mean, it takes the kind of butterflies out of the nervousness, all those kind of things. She's in such a great position with her score right now, but she's making it more interesting. I'm sure she's getting a little nervous because she can't rely on her shots being as pure as they were previously in this round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing if she had gone par these last few holes and she's up 6, then sure, yeah, whatever, run it. I don't, do what you want to do. But considering the last 3 holes, I just think you got to take your foot off the gas at some point.
And this looks quite tempting here for Missy Gannon. I think this is a full send. She's not laying this one up.
Sit.
Look like it stopped just before it.
Might be safe, right?
I am not sure.
We'll give her the benefit of the doubt from our angle, a few thousand miles away. Question is, does Katrina certainly is going to be running this as well.
That OB is within 5 feet past the basket. So it can so easily make it out of bounds. Doesn't matter when you hit chains and you land in the cage.
Great putt by Katrina Allen.
That's going to make some difference here. She's now in a tie for 4th with 1 hole to play.
Pretty important spot.
And the group will.
Are there trees in the way here? I think there
are.
Yeah,
she's contemplating if she wants to take the full meter or not. You can take up to 1 meter, and she may be even thinking to herself, what have I put myself in? What have I done?
This left foot forward.
Very awkward stance, but she's going to walk away unscathed in taking the par.
I was like, what do we call that putt?
Maybe a little horseshoe type. Have to stay outside, right, out of the right side of your body with your right arm. And that's sort of what I thought would happen. It didn't look like she went out of bounds that far from the pin. I don't know. I don't want to harp on it too much. I'm a little confused with the strategy. But I still think you're looking at the champion, and my hat's off to her for that. I mean, she plays aggressive. She stayed aggressive. It's all right.
You heard Haley say a moment ago as she walked away, she said that is 100% safe. Now she can bring it in again up to 1 full meter from the OB line, depending on where that OB line officially is.
I hope she's not putting from out of bounds right now.
That was a bit odd. I don't know why you wouldn't take the meter there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly certain how that line, in what way that sits. But okay, we're going to jump ahead for what we're seeing on hole number 18. Of course, we talk about the battle between Rebecca Cox and Holly Finley. This is Rebecca for par.
So not really giving it a run there. It was more of a soft approach.
Yeah, you see a little look of frustration possibly, and Owen Scoggins is, she ultimately taps in, and then also Holly Finley was much closer. Holly was able to tap in, and congratulations to Holly. I believe this is the highest finish that we've seen for Holly Finley in an Elite Series event. Congratulations, solid play, as it looks like she's going to finish in 2nd place at 4 under, and a great battle with her and a one-time leader of the event in Rebecca Cox, who finishes at 3 under.
Yeah, and knowing that the only player possibly to catch Holly would be Missy, who's still on the course, but we have 18. We know how difficult it can be, and I'm not seeing Holly move at all. So congratulations to Holly. Solid performance, and that was that fire she was talking about.
She said she was, I mean, I can't do the voice. She gave it to us in kind of her Tennessee Southern twang, but she said she was going to bring the fire, and she absolutely did today. So congratulations to Holly Finley. A solid performance, as well as Rebecca Cox, as they will likely find themselves all on top of the podium.
Man, for a while there, we thought this was just going to be an easy kind of skating our way in type of round. Haley King's just going to show off, but it's really become very interesting since hole 14. She still has 3-stroke lead going in to 18 here. Katrina Allen first up. Not a bad drive off on the right-hand side.
This really feels like, Nate, maybe if you're looking at the scores, I think we can agree this feels like it's just a battle for who's going to be in 4th and whether they're going to be solo 4th or tied for 4th, because we have Missy, Katrina, and Valerie all in this conversation right now, all just 1 stroke apart.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the last thing for us to figure out here on the difficult 18th.
Good clean shot by Valerie.
Really, this is just finishing out as stacked as it was coming into this final round, and all comes down to 18 for these players.
And a good safe shot by Missy. That looks like it should be relatively easy for her to get up and down from there. Let's see if Haley can finish with a bang.
Oh man, just a little bit farther. I'm not sure if that caught the bottom of the tree and bounced back, but almost making it up to that top edge. And Haley has just been so good on this hole. It's an easy little layup for her, and the work is almost done. Haley King, look at those stats. Not the best today, but still hanging in there, and that's all she needed to do today.
This is a huge win. There's no other way to say it. I mean, just a equal accomplishment, even though it's not $20,000. This, in my mind, is equal or perhaps even better than winning the Tour Championship, because it's a three-rounder all the way. Nobody's getting any buys. This is really impressive and a huge, huge win.
Certainly, as you see her checking her phone and some some praise and accolades as she's walking up. I'm going to say it right now. I'm sure her dad, Hart King, is out there watching. Hart, you should be very proud of what Haley's about to accomplish here. Incredible performance. I'm sure Haley's rest of her siblings are all tuned in and consuming this right now.
Yeah, fun time for that family. That's really cool. And all her fans, you know, it's really a cool moment.
And really, she put together a great scoring round. We know that just in the last few holes, it's been a little difficult, a little shaky, but she's at 3 under right now. But knowing the possibility of what it could have been, I think that's where I'm kind of lacking here. But a 3 down is very solid.
Absolutely.
That should be a tap in for Missy Gannon. So Missy will likely finish the tournament at 1 under. Haley kind of turns with a surprise. I think she cut it a little close to that tree.
Yeah, I think she almost caught that tree.
And now big smiles from Haley. I think she was checking the scores there. I saw her pull out her phone, and I think this is when reality's starting to set in. We see the cameras coming out. She's finally embracing all the hard work that she's done. She is going to be the champion with 1 more putt to go.
And with that, Valerie will be tapping in for her par, and she will finish in a sole position of 7th place. Right now, Katrina move over to her lie. I don't think she's going to be in a good position to actually run this basket, but if she could somehow convert, Katrina would take 4th place outright. I just don't think she's got quite the angle for it. And Kat has done just that. Pitched up next to the basket. She will finish in a tie for 4th with Missy Gannon. Well,
congratulations, Haley.
Haley King, your 2021 Texas State Disc Golf Championship winner. Her big victory here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, or the Disc Golf Network, I should say, and our opening event of the PDGA National Tour. Of course, we're going to have an interview with Haley in just a few moments. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with you in a moment.
Texas State Women's Champion, Haley King.
Well, this is the first real one, so thank you, everybody. Shout out to all my sponsors. You're all sick. Thanks to the fans. Thanks, Mom and Dad. You're watching at home. Yeah, it was fun. I'll be back next year.
Congratulations, Haley. A great victory. You looked so relaxed out there. At one point, we saw you playing hangman in the dirt. You were kicking your chalk bag around like a hacky sack. Are you really as relaxed out there as you look?
Yeah, if not, I'm more. Yeah.
Hole 14, we saw you get in a little bit of trouble. You were kind of hacking away through the trees for a minute. Looked like it might be a problem. Were you feeling stressed at that moment? What was going on?
I was definitely stressed. It was bad shots, so it's not fun. But I just kept pushing. I didn't let that hole get to me, so yeah.
You finished that hole with a very missable putt, which you made the difference between, I think, a 3 and a 4-stroke lead. Did you feel the pressure on that putt, and how good did it feel to put that in the basket?
I didn't feel the pressure, and it felt great.
Last year you broke through at the Disc Golf Pro Tour final. It was a modified format. This is your first win at the Elite Series in a sanctioned event. What does this win mean to you in your career?
I mean, I'm here. Challenge is about to start, so yeah, I'm excited.
Well, here we are with our 2021 Texas State Disc Golf Champion Haley King. Haley, congratulations on a great week and an excellent victory.
Thank you.
Of course, Haley King, your champion. Incredible performance by her. Nate, I have to say, what do you take from that? She's not a woman with a lot of words. What do you take from that?
I mean, is she even human right now? Like, she didn't feel the pressure. If anything, she's more relaxed than she looks. I mean, wow. If that's true, I don't even really know what that means. That doesn't seem possible to not feel anything out there. But, man, congratulations to her. Incredible performance. I think she's right when she says it's just getting started. Obviously, you know, she's going to be around for a long time. I don't know what we're going to see next. She has all the talent, I think, and I'm looking forward to seeing how she follows this one up.
And Valerie, the young star, shines brightly. Do you have anything that you can add to that?
It is incredible to see Haley's growth. You know, today she fought through it. She was looking unstoppable, ran into a few road bumps, but was still able to come out with the win. And the more times that she can get that type of experience under her belt, the better. And the stronger competitor she's going to be. And I'm expecting her to win a lot more tournaments in that similar fashion. I mean, Haley King, she always says, you know, I'm not trying to be any other player. I'm Haley King, and she is making a name for herself. So congratulations. Great performance to Haley.
Well, and taking down her first Elite Series event. Of course, this is the opener of the 2021 PDGA National Tour. She did it with authority. Congratulations to you, Haley. We're going to be back. We're going to have you guys talk a little bit more about what took place throughout this entire weekend. Of course, Nate Doss is going to rejoin the booth. It's going to be Nate Sexton along with Valerie Jenkins. For Terry Miller, I'm signing off. It's been an incredible weekend. Thank you guys so much. I have no problem getting kicked out. I'm going to go visit the tap room. Again, we'll see you guys next time. We'll be back after a word from these sponsors.
You got a PA3?
Hey, Chris, can I get a PA3?
Yes, sir. M4?
If I need to get up and down in a pressure situation, I'm grabbing the AVR X3 every time. When you can connect the visualization of the shot that you're trying to throw with the feel of the disc in your hand, that's really when magic happens. I can trust throwing the disc as hard as I want or as soft as I want to do exactly what it's supposed to do. Like the AVR is the best putter of all time, the AVR X3 just might be the best approach disc of all time.
Royal means no more sharp flashing. It means a super smooth feel on the outer and bottom rim. It's everything we've learned about discs. So whether you want to rip the rive or have those long controlled drives with grace, maybe you want to watch the disc hold the angles with trust or make that long putt for the birdie with faith. You get it with the Royals by Latitude64.
Disc golf is a relatively young sport, but its popularity makes it one of the fastest growing pastimes in the world. The PDGA is a not-for-profit, worldwide player organization dedicated to promoting the sport. Like a long drive off the tee, disc golf is soaring. So don't just be a witness to disc golf's explosive growth, be a part of it. Join the PDGA.
And welcome everybody into the players only after show. Four-time world champion Valerie Jenkins, U.S. champion Nate Sexton. I am Nate Doss, and wow, it's only been a few moments since we saw Haley King take down her first Elite Series. I mean, minus the Tour Championship from last year. And I think, Nate, you actually said it perfectly. It's like the Tour Championship's so unique. It's a different format. This is her sort of welcome to the stage. And, you know, obviously her name is there because of the Tour Championship. But Val, Haley King, first-time winner on the Elite Series. What can we say about Haley?
Yeah, and you can tell the inexperience of winning for Haley on a stage like that. You know, first to putt, you know, typically you'd see the champion putt last. You know, we have a whole game plan to announce the champion. But Haley is just ready to get it over with, get her name on that check and call it quits, because it was still a fight for her coming down the stretch. She mentioned she wasn't very nervous, but maybe that little bit of anxiety, just not knowing what it's going to take, you know, not being there so consistently. You know, she's still working herself up the ranks. Incredible, skillful, talented player. She's got everything you need for a champion, but she's still working on that consistency to be at the top of the leaderboard every weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I see the champion that still has so much more room to grow even more as a player. And, I mean, that's not surprising at all at her young age. But, yeah, physically, so much talent. It's I don't know that we've seen anybody that you know, Paige Pierce, but even Haley's putt even looks more effortless than Paige's. You know, she just from those distance putts, it's something to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of interesting with Haley King. We've talked a lot about Haley, and she's a young person. She has a lot of development just in her own personal life, as well as a competitor and as an athlete. But, you know, just the way her sort of mentality, and even saying in her post-round interview, you know, I'm even more relaxed or feeling the pressure even less. It's really kind of hard to imagine. I mean, really, she was dominating this tournament, and then when she came to hole number 14, just really for lack of a better term, an ugly double bogey.
Yeah, the drive wasn't even that bad, and then it just really went off the rails for a minute. But you know, she'd done enough work and played well enough that I wasn't even ever really concerned that she wouldn't win the tournament. But yeah, a little bit of a strange finish, if I'm honest, I think.
Yeah, and you were talking about that. That's not the way you want to win. It's kind of that little bit of a bad taste, knowing, yeah, that wasn't my best, but you still won. So, you know, you get those feelings as you're finishing up. But I think once Haley checked those scores, she knew it was official no matter what. I think that's when kind of all those stresses or worries were just thrown aside. She knew she had won. And that was finally when you saw that break in her face. I mean, she was stone faced that whole time. Maybe when she was playing Hangman, she was a little more relaxed, but big old smile, and yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, and it was me in the post last after show back in 2020, where I kind of laid the gauntlet down for Haley King. I said, look, you want to be, this is who you want to be. You just won the Tour Championship. You got to step up and perform. And she did it this weekend. It's back-to-back weekends here on the Elite Series with the win from Kona Panis at Waco and now a win for Haley King. Back-to-back champions, first-time champions over on the women's side. That's pretty cool. I mean, I think it bodes well for our women's division.
Heck yeah. And knowing that the World Championships are coming up here early in the season, you know, this is that good time to start priming your game. This is the time to start dialing everything in, because you want to be at that peak when you hit those big tournaments. And we've got one coming up here in just a few months.
Yeah, exactly. So congratulations to Haley King. Couple other things to talk about here. First of all, Holly Finley, her best finish at an Elite Series event, taking solo second place. I think she took one of my keys and just patience. She just kind of was so solid and consistent, really staying within her own game. Holly does an incredible job at that. So Holly Finley, this course just kind of laid out perfectly for her.
Yeah, she loves this type of golf where you have to be so dialed in to hit those perfect shots down the fairway. And that's just what Holly does. She can lace those nice straight drives or fun little turnover shots. And that's what this course is just littered with. A few more putts, and I think we could be talking about Holly in that race. You know, her putter wasn't as strong as we would typically see, but driving and her upshots were paying off, and that's what excelled her to the top, I think.
Yeah, I think obviously it fits her skill set. And the other thing I think is, you know, she's confident, and she's being honest when she says she loves this type of golf. And I think that sort of creates like a feedback loop. In fact, like I feel like I'm almost learning from it. Like I'm going to try something I've never done. I love woods golf and I'm really good at it. Yes. And I'm going to see how that works, because I get scared of courses like this sometimes. You know, there's a lot of technical aspects that's tough. And I think she does a good job of just saying, no, like this is what I want. This is what I love about disc golf, and I'm here to play. And you know, she did really, really well.
Yeah, no, she absolutely did. So great job to Holly. Rebecca Cox, she came out of the gates just absolutely blistering, and by the time we did the switch over after our men's completion, Rebecca Cox was really a factor. You know, and Holly, and of course Haley was starting to play well as well, but. Really, it seemed like Rebecca took a big step back yesterday. Is this now a step back forward, like retracing those steps? I mean, because after the first round, it was all about Rebecca Cox, and we were talking about maybe this is the turn, and you know all these things. Yesterday wasn't so great, and today just awesome.
Yeah. It was a little bit shaky, I think, all around, but Rebecca was able to put up great scores consistently throughout this weekend, And today, it was awesome to see her right out of the gates making a story for us and hunting down Haley from that chase card. And I was hoping to see it because it's not that likely. It doesn't happen that often. But with such a tight race, anything could have happened today. Fortunate for Haley, she was able to keep that consistency going. And Rebecca just falling just a little bit short down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I said it during the show, and I do see similarities with her and Kona Panis in that the arm talent is just phenomenal, like top shelf for both of them. And Kona for a long time seemed to be held back by her putt, and I know it's just real recently that she's found a few big successes. And I just sort of see the same thing with Rebecca. I just think. I know this is obviously an off weekend for her with the putter. I'm not trying to say that I've watched so much Rebecca and I can say that, you know, how she putts all the time, but that's what I felt like held her back. It's a frustrating thing to have your putter kind of failing you. We've all been there. I think, you know, she needs to take away from this that, you know, she puts the work in on the green, whether that be retooling the putt or just putting more time in. It's right there for her. She's talented enough. If she can just make circle one putts consistently, she's right there.
Yeah, I would also sort of, I think, mirror what you're saying. For Rebecca Cox, she's an incredible driver of the disc, and the putting style. And again, we're players here, so we sort of know it's like that's what's holding her back. And I think that while it might hurt, I think a complete retool could be what she really needs. Just kind of start over from square one, get back at it, because I think if she could do that and sort of just even find the middle of the road putting game, Rebecca Cox is going to be at or near the top for years to come. So could be it's like tearing a Band-Aid off. You just got to do it, and then it's going to start to heal once you get a little air on it. So
you've done it. You completely changed your putting style.
Well, I haven't really I mean, it was the same spin. I had the turnover. I went to the flat putt. Yeah. It was retooling to find comfort. When you look at Rebecca Cox's putt, now this isn't like an intervention for Rebecca. It's not there. She has almost no chance of making much from distance. and from very close, it scares me. Just how low it comes and how much angle. So anyways, Rebecca, I think you'd had a fantastic weekend. Solo third place, nothing to shake your head at, and continued success moving forward. Couple more things. I think one of the big things here, Katrina Allen failing to make any sort of push really just, I think, gave Haley a huge push. But 2 double bogeys for Katrina Allen in the early part of the round. She was 4 over. She battles herself back to a 2 over round, 1 under for the tournament. It's weird to me that Katrina, who is one of our top players, came into today's round and just unable to perform when I think she was really the favorite.
Yeah, and she was one that if she were to come out with a lightning start like we saw out of Rebecca, then look out.
Yeah, no
doubt
about it.
And that kind of pressure that Katrina Allen can put on a Haley King or any other player that in those top 2 cards, if Katrina is in that mode, she takes control of the situation, and it's left for the other players to kind of, can I keep up with her? Like, doubting themselves because Katrina just has that force about her. But unfortunately just never caught on. And you can see just from her face, just a little bit of disappointment, not hitting her lines like we typically see. I mean, her fairway hits and her up shots are typically so dialed in. And today it was just a little bit off, and a little bit off in the woods can be disastrous. And it kind of turned out to be for Katrina Allen on many holes.
Yeah, I just think that she had the opportunity today. I think if she does get into those last few holes anywhere near the lead, she's definitely the favorite. And unfortunately, she just wasn't able to do it early in the round, and Haley just took all that confidence and ran with it. Last, I do want to bring this up. We got to throw a big shout out to Alexis Mondahano. I mean, we talked so much about her sister Valerie. Her sister was on the lead card, and it was very early, even late in our coverage, when I switch over and look at the FPO side, that Alexis was right there with her sister. So I think a great round from Alexis, and the Mondahano sisters seem to be a force that potentially could be reckoned with. And I think it could be a fun storyline in a couple of years, those two going at it.
For the win.
Taking victories. Yeah. And so pretty cool. Well, that's sort of ending it on our women's side. It was a fantastic weekend. Again, congratulations to Haley King, who is your 2021 Texas State champion. All right, the men. What can we say about Ricky Wysocki?
Oh my gosh! I mean,
where he start?
Yeah, a man on fire is. He's bringing it, and he just. There was that one bogey, and you were kind of like, okay, how's he going to respond? And we even kind of knew, he's been powering right through these bogeys, but man, did he power through it in a whole nother way? Because just once he got that big putt, and he said it himself, when I hit those big putts, I just kind of start to feel the momentum, and he just absolutely, he slammed the door so hard the hinges may be damaged the way he finished the tournament. It was just 7 straight and 8 out of the last 9. The only word is unbeatable. There's just no doubt in my mind. It doesn't matter who did what. It was just Ricky all day.
Yeah, and not only was it Ricky all day, I say it a lot, and I kind of avoided saying it on today's coverage. The leader kind of can right their own ship. I mean, if they birdie out, nobody can beat them. That's just a fact. A fact.
Yeah.
As you play a tournament, and Ricky did it today. I mean, he hit that big birdie putt, and whew, I mean, there he went. And it's funny because I think I can only talk for me. With my career that I've had, watching Ricky play, I'm just like, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that is another gear. I don't think that in my own personal development as a professional athlete, I could not have just been pedal to the metal as hard as he is right now. There's just no concern about anything. It's like driving the Daytona 500. I mean, you're going 200 miles an hour. Everybody in the stands is going, oh, my God, I could never do that. And these guys are like, yeah, whatever. I'm just making left-hand turns. I think that's where Ricky is right now. Well, what do you think? Come on.
I mean, it is incredible. I mean, And he's just a threat. It was like as soon as the switch was turned on, Ricky was just full bore steam ahead. And that's the fun zone to be in when you're just feeling sky high confident. Nothing can stand in your way. I mean, it is just an incredible feeling, especially when you're playing in the woods, when you just know that every shot's going to be pured. And if you are a little bit out, you know you can run at those putts because you're feeling confident to come back and make that comeback putt. So really fun position to be in. And I mean, Ricky Wysocki doing what he does and doing what we expect him to do. And I mean, those back few holes, I mean, all blue. The blue wall to finish out was just like, yep, I'm here. And what did he say? That was like the exclamation point to finish the tournament.
Saki Bomb is back indeed. And you know, he shot 10 under yesterday, and midway through the round today, we're thinking, no way he's getting anywhere near this course record and whatever. But man, he proved us wrong, and he ended up tying it today at 11 under par. So back-to-back, 10, 11. What did we say? Or I guess, what did I say? Get to 28, you win the tournament. He clearly gets to that point. Second place, Matt Oram, 24 under par. Really, I would say, kind of a gutsy performance from Matty Oram.
Absolutely. And I just think, you know, maybe a name that this newest breed of disc golf fan hasn't become acquainted with yet. And you got a great look at him today. I mean, I was so glad that he was playing really strong, and obviously he was going to find the lead card eventually, but to get a chance to really watch him do what he does, aggressive putting, always we've been saying a showman. You know, he's a guy who, you know, he makes a big putt and it's a big celebration, and he's just a fun player to watch, a fun guy to root for. And yeah, he played his heart out. I mean, as good as that was winning. That's a winning score. He played a score that could have won this tournament if it wasn't for just a freight train coming down the tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kept saying it. This is the biggest shot. This is the biggest shot. And he answered the call time and time again. And it was the missed putt on number 16 that really just did him in. I mean, Ricky was there for the birdie. He had to just keep pace with Rick, and hopefully Rick would make a mistake. But as soon as that 16 interchange happened, where Matteo had a very good run at birdie, just barely missing, and then with Ricky cashing that, Ricky just wasn't looking back at that point. So I think really an awesome performance from Matt Oram, who, you know, we don't always get to see. He's always a name that, of course, us three, we know him very well. We see him on the leaderboards. We're like, oh, yeah, Matteo, well, I wonder what he's doing. But this weekend, he was solo second place, one of the best finishes on his docket in an Elite Series event, I should say. So really, over on the men's side, there's really not a whole lot more to talk about, honestly. We should mention Casey. He fantastic performance by the young man out of Massachusetts. And, you know, he started the tournament off 10 under par. He was right there near the lead. What do we think, Val, about his development? What does this mean for a guy of this caliber, of this age, being able to perform back-to-back days under these spotlights?
That's it. It's a huge learning experience. It's for sure. I think there were several times in the round today, you know, a little bit down, but he was never out. And all of a sudden, he would come back with an amazing approach or hit a putt that nobody expected him to hit in this type of situation. And I think knowing as a player that you were able to do that, you know, like Haley King, learning from that tour championship, learning from stepping up, you know, having your expectations high, and you're meeting your expectations. You're doing what you've practiced. That's just, you grow on those situations. And we always say, you know, you can't just learn to be a top professional. You have to go through the experiences, and whether good or bad, you're going to learn from everything. And so I think this was the perfect learning situation for Casey, but he played so great and hit so many amazing putts and when he needed to. And so I think this is just going to be that kind of catapult. And I expect to see good things out of him through the year.
Yeah, for sure. And last thing I do want to bring up here is Paul Macbeth. He didn't have a good weekend, but where is he? He's in fourth place, you know. And I feel like with Paul, we're kind of seeing a tidal wave building here. we know Paul, his goals is the majors, and, of course, all of ours are. But for him, I just feel like he's really building, and this is all fuel to the fire, and a fire that's always burning in Paul Macbeth.
Yeah, and didn't he even come away tied third? I think he might have even snuck in there on the podium. But yeah, right. I mean, it just if you wait long enough, he'll be there. It's
exactly.
like in every tournaments, Elite Series tournaments. There are at least 54 holes for a reason, because you don't want there to be kind of like a fluky win where you just get hot for an hour or two and that's enough to win you a tournament. You got to prove it over day after day after day, and you don't keep that guy down. Just like I have no doubt if this tournament was 10 rounds long, Paige Pierce would be in the conversation. Even though as bad as she was doing, like she would come all the way back. She's that good. Macbeth the same way. Eagle McMahon, we saw the same thing. He didn't quite claw himself all the way back, but it's like, okay, if there were 2 more rounds, Eagle's back in this thing, and it's like, that's just those guys doing what they do, 1050 boys. Nobody's like them.
Exactly. And they the reason they're 1050 is because of the consistency, that even their bad rounds are better than 98% of the world.
Yes.
And their good rounds, they typically walk home with the trophy. Well, I think that kind of does it here for the Texas State Championships. Big congratulations to Haley King and Ricky Wysocki. Ricky coming off back-to-back victories. Again, we could be seeing a tidal wave there too. But it was a fun weekend. It was a great weekend. Congratulations to the staff on the ground. I think Doug and Steve and the whole crew out there in Tyler, Texas just did a fantastic job. Really impressed with the course, ultimately. We were a little bit concerned about it just because we hadn't seen it before more than anything, but they did a great job. It was in good condition, and big ups to our cameramen for finding all the shots, as we're seeing here, Matty O back in the day, and then you can see myself there. I had to have Steve Rico essentially carry me pretty close. It was a great moment there. But anyways, congratulations to everybody in Tyler. Now, for you Disc Golf Network fans and for everybody watching on YouTube right now, April is going to be a stunner. We have the Vintage Open, a Silver Series event. We're going to be covering the final round here on the Disc Golf Network. That is a Saturday finish. Just keep your eyes open for that. Jonesboro, the weekend after, we're covering it the whole way through. Us three, we're a part of it. We're going to bring Jamie Thomas in. Terry will be on site, going to be fantastic. Then we have the Mid-America Open. By the way, those Vintage and the Jonesboro, both in Arkansas. So Arkansas two-step there. Then we have the Mid-America Open in Columbia, Missouri. Final, and then the last event in April is going to be the Dynamic Disc Open. I know you're going to be there actually playing, and kicking butt. We're not going to be there, but I know Terry's going to be on site, and they're going to be doing a lot of work at the Dynamic Disc Open. So the month of April is going to be fantastic here on the Disc Golf Network. And then, hey, when we hit May, it is on like Donkey Kong. The warm weather comes, the winds go away a little bit. Of course, the humidity rises, and so does the entertainment from all of our best players in the world. Well, we want to thank all of you for following along with us here this week in Tyler, Texas. Congratulations to our winners. Big thanks to the whole staff, our crew here on the Disc Golf Network. For four-time world champion Valerie Jenkins, for U.S. champ Nate Sexton, I am Nate Doss. For T-Dog, who's sitting in the tap room right now, thank you, everybody, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks at the Vintage Open on the Silver Series.